Little Phoenix stared firmly at Futian. Even when she realized how powerful he was, she still did not bother to be polite to him. She tossed 2 fruits of the way into her mouth. In a flash, flame light was burning all over her body, like she was a goddess of fire. A burst of terrifying divine fire light filled the air. Little Phoenix stretched out as if she was enjoying the sensation. Is it really so magical? As Futian watched her response, he threw a piece of fruit of the way into his mouth as well. In an instant, he could feel the blood boiling in his veins as they burned. His body involuntarily resonated with the worldly great path of flames. Endless flame will flowed through him. His veins seemed to turn into flowing magma, burning eternally. His organs were wrapped in flames, and even his bones were branded with the mark of fire. This reaction continued for a while before it ended. The disturbances with him disappeared, and fire of the great path shot out of his eyes. Divine fruit, gasped Futian. He looked at the divine tree of flames. What kind of place was this? My father said that the fruit in this place was grown directly from the great path once every 10 years. People who have cultivated up to the peak of the nirvana level can use the fruit to attune themselves to the rotation of the great path, create their bones and blood out of the great path, and form a body of the great path. A Renhuang's body and soul are always in accord. Once you have created a divine wheel of the great path, you will truly become a Renhuang, said Little Phoenix. Your father has taught you much, said Futian with a smile. They walked forward as they talked, both of their figures flashing as they did so. He was already an unblemished saint and was only 1 level away from reaching nirvana. He naturally wished to understand the Renhuang plane. That was another level. Countless saint-level heroes wanted to reach that plane, but it was extremely hard. One needed to forge a Renhuang body, realize a Renhuang soul, and finally meld the 2 together, forming a divine wheel of the great path. The divine wheel would turn in accord with the river of the great path as it flowed through heaven and earth. It would shine with the sun and the moon, and live as long as the world. As long as you were not killed, you would never die. He understood how the master had been reborn back at the Dali dynasty, and how he had stood back up after he had broken through to the next level. He had recognized his Renhuang soul, so although his physical body had been so heavily damaged that it could not recover, his soul already had touched the Renhuang plane, and afterward, it had reshaped his flesh. Finally, in the celestial gate of vast heaven in the heavenly mandate realm, he had forged a divine wheel of the great path and entered the Renhuang realm. And this fruit seemed to be able to give people a chance to forge a Renhuang body, thereby lessening the difficulty of proving oneself. Thus, countless people wanted to come here, as it was a step on the road to becoming a Renhuang. After eating the fruit, Futian suddenly felt a little bit greedy. Although he had not yet reached nirvana, even at the unblemished saint level, he could establish a foundation for what would come after. After the fruit had been digested, he could already feel real changes happening. Perhaps this would help him reach nirvana ahead of schedule. Read more chapter on Novelful. Moreover, even if he did not need it, Yaya did. At that moment, the sound of fighting broke out in many places. The mountain range was vast, and he could faintly see other divine trees. Quickly, Phoenix also seemed to be excited by the hint of sweetness that she had tasted and rushed off in a certain direction. There was a trembling golden tree on the mountainside. Every leaf seemed to have been forged of pure gold. They emitted a clear sound every time they shook. Even the ground around the tree was golden. There were 4 cultivators fighting wildly off to one side. Whoosh! At that moment, they all felt something, and they suddenly turned their gazes. They saw the figure of a sword piercing through the sky. It cut down one of the pieces of fruit, then continued, forming a magnificent arc. It cut down 2 more pieces of fruit. All of the fruit fell upon the sword. Space will enveloped it. The sword turned back as if it knew what would happen if it lingered. The 4 cultivators' expressions changed, and they stopped fighting. Someone had actually taken the opportunity presented by them fighting to seize some of the fruit. That was simply outrageous. One of them lashed out with a giant golden palm print that covered the sky. However, the sword was incredibly quick. It pierced through the air, and at the moment that the palm print came down, it crossed through space, making the palm print fall upon only empty air. The 4 cultivators stepped forward and saw that the sword had returned to the hands of a youth wearing white robes. What was more outrageous was that the white-robed youth had opened his mouth wide and swallowed each piece of fruit one after another. What? Little Phoenix stood to his side, watching him. Was his mouth really that big? Could he eat an entire piece of fruit in one bite? A crisp crunching sound rang out as Futian chewed the fruit. It was incredibly tough. His teeth ground it up, and once the fruit went into him, his body shone with brilliant golden divine light. It was like he had transformed into a golden body of the great path. The 4 cultivators watched him in shock, staring at him fixedly. Burp! Futian belched, and flames rose up in the 4 pairs of eyes that were watching him. Their murderous intent swept out through the air. I've eaten this fruit. There is more right in front of you. You take this opportunity to grab what is left, said Futian as he gazed at them from across the distance. Shameless, incredibly shameless. Beside him, little Phoenix blushed so red that the heat from her face could have boiled water. It was fine that he had plundered the fruit, but to eat it all right there made her ashamed to be seen with him. Do you have a death wish? One of the cultivators asked coldly. A golden halberd pierced through the air towards Futian. Terrible golden beams of light shot out in all directions, causing a terrible shrieking sound to ring out. They knew that they should be using this time to pick more fruit, but they could not stomach his insolence. Futian's body turned golden and indestructible. A golden river seemed to flow through him. Even his world tree life spirit turned into a golden divine tree that flickered with golden light. He brought his hands together, and a golden palm print appeared in the sky. The fist clenched, and it smashed down into the oncoming golden halberd. The golden palm print was destroyed, but the golden halberd shattered inch by inch as well. If you keep wasting time, you will end up with nothing, said Futian innocently. Their faces all darkened. This man was actually quite strong. He was able to withstand a Nirvana-level cultivator's attacks. Let's go. We'll come back and get him later, said one of them. Fine, why don't we temporarily make an alliance, said another one of them. The 4 of them turned away, still talking among themselves. The 4 people who had just been fighting over a piece of fruit had instantly turned into allies. This amazing, thought Futian. At that moment, little Phoenix was amazed by how thick he was. Is it good? Little Phoenix stared at him angrily. He had not even left one piece for her. That was too much. You have cultivated flames. What are you looking at? Said Futian disdainfully. Other than making him feel a little full, the fruit did indeed make him feel good. Not long before, he seemed to have forged veins of divine fire within his body, which had then turned golden. Shameless, said little Phoenix contemptuously. Let's go. Futian flashed up into the sky. He was prepared to plunder some more. In addition to the people who were allowed to be here due to the quota, there were also some ordinary disciples in the palace. They had probably wanted to give them a chance, but most of these disciples were of no real account, and many of them would probably fall here. However, this was their own choice. The road to proving one's worthiness was difficult. The fruit only bloomed once every 10 years, and there were not many of them. It was impossible to divide it all up among them. Even the disciples of this palace had to fight for the right to divide the fruit up among themselves. Many disciples came here to fight for the fruit, and they would have to compete with the top figures of the higher heavens realm, who were part of the quota. Futian was not the only one plundering fruit, there were some other powerful figures doing the same thing. For example, when some of those top forces who had been part of the quota walked together, the ordinary disciples of the Divine Palace had to join together to even have a hope of beating them. Moreover, there were some incredibly powerful beings here. For example, Gari Shur was leading the group of cultivators from the Golden Divine Nation. He was holding a divine golden spear that was casting rays of divine light. When he saw someone ahead of him plundering the fruit, he stepped forward through the air and called out, "Leave the fruit there." As he said this, he thrust his golden spear through the air. As it fell, golden light pierced the sky. The person below him who had taken the fruit tried to block it, but the brilliant golden light was too overpowering. It shattered his defenses and pierced into his body, pinning him to the ground. The other cultivators of the golden divine nation seized the fruit, even stealing the piece that the man had held in his hand. The people of the divine sword Li family were also incredibly overpowering. They rode a sword through the air, moving at their fastest speed in order to seize as much of the fruit as they could. In addition, the cultivators of the sky-burying god clan were there. They could summon starry steelies to crush everything beneath them, which made them very powerful. And either intentionally or unintentionally, the cultivators of the divine sword Li family and the sky-burying god clan were advancing in different directions and clashing with each other. One of the cultivators of the divine sword Li family looked off into the distance. The fruit of that tree is shaped like sword. He suddenly moved very quickly, turning into a sword and rushing over to it. At the same time, Wn Shuyi, Luo Yu, and the others saw it as well. They moved as quickly as lightning, turning into swords and racing over towards the tree. An inexhaustible flow of sword will appeared around the tree, wrapping around it. It wrapped around the fruit itself very thickly, giving it the shape of a sword. Divine sword light shone from high above as many swords descended from the sky, cutting towards Wn Shuyi and Luo Yu. "Forgive us for crushing your swords beneath our feet," came Li Zun's voice. They were the ones who had sent the swords to crush the people of Taishan Mountain. Many people were saying that Lord Taishan was the most powerful figure in the higher heavens realm now. Destroy those swords, and be careful. Wn Shuyi's sword chi surged as he slashed with his sword, forming a line through the sky. His sword collided with the oncoming swords, and in a flash, the crashing sword will seemed like it would split the very air itself. An astonishing air flow was left behind where the sword had passed. The cultivator from the divine sword Li family waved his hand, and suddenly, countless swords cut at Wn Shuyi. Each sword arrived in an instant, seeking to bury Wn Shuyi within them. The intensely powerful flow of sword chi in this area naturally attracted the attention of many people. Yi Futian looked over there from across the distance. There was a clash of swords going on there. If the fruit there had anything to do with swords, he needed to have it. In front of the ancient tree of swordsmanship, Li Zun thrust his sword through the air. He formed countless after-images as he moved, and more swords appeared in an instant until Wn Shuyi was enveloped in sword chi. Wn Shuyi activated his sword spirit, which shrieked as the sword will billowed out into the sky. He placed one finger upon his sword and drew the blade across it. Flesh blood flowed out of his finger and was absorbed into the sword. Warrior spirit. Wn Shuyi's hair flew in the wind as the sword chi within his sword spirit grew stronger. Countless sharp swords whistled through the sky, turning into a terrifying vortex of swords that cut through all the after-images around him. There were endless cracking sounds as the after-images were destroyed one after another. The remaining images returned to Li Zun, and he appeared in the air above Wn Shuyi. He was holding a sword as well. He looked down and said quietly, "Eternal." As he said this, the sword will around Wn Shuyi materialized into actual divine swords. Each of these swords was shining with brilliant light. The divine Li family's instant swords and eternal swords were in perfect harmony. A terrifying sword seal appeared on Li Zun's brow. He gripped his sword with both hands, and an incomparably brilliant beam of divine sword light pierced through the air. It fell from the sky, making all the other swords resonate with it as it shot down towards Wn Shuyi. The sword had not even come into its full power yet, and just its sword will was enough to place a suffocating pressure on the space below it. The sword spirits in front of Wn Shuyi shrieked. He looked up into the sky, his hair dancing wildly in the wind. Up there in the air, Li Zun looked like the descendant of a sword god. This was the sword of the divine sword Li family. They had always considered themselves to be the best swordsmen in the higher heavens realm. There was no one who could compare to them. Whoosh! Terrible divine sword light blew all around Wn Shuyi. His blood flowed from his body into his sword. It was as if his internal aura was pouring into the sword. He grew weaker and weaker, but his mind was seeking the path, and he was deep in thought. He had wanted to find an opportunity to prove his worthiness. Now the sword-shaped fruit was right in front of him. If he could not win this battle, how could he speak of proving his worthiness? The sword spirits above him trembled violently. A series of destructive sword cut marks appeared, sweeping up into the sky and trying to destroy the sword prison that his opponent had set up. The swords around Wen Shuyi all broke, cut in half by his sword spirits. Li Zun's gaze grew sharp. He looked down at Wen Shuyi and said, "Your fleeting divine sword technique is incredible. Unfortunately, your swordsmanship level is not high enough." As he said this, divine radiance bloomed from him. His body transformed into a divine body of swordsmanship. The terrifying sword will in the sky transformed into a single falling sky sword. All of the sword will in the area flowed wildly into this sword. All of the other swords shrieked as they resonated with it. Even the swords that the other cultivators of the Li family were holding resonated. The falling sky sword was like a king among swords. All other swords were its subjects. "A divine sword apocalypse," said everyone as they looked up into the sky. The other cultivators that had resisted the Li family, Luo Yu and the disciples of Taishan Mountain, stared up at the sword. The top sword technique of the divine sword Li family was truly apocalyptic. When the sword came out, all other techniques were destroyed, the air itself was split, and everything turned to dust. At that moment, the clouds fled as the sword chi crossed through the sky. It was as if the only thing in the world was that sword. Its sword will grew stronger and stronger. Down below, Wen Shuyi could feel an immense amount of pressure. The flow of sword chi around him was distorted by it, and his own swords were shattered. Sword cuts appeared in his robes, and blood began to pour out of them. "Give up, Wen Shuyi," Junmu called out to him. Wan Shuyi could not last long under this sword. If he continued to persist, he would very likely be destroyed. The divine sword Li family was so strong, and they had their hearts set on the sword-shaped fruit. If anyone else wanted it, they would have to fight them for it. Given Li Zun's skill at swordsmanship, it would be difficult for anyone else to defeat the divine sword Li family. And Wen Shuyi did not even need the sword-shaped fruit. It was not worth this fight. But Wen Shuyi still held his sword and did not give up. There was a fierce determination in his eyes. He could accept being defeated in battle, but to put down his sword and hang his head in submission was not something he could accept. At that moment, there was the faint sound of music, which made a look of surprise come over the faces of everyone on the battlefield. There were two figures floating there. One of them was wearing white robes, and he descended in front of Wen Shuyi. He was holding a guqin in his hands and playing a song. In a flash, countless notes erupted, full of harsh will. They seemed to be perfectly in accord with the mood on the battlefield. Junmu frowned. It was Shenjing. What was he trying to do? As the notes erupted, strange illusions appeared everywhere. The wind and the clouds surged, and sword will flowed into the sky. The notes seemed to flow into Wen Shuyi's mind, from which they entered into his sword. Worldly judgment. Li Jian and Chen Yu, the disciples of Guqin Valley, looked shocked. Strange illusions were appearing in the sky, and the great path was flowing backward. This was one of the famous songs, Worldly Judgment. Flight of the Phoenix Pair was not the only one of the 6 famous songs of String Palace that Futian had learned. He had also learned Worldly Judgment as well. Such skill, thinking of how he had once given pointers to Futian, and told him to study hard in String Palace, Li Jin felt embarrassed. Apparently, Shenjing's musical skill was far greater than she had thought. Even she was not as good as him. He had learned 2 of the 6 famous songs, Flight of the Phoenix Pair and Worldly Judgment. That being said, Uncle Lan must have included Futian in the quota on purpose so that he could support them with his guqin music, and make them stronger. But they had thought it was just to let 4th Miss save some face. The guqin music seemed to accord with Wen Shuyi's swordsmanship perfectly. Wen Shuyi seemed to feel the sword will around him getting stronger, and countless images of swordsmen floated in his mind. His sword clattered as the sword light that was spilling out of his sword spirits made the will of the great path surge all around him. Why can I sense a bit of the song of the lost divine? Could it be that the rumors are true? Worldly Judgment itself evolved from the song of the lost divine, said Li Jian. She still remembered when she had heard her master playing the song of the lost divine. It was imprinted on her memory. Not only that, but it seems to be perfectly matching the sword will. She felt like she was in a dream. A look of shock also came into Luoyue's pretty eyes. The guqin and the sword were in tandem and produced a certain resonance. She remembered that her father had once said that Lord Taishen had been able to rapidly advance to the next level because he obtained the Song of the Lost Divine. His understanding had increased, and he had integrated the song into his other abilities. For example, when he had integrated it into his swordsmanship, he had created the shocking sword matrix known as the Fleeting Divine Sword. At that time, she had doubted that a song could really be so magical. But now that she saw the guqin music and the swordsmanship working in tandem and resonating together, she realized that she had been wrong. The Great Path was connected to everything, and extremely powerful cultivation methods, even musical ones, could reach it. Up in the sky, the thousands of swords moved as one, merging into a single sword. Li Zun seemed to have realized that something was wrong. He pointed at the sword and yelled, "Fall." When he said this, the sword fell from the sky, smashing everything beneath it. Sword marks appeared all around as everything was destroyed. Wan Shuyi watched the sword fall. An incomparably brilliant sword light shone from his eyes. He moved his hand, and his sword shot out. The fleeting divine sword cut out once again. At that moment, the sword arced across the sky like a rainbow. The sword that his opponent had sent against him could not withstand the current of sword will and began to move backward. The terrifying fleeting divine sword raged between heaven and earth, destroying everything. The two swords collided. Divine sword light bloomed, and everything around them was turned into dust that flew in all directions. The wave of chi that this kicked up made everybody raise their hands to block it. The guqin still played, the music growing wilder and wilder. The terrible rhythmic sorcery was powerful enough to change the very positions of the stars. Wan Shuyi himself seemed to be immersed within that will. His sword was in accord with the guqin music, and after the destruction caused by the first collision, he struck out again. This guqin music, everyone was watching Yi Futian. The music caused substantial changes to occur in Wan Shuyi's sword. One of the cultivators of the divine sword Li family was staring at Yi Futian. He waved his hand, and a line of divine swords appeared in the sky. They shot through the air as one, heading straight for Yi Futian. Luo Yu was standing in front of Yi Futian. She calmed her mind and could feel the guqin music working in tandem with her sword. She thrust it out, forming a terrible storm that destroyed all the swords rushing towards her. At that moment, Wan Shuyi rose up. He waved his sword many times, making clouds flow around it like water as it cut through the air. Crack! An ear-splitting noise rang out as Li Zun's sword was shattered. His sleeves were torn by sword chi, and scratches appeared on his arms. Blood stained his robe, and terrible sword will raged within his body. He looked at Wan Shuyi, and then at Yi Futian up in the air. The guqin music had melded with the sword. Could it really have transformed so much? Previously, Wan Shuyi had been no match for him at all. Wan Shuyi did not continue his attack. He looked up at Li Zun. Li Zun looked back at him and said, "Lord Taishen is truly impressive in that he has been able to simultaneously cultivate swordsmanship and music and meld them together perfectly. I have been defeated by you too, so the fruit is yours." On saying this, he left with the rest of the cultivators of the divine sword Li family. His defeat was different than Wan Shuyi's. He had lost to two people working together, and so this was not a loss of face for the divine sword Li family. Before, he had been absolutely crushing Wan Shuyi. As he watched Li Zun leave, Wan Shuyi felt conflicted. In reality, he had lost. But he never would have imagined that this music could be so marvelous, and work together with his swordsmanship so well. He looked back at Yi Futian with a smile. He had already sensed that this Shenjing was special, but he was still shocked. The fruit. Little Phoenix flashed over towards the fruit but found a burst of invisible sword will blocking her way. It was the sword will that was emitting from the tree. A figure appeared before Little Phoenix and looked at everyone. "There are 5 pieces of fruit. How will you divide them?" There were 15 people there from Taishen Mountain. Little Phoenix looked at him. "Divide them? Those 2 were the ones who won this fruit. It should go to them. If they were going to be shared, then Wn Shuyi and Yi Futian would be the ones to share them. Junmu raised his eyebrows. This fruit could be used to prove one's worthiness. Even if it was not useful for you specifically, you could trade it with someone for their fruit. It was extremely precious. And they had all fought for it. How could they give it up? Wn Shuyi and Shenjing defeated Li Zun, but the rest of us blocked the other cultivators of the divine sword Li family. Otherwise, Wn Shuyi would have been defeated earlier. Wn Shuyi and Shenjing should each get one piece, and we will guard the other 3 for the time being. We can divide them up when this is all over, said Junmu. If Yi Futian had not reversed the situation, he would not have been able to get even a single piece of fruit. Yi Futian stared at Junmu. He and Wn Shuyi would each get one piece of fruit, and Junmu would watch over the other 3 pieces. It seemed that Junmu was leaning on his position as a disciple of Taishan Mountain. He was indeed at the head of the other disciples of Taishan Mountain. He wanted to divide the fruit up according to his own desires and even take a piece for himself. However, when one had cultivated up to their level, there were countless other people in the higher heavens realm who were fighting for this very chance that they had now. They wanted to break out from the crowd of ordinary disciples and have a chance to take part in this event. They would face a lot of challenges just to have this opportunity. Even though they had such a slim chance, countless people still came here. This showed just how much the people of the higher heavens realm valued the fruit. Was Junmu worthy of taking charge of and dividing up something so precious? However, perhaps it was the very preciousness of the fruit that had conjured feelings of greed within him. What did friendship between fellow disciples even count for anyway? Moreover, Junmu had never looked favorably upon Yi Futian ever since the day that he had come to the mountain, probably because of the relationship with his master. Why would you be the one to guard them? Little Phoenix stared at Junmu in surprise. Before Shenjing got here, you had already counseled Wn Shuyi to give up the fight. That is equivalent to giving up your right to the fruit. Then Shenjing came and strengthened Wn Shuyi's swordsmanship. This is why they are able to have the fruit in the first place. Now, you want to seize the fruits of their labors. Fengyang, our master has given you a place on this quota, so your conduct will reflect upon the 2 demon emperors. Taishan Mountain has been so good to you, and yet you still plot against them? You should know your place, said Junmu coldly. As he spoke, he was already walking towards the tree. He was going to pick the fruit. Whoosh! A beam of sword chi whistled down from the sky, shooting straight towards the tree. Junmu frowned as he reached up to slap it away, destroying it. He looked back at the one who had done this. It was Wan Shuyi. What is the meaning of this, brother Wan? Do you think that you should be the only one to have the fruit? Junmu's face turned ugly. Although there were many pieces of the precious fruit, they were difficult to obtain. The most powerful people had already fought their way through and seized many of them, and many other cultivators had seized more of them. It would be very difficult for the 15 cultivators from Taishan Mountain to get 15 pieces of the fruit. Given that, Taishan Mountain had managed to obtain 5 pieces of fruit. How could they let them all go? Would he not get even a single piece of fruit? He was at the Nirvana level. It was not easy to cultivate up to that level, and to break through to the Renhuang level was even more difficult. Who of the people who had made it to his level would not want to forge a Renhuang body, activate the wheel of the Great Path, and shine with the sun and the moon? Read more chapter on novel full. When he took this step, he would have the right to pursue a higher level. Before he did so, even though he was a genius, he would forever be far away from the next level. Brother Jun, Fengyang is correct. We had lost the fruit, but then Shenjing used his Guqin music to transform my swordsmanship into something much more powerful. Otherwise, Li Zun of the divine sword Li family would have defeated me. Thus, Shenjing is the one who has the right to divide up the fruit. Even I don't have the right to ask for a piece, Wn Shuyi said politely to Junmu. He seemed very courteous, but he was firmly stating his position. It was not that he favored Shenjing. This was just the right thing to do. Even if Yi Futian did not give him any of the fruit, he would not say anything. After all, without Yi Futian, he would have lost, and may even have been crippled by Li Zun. When a battle broke out while seeking the way, even if he was killed or wounded, his elders could not seek revenge. It would have been his own choice that had led him down that path. I think that what Brother Wan said makes sense. It is for Shenjing to divide up the fruit, said Luo Yu, looking at Yi Futian as she spoke. This made Jun Mu hesitate as he walked towards the tree. He could not force his way through to pick the fruit. Given the current situation, if he picked the fruit, it would probably cause infighting between them. Lord Taishan broke through to the next level, and thus Taishan Mountain was allotted 15 people to come here. I never thought that a single tree would cause a situation like this to happen. If we go on like this, how can we be of one mind going forward? Asked Jun Mu coldly. So if you divide up the fruit, we will be of one mind, but if Shenjing does it, we won't. Feng Yang looked at Jun Mu angrily. He was clearly just like all the others. He wanted to seize the fruit. But this was normal, after all. Everyone was greedy. I am a disciple of the Taishan Hierophant. Who is Shenjing? Even though Fourth Miss brought him to the mountain, he is still just a musician who has received many favors from Taishan Mountain, which is why he was able to cultivate this famous song. He may have been successful in forcing the people from the Divine Sword Li family to retreat, but that was due to an ability that Taishan Mountain gave him. Even the fact that he was on the quota was thanks to Taishan Mountain. So who do you think should divide up the fruit? Jun Mu's words were harsh. He wanted to differentiate him from the rest of Taishan Mountain and make him lose heart. After all, what he was saying was true. Yi Futian was only a musician on Taishan Mountain and did not have the status of a disciple. And Jun Mu was the personal disciple of the Taishan Hierophant, making him a sort of grand disciple of Lord Taishan. A look of surprise came over the faces of the other disciples of Taishan Mountain. They had not thought that there would be any infighting. But given the current situation, there was not one among them who did not want a piece of the fruit. After all, they were not a family like the Divine Sword Li family. They did not have a definite leader like they did. They had all vaguely considered Jun Mu to be their de facto leader since he was the disciple of the Taishan Hierophant. But Jun Mu was not powerful enough to defeat them all. If he had been able to defeat Li Zun, then he would have been mighty indeed. But now it seemed like he had not been mighty enough, which is why they were facing this current dilemma. In this way, it would be difficult for them to get any more fruit. Moreover, spending time here debating was a waste of time in and of itself. Some of them looked at Yi Futian. Hopefully, he would take the imitative and make a concession. There are 5 pieces of fruit, and I will give up 2 of them. One of them will go to Wen Shuyi, who fought in this battle, and the other one to Luo Yu. The other ones will stay with me, said Yi Futian. He stepped forward as he said this. Standing here talking nonsense was indeed wasting the time that still remained to him to strive for other pieces of the fruit. Jun Mu stared at Yi Futian. He was indeed greedy. Other than the 2 people he had said, Wen Shuyi and Luo Yu, he would be the only one to get the fruit. He looked at the others. This is someone who came to Taishan Mountain to seek the way. What do you think of this, brothers? You are being unreasonable, Brother Shenjing, said Ma Yi. He had been made a part of the quota by the house master of Taishan. He had always been curious about Yi Futian, but then he had entered String Palace to cultivate. He was thinking that this musician, who had been brought to Taishan Mountain, was not showing enough gratitude for what his master had done. Moreover, he seemed very close to Luo Yu. This changed Ma Yi's attitude towards him. Since we have all agreed to divide it up like this, go and receive your share, brothers. Trying to work together has led us to this situation. It is ridiculous, said Jun Mu mockingly. I regret that it came to this as well, but I will stand by what I said. If someone comes to take the fruit, Wen Shuyi raised his sword, after we return, I will beg for forgiveness from Lord Taishan. It was clear that if someone tried to pick the fruit, he would cut them down. Yi Futian stood behind Wen Shuyi. He was still holding his guqin. Thinking of how powerful the 2 of them had been when they worked together, Jun Mu's face suddenly turned ugly. Li Zun had been defeated by the 2 of them. He knew he was not as strong as Li Zun, so if he fought them, he would not only probably not get the fruit, but he would be hurt as well, which would make it harder to fight for more of the fruit in the future. Good for you, said Junmu with a wave of his sleeve. He stepped forward and said, you can see for yourselves what they are like. Those who want to can come with me. The other disciples of the Taishen Hierophant naturally followed close behind him. Ma Yi followed as well, and then a few more people. After all, Junmu was very strong. Shenjing, pick the fruit, said Wen Shui to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded. He picked the 5 pieces of fruit. He gave one each to Wen Shui and Luo Yu, then ate one piece himself. This left 2 more. What about mine? Feng Yang gave him a pitiful look. You want one too? Yi Futian looked at her disdainfully. This girl asked too much. You're so mean. Little Phoenix snorted. Yi Futian looked at the other people who had stayed and said, I will not guarantee that any of you will get any fruit. If you seize it for yourself, then you are naturally entitled to it, but if I get it, then only after I have taken a certain number will I share it. Taishen Mountain had been good to him, but he could not share all the fruit with the disciples of Taishen Mountain. After all, he was not all that friendly with any of them. Other than Wen Shui, who he was on relatively good terms with, the others were all casual acquaintances at best. Should he treat them as old friends and share the precious fruit with them based on such a casual relationship? Then what about Yu Sheng, Wu Chen, and Yaya? So he would not promise anything, nor would he be stingy. He had left 2 pieces of the 5 that he had taken. A look of surprise came over several people's faces when they heard what he said. He may have said that he would be the one to divide up these 5 pieces, but what he was saying now was even more arrogant. It seemed that he would be deciding everything from now on. The people who had been part of the quota were no ordinary cultivators. They did not look at Yi Futian as their leader. He had learned the famous songs in the String Palace on Taishen Mountain, and yet it seemed as if he regarded them as nothing. As he watched them leave, Yi Futian knew that he had offended them, but it was better to speak the ugly truth now to avoid a situation like what had just happened than to have them be bitter at him later. There were only 5 people left now, Yi Futian, Little Phoenix, Wen Shui, Luo Yu, and Deng Hu, who had come with Luo Yu. He was a subordinate of the city lord of Taishen. Let's go, said Yi Futian, and began to leave. Wen Shui watched him. Ever since Yi Futian had been in his mind, he had seemed different than before. His modest demeanor had gradually disappeared, and now there was an overpowering will about him. Perhaps his true self was finally showing. His figure flashed, and Wen Shui was soon riding on his sword. When you played your music, I could feel the true will of swordsmanship. It seemed like the true final strike of the fleeting divine sword, he said. The music comes from the same root as the fleeting divine sword, answered Yi Futian. But I could only feel the will. It is difficult to use the true fleeting divine sword. Wen Shui seemed regretful. Otherwise, when I create my divine wheel of swordsmanship, every time I strike, it will be with a fleeting divine sword. The divine wheel of the great path could directly connect heaven and earth. All of the divine great wheels that cultivators created were different from one another. They had different strengths and weaknesses, and they even had different numbers of them. Wen Shui's entire mind was set upon seeking the way of swordsmanship. He naturally wanted nothing more than to create a giant divine wheel of swordsmanship. Yi Futian and the others continued forward. But after several battles, most of the fruit had already been picked off the trees and taken away. They came upon places where people were fighting, but there was no fruit left on the trees. This was an opportunity for everyone to prove their worthiness to advance to the next level and fight for the right to move forward along the great path. If they had to fight for it, then they would all do so. No one was worried about being polite, or about differences in rank. Yi Futian and the others managed to win another piece of fruit, after which they discovered that there were no more anywhere around them. But everyone was heading towards the tallest mountain. There seemed to be a celestial palace at the top of that ancient peak. It seemed illusory, but everyone could faintly sense the majestic spirits of the heavens and the earth and the will of the great path there. The mountain seemed to be wrapped in will. Everyone was moving towards there as they fought. As they got closer, more and more battles were breaking out at the foot of the mountain. The will was so thick that many gods had been born here. When Yi Futian and the others arrived, they could feel an astonishing pressure, both solemn and divine. The whole mountain was covered thickly in will. It was like they were walking through a fog that slightly blurred their vision. Boom! The sound of thunder came to them, and lightning was falling from the sky somewhere else in the fog, making the whole area tremble. But the mountain was incredibly sturdy. It stood there, unmoved and full of divine majesty. When Yi Futian arrived, he saw several people off to the side, recovering from their wounds. There was a tree there that had endless divine lightning wrapping around it. There was only one piece of fruit on the tree, but it was bigger than the ones he had seen before. It was bathed in the divine lightning of the great path, and thunder was booming in the sky above it. Every time the thunder boomed, the fruit became a bit riper, and the will grew thicker and stronger. It is baptized in thunder, just like the catastrophe of the great path. Yi Futian's heart trembled. This was truly a wonder of the world. This piece of fruit surely contained even more of the will of the great path than the others. There was only one piece of fruit on this tree, but he did not know if there had always just been one or if the others had been taken by other people. Given the situation that they were seeing before them, it was very likely that there had always just been one piece of fruit. All of the will of the great path had been sucked up by that singular piece of fruit. The piece of fruit was wrapped in curling lightning and rolling thunder, making it look like a bright and clear spirit orb. Beside it was a giant divine thunder dragon. It was wrapped around the tree, seemingly waiting for the fruit to ripen even more. It seemed that it would eat the fruit once it had become as ripe as possible. In this way, it would be of the most use to him, allowing him to break through to the level of a demon emperor. There was a purple-robed old man before him with purple eyes. Endless lightning was shooting out of his eyes, and brilliant divine thunderbolts traveled over his robes. A millstone-shaped thundercloud appeared in the sky. It roared and roiled constantly, resonating with the old man's body. "He has a spirit of the great path," whispered Wn Shuyi, an imposing look on his face. The dragon was a great demon cultivator, with a huge form and brilliant lightning traveling through its every scale. It seemed as if he had cultivated his thunder body as much as possible. The old man had taken an extremely important step towards becoming a renhuang, and it could be said that he was already only a half a step away from that plane. If he could carve a wheel of the great path here and use the fruit to activate his renhuang body, then he would be able to prove himself worthy of becoming a renhuang. Yi Futian could also feel how deep this old man's power was. He seemed to even be a step further along the path than his teacher had been when he came out of Emperor Li's palace. Thus, as far as he was concerned, this opportunity was extremely important. He needed this piece of fruit more than anything. "You should all go somewhere else." The old man naturally sensed Yi Futian and the others coming. He swept his gaze over them, and in an instant, the lightning of the great path was piercing through Yi Futian's eyes. It pressed down on his spiritual will. He was obviously trying to make him realize how difficult this would be and thus retreat. There was no misunderstanding that. Read more chapter on novel full. You are at such a high level. You will soon be an emperor. Why don't you give that piece of fruit to those of us who are at a much lower level, said Yi Futian with a grin. Beside him, little Phoenix snorted. But she had already grown used to Yi Futian's shamelessness. Boom! The old man pointed up into the sky, and suddenly, the millstone-shaped cloud flashed with lightning. It was filled with the mighty power of thunder. The figure of a god of thunder appeared up in the sky, huge and powerful. It pressed its palm down towards the ground. All of this happened without the old man saying a word. Because he was only a half step away from the Renhuang plane, he needed the fruit more than them. This was especially true because this fruit was of particular use to him. It would very likely bring him even closer to the Renhuang plane. Anyone who dared block his path would have to die. Wn Shuyi pointed his sword into the air. It cut through the sky, and he rose along with it. The sword cut into the thundering palm, and lightning covered his body. But at the same time, the giant palm was shattered. Yi Futian looked up into the air. He flicked his sleeves and sat down, cross-legged. The guqin rang out once again. This old man was truly fierce. He had not shown them the least bit of politeness. The Guqin music suddenly became loud and sonorous. Wen Shuyi entered the state that he had been in before. When the music entered his ears, it resonated with his sword will. The endless will of heaven and earth entered into his sword. When he felt the power of this will, a look of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes. He turned towards Wen Shuyi and stretched out his hands as thunder will covered him. Suddenly, the will of heaven and earth grew even stronger than before. The entire great path of thunder was under his control. Futian looked up into the sky. He realized that a Renhuang with a spirit of the great path was frighteningly powerful, but their opponent was not quite strong enough. Otherwise, he would be able to wield shocking power like his teacher had at the battle at Brahma's Sky City. He had stretched out his Renhuang will, truly pushing himself to the limit. Not long after that battle, his teacher had entered the Renhuang plain. He saw the old man's finger point downwards. The divine thunder of the great path split the sky, and thunderbolts that looked like dragons shot towards both Wen Shuyi and Futian. Luo Yu moved, the Guqin music resonated with her as well. Her sword moved, forming a barrier of all things above Futian. She did not protect Wen Shuyi. He was already at the nirvana level, and with the resonance of the Guqin music, his power had transformed. He did not fear his opponent's attack. "If you continue to just watch, Elder Dragon, we will have to withdraw," said Futian to the demon dragon as he continued playing the Guqin. Was he waiting there to collect the spoils of victory without lifting a finger to help? The demon dragon looked at Futian. The old man had indeed threatened him, but as long as he was protecting the fruit, he was not afraid. If the situation changed at all, he would just eat the fruit. He was already protecting the fruit, it was already basically his. Why would he participate in the battle? Futian's words were simply ridiculous. He was waiting for the fruit to ripen. Once it had become as ripe as possible, he would eat it. All he needed for this was the fruit itself. When he saw that the dragon did not move, Futian complained to himself that the people here were too savvy. It looked like they would have to rely on their strength instead. The Guqin music grew more and more steady until it was as regular as the passing of the seasons. Wen Shuyi slashed out with his sword again and again. He had already forced the old man to come out and fight in person. While fighting, he could still feel the pressure from the Guqin music. The music seemed to be leading the sword will to attack his spirit. His spirit may have been so strong that it could not be damaged, but it still made him very uncomfortable. The battlefield grew wilder and wilder. The old man was still as sturdy as a mountain, and Wen Shuyi's sword was getting stronger and stronger. But he still could not hurt the old man at all. At the same time, the endless notes floating through the air merged with the sword, becoming a river that flowed between heaven and earth. The old man could faintly sense that something was not right, but he had no way of knowing precisely what it was. He seemed to have a faint sense of something threatening him. Crack! A sharp sound rang out as Wen Shuyi cut at him. The old man transformed into a thunder body, and his spirit materialized, becoming real. He slammed his fist into the sword, and suddenly there was a terrifying burst of energy. That is the sword of Taishen Mountain, but you are not skilled enough to wield it. The old man's hair flew in the wind. Lightning shot out from his eyes towards his opponent. But as the two of them collided, the notes from Futian's Guqin were flowing through the air like a river of swordsmanship. They enveloped the old man. He looked up and suddenly felt a serious threat. This isn't good. He slammed his hand down fiercely, trying to break free of his entanglement with Wen Shuyi. At the same time, terrifying thunder magic burst forth from his body, forming a thunder curtain around him. But at that moment, the flowing river of swords suddenly turned into killing swords. They pierced through the sky, leaving sword marks in the air. They crisscrossed and overlapped, until everything in the space where the old man was coiled up in destructive swords. No, the old man's expression changed. Countless sword slashes suddenly appeared on him. He seemed to have been cut by thousands of swords. A look of fear came over his face. Wen Shuyi thrust his sword forward, cutting right through the body that his opponent had formed with his spirit. In a flash, the old man's body became illusory. He looked down in pain on the scene below him, with a fierce sense of displeasure. He was so close to the Renhuang level, how could he fall like this? Boom! The old man's body shattered into nothingness. Wan Shuyi withdrew his sword. He looked up in surprise at what was happening above him. And not only him, Luo Yu and the others' hearts were pounding. That was not Wan Shuyi's sword. The Guqin music had activated this final sword. It had used the cleave of all things, the perfected cleave of all things. This was just like what had happened on Taishan Mountain. It seemed that the sword of Taishan Mountain looked upon them with favor. 15 people from Taishan Mountain were part of the quota. They all believed that Lord Taishan would not lie to them. The mystery cultivator must be someone on the divine path. So why was he not among them? Why had Lord Taishan reserved 2 places on the quota? Now, they all knew why. He was there. Wan Shuyi drew back his sword and lowered his head. There was an unmistakable look of shock in his deep eyes as he looked at the elegant and handsome young man. He thought of the brief time that Futian had been cultivating at Taishan Mountain. He had entered String Palace to cultivate the Guqin arts and had gone to Sword Abyss to study the sword. He had been quiet and unassuming, modest and restrained. He had not fought with anyone. Who would have thought that this man, who had been cultivating so quietly at Taishan Mountain, the one whom everyone thought was just a lucky young man, was actually someone who had learned the famous songs of String Palace and had completed the second strike of the fleeting divine sword, the cleave of all things. He had defeated the genius cultivators of the divine capital of Shilling using only his own power. He was such a powerful person, and yet the people of Taishan Mountain had not sensed the smallest bit of pride in him. He was so restrained. Indeed, he had only been cultivating at Taishan Mountain for a few short months. Luo Yu felt the same way, and her heart was in turmoil. When she thought of how they had constantly exhorted Shenjing to study hard, her face turned red. It seemed that the one who had helped her discharge so much swordsmanship back then was Shenjing. So, when she and brother Wan Shuyi had been fighting, Shenjing had played the Guqin. The Guqin music had helped stimulate her swordsmanship, and it was not just luck that this had happened. Shenjing had purposely played the Guqin to help her. She felt a little bit gloomy. She should have realized that as soon as Futian played his masterpiece. "Was it you who helped me break through to the next level back then?" she whispered to Futian. Futian looked at her and smiled. "No need to worry about it, Princess Luo Yu. You were only a step away from the next level. Even without my music, you would still have been able to do that soon. Why did you choose to assist me with my swordsmanship?" Luo Yu asked. Her tone and attitude were completely different than they had been before. She was feeling conflicted. "Because me coming into contact with you back in Taishan City turned out to be very lucky," said Futian with a smile. Luo Yu was stunned. Then she seemed to realize something. She looked at Futian as if she was in a trance. It seemed that he was the mysterious swordsman as well. She smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you." Futian smiled again but said no more on the subject. He looked in another direction and said, "We should take care of this matter." At that moment, the demon dragon was still on guard. His massive body was hovering there, and he stared at Futian. He seemed very vigilant. These people had actually killed the old man. The old man had been powerful enough to threaten him. It seemed like if it came to a fight, he would not be able to withstand these human cultivators. "There is no way you will get this fruit. You are strong enough to go and seize fruit from somewhere else. Why waste your time here?" The dragon's voice rolled like thunder. If they attacked him in force and he could not withstand them, he would just eat the fruit right away. "If you eat the fruit, then we will have no choice but to feast on dragon flesh and drink dragon blood," said Futian with a smile. When he heard what Futian had said, the dragon's expression grew dark. Terrible lightning flashed in his eyes as he stared fixedly at Futian. This human was completely shameless. A low roar erupted from his mouth. Divine lightning flashed, and a fierce light shone in his eyes. Futian stepped forward, still holding his Guqin. Wan Shuyi, Luo Yu, and the others followed him, subconsciously accepting him as their leader. They now understood Lord Taishuan's wishes. Futian was their greatest safeguard here. It was unfortunate, then, that when Yi Futian had helped them defeat Li Zun and seize the fruit, Junmu had gotten greedy. Given the strength and talent that he had shown, then even without them, Yi Futian could have defeated Li Zun by himself and taken the fruit. Why would he have given any of the fruit to Junmu? He had tried to steal it. Giving them 2 pieces of fruit was already exceedingly kind. Junmu doing this had made it so that they had needed to part ways. Otherwise, the other people from Taishan Mountain would have been able to see what had just happened. Yi Futian's eyes became incredibly frightening. They seemed endlessly deep, like 2 black holes as he stared at the dragon. The dragon suddenly became irritable, and a series of low roars came from him. He could feel his spiritual well-being infected. Terrible lightning shot out of his eyes towards Yi Futian's, but he could sense a spiritual storm swallowing him. Roar! The dragon gave an earth-shaking roar that thundered through the air. Thousands of bolts of divine lightning fell from the sky. Yi Futian stared at him as he was bathed in endless thunder, saying, "I will only ask you this one more time. Will you withdraw?" The dragon roared as he heard the unmistakable threat in Yi Futian's voice. He became incredibly violent, but he could feel that there was actual danger here. It seemed like the human before him actually held his life in his hands. If he tried to fight or ate the fruit, things would go very badly for him afterward. In the end, he could not withstand the pressure that Yi Futian was putting on him. He gave another earth-shaking roar that made the air itself tremble. He rose up and flew towards the mountains, leaving the fruit behind. Yi Futian walked up to the tree. Beside him, Wen Shui said, "This fruit bears the will of the great path of thunder, and it is still growing. The will within it gets stronger by the moment." Yi Futian nodded. His figure slashed as he rushed towards the tree and picked the fruit. Although it was not completely grown yet, he did not have time to wait. Before, the demon dragon and the old man's struggle had happened because they were both placing all of their hopes upon this one piece of fruit. But Yi Futian was different. This piece of fruit was not his only target. It would be far from enough to sate his ambition. Crunch! A clear sound rang out. Little Phoenix and the others watched in shock as Yi Futian bit into the giant piece of fruit. He was eating it right there on the spot. This Wen Shui and Luo Yu looked at Yi Futian. This was not happening like they had imagined. Little bolts of lightning were flashing from Yi Futian's mouth. This piece of fruit was even bigger than the ones before, but it seemed that Yi Futian would finish it in no time. Lightning flashed all over Yi Futian's body for a time, and within him, a world of lightning formed. The terrible lightning seemed like it would never dissipate. It ran through him, turning his life spirit, the world tree, into a tree of lightning. All of his internal organs and bones were filled with the power of lightning. Boom! Yi Futian took a step forward, and a thunderous boom erupted off of him. "Let's keep moving forward," he said. He felt that his level became more secure. If he could get a few dozen or a few hundred pieces of fruit and eat them slowly, he would eventually be able to break through to the next level. If the cultivators of the Divine Palace knew he wanted to do this, they would probably try to kill him. Each piece of fruit here was very precious. Even if they managed to get a piece of it, most people would save it until they had cultivated up to the peak of their level. He was thinking of breaking through to the next level solely by eating the fruit. Moreover, the fruit contained will within it. It would naturally remain undigested for a while. The 5 of them continued forward. Now that they had witnessed Yi Futian's strength, they knew that he was the one who had used the sword of Taishan Mountain. Thus, they had a lot of confidence in him. He would probably bring a lot of benefits to them in the future. Luo Yu looked off into the distance. What is that over there? It has such a strong life aura. Ahead of them was a place filled with a mystical fog. It was as if a life aura had spread out between heaven and earth. Yi Futian looked over there and could faintly see a towering tree there. The mystical fog was all around the tree, and it seemed like it was actually a life aura. "Let's go take a look." The group sped up. As they got closer, they could see an incomparably giant tree. All of the fruit had already been picked, and what was more frightening was that there was a stream under all the fog. It was the stream of the birth of the way. Yi Futian's heart trembled. This was a legendary place. The water of this stream was the legendary water of life. Every drop had the power to save lives, and could even bring life back to dead bones. At that moment, some people were bathing in the stream, but it was not truly for the purpose of washing, but rather to absorb the life will. Life will was not just useful for saving your life. People who cultivated the way of life were incredibly vigorous. People with a strong life aura were physically very strong and were very difficult to kill. The people who were bathing in the stream saw Futian and the others as well. They looked up sharply at the newcomers. Their eyes were cold, but also very beautiful. All of them were women. One of the people bathing in the stream was as beautiful as a life goddess with her exquisite features. These were all disciples of the divine palace and were all incredible beauties. This is a good place. Futian could not help but marvel. As he said this, their gazes grew even colder. They discharged their auras, and they all fell upon Futian. "Have you seen enough?" came a cold voice. "If you don't mind, could you make some room for me?" Futian walked forward. It seemed like he wanted to enter the stream. "Get out of here," roared the cold voice. Several of the women's expressions changed. They stared at Futian. Futian glanced around, then said, "Don't worry. The stream is so big. I am sure there is room for a few more people." He continued forward as he said this, and stepped directly into the water. How could he pass by such a wonderful place without experiencing it? It could both nourish his world tree life spirit and strengthen his body. Indeed, the instant he stepped into the water, he could feel his soul become incredibly light. It seemed as if his very organs were relaxing. It was such a wonderful feeling. The power of life was, after all, the power of all things in the world. Little Phoenix and the others all watched Futian with mouths wide open. He was just going to go in the water. Although the others were not truly bathing, they still presented a lovely scene. And he was actually Shuyi blinked. He felt the image he had conjured up in his mind collapse a little bit. Would he really be so shameless? Luo Yu reddened as she beheld this scene. This was going very differently from how she had imagined. When those women saw that Futian had gone into the spring, violent, murderous intent swept out. Suddenly, the entire spring was shrouded by a strong will of the way. It was as if it was an endless pure white silver lightning walking about in the spring, and swam toward Futian. Boom! An extremely majestic breath erupted from Futian's body, which turned into a radiant golden body, and a savage power swept out along with sharp and piercing sounds. Futian stood there, his body immense, like a god, difficult to shake. "Get out!" That most beautiful woman, whose eyes were extremely cold, was staring at Futian. "The divine spring of the great path, where all goddesses bathe in it, why do I have to get out?" Futian spoke lightly. The power of the fountain of life instantly entered his body. It flowed across his 4 limbs and the torso. The ancient tree of the world turned into a divine tree, swaying inside the life palace, absorbing the will of the divine spring. This spring water contained a richness of life that far exceeded that of the previous fruit of the way. If it could be completely refined and absorbed into the body, how vibrant would his chances of life be? Perhaps even the physical body would be difficult to destroy. When his thoughts turned to this, the ancient trees of the world absorbed this power frantically. In an instant, his body seemed to have turned into a terrible vortex, causing the spring water to rush into his body madly. In an instant, Futian was overwhelmed by the richness of the breath of life. The women in the divine spring looked bewildered. What was going on? They bathed in the divine spring, gradually digesting and absorbing the will of the way contained within. After this man had stepped into the divine spring, his body seemed to have turned into a vortex. It was trying to devour the entire spring. Shuyi and the others, likewise, were equally puzzled. This guy, he intended to swallow up the entire divine spring? "Stop him," the woman who was in the lead scolded. Suddenly, all the women in the divine spring moved toward Futian. In an instant, many methods bloomed at the same time and rolled toward Futian. Futian's entire body seemed to be cast in gold, and their immense amounts of thunder and lightning swept out. The breath inside his body was magnificent and extremely dominant. Although he was only in the realm of unblemished saint, under that majestic momentum, it was definitely at the breath of nirvana level. When Wn Shuyi and Luo Yu saw this, their hearts were trembling. Just how strong was this guy? Previously, they had seen Yi Futian swallow the fruit of the way when he had gotten it. Yi Futian was indeed an expert at these kinds of abilities. It seemed that he was good at more than just music and swordsmanship. However, although he exhibited many abilities, Yi Futian's attack at this time was still in the realm of swordsmanship. As Sheng Jing, his disguise was a musician swordsman, so these two abilities played a major role while all the others were only ancillary. Seeing these many attacks coming toward him, Yi Futian pointed his finger forward, and a terrifying vortex storm of swordsmanship appeared in front of him, wrapping all the incoming attacks inside. Even more terrifying was that the sword will of Cleave of all things also contained the power to attack divine souls. Bodies were flying out, and many of the goddesses were injured. Some made muffled groans while others' clothing was stained with their own blood. Yi Futian didn't seem to harbor any tenderness for the ladies. Goddesses, the way was hidden within this divine spring. It is meant as an opportunity to prove the way and can be used by anyone. If the goddesses act so insolent as to prevent others from using it, then don't blame me for being merciless, Yi Futian said as he stepped forward. The sword will was murderous as it shrouded the divine spring. What was even more terrifying was that the spring water in the divine spring was continuously decreasing and was still being swallowed madly by Yi Futian. His body was like a bottomless hole, draining the divine spring. The divine tree nourished the life water of this spring, and it was impossible to move it. It could only absorb its will of the way. But Yi Futian, did he want to swallow it completely, or move the divine spring into his body completely? Moreover, was he cultivating the path of devouring? There did not seem to be any the sensation of the breath of devouring the great path, so how did he do it? The woman in the lead saw that Yi Futian was so overbearing in his stance. With a cold countenance, she released her breath and stepped forward, saying, "You should also know that this place is run by the Divine Palace, so this place, by right, belongs to the disciples of the Divine Palace. This proving ground originally belonged to the Divine Palace, but it gave the outsiders the opportunity to cultivate, so that made them eligible to compete for it. Many disciples of the Divine Palace were unhappy about this, but there was nothing they could do. Except for a few top characters, others could only come and compete with the geniuses from the outside. According to the elders of the Divine Palace, this was also a powerful trial for the disciples of the Divine Palace. The woman's name was Lu Qingyao. She was a direct disciple of a prominent figure of the Divine Palace. She was walking in the Divine Spring, and as her body emerged from the Divine Spring, her silvery white dress was spotless. An extremely majestic might now rolled through the world. In an instant, this world turned into a world of frost, everything was about to be frozen. Luo Yu shuddered. She glanced down at her hands and body. There was a snowy white frost invading her body, and the sword will in the surrounding space was also solidified, seemingly frozen. Her ability to sense the outside world was reduced yet again. It was as if she had entered an independent space. Likewise, Yi Futian also felt that his blood flow slowed down as the icy cold will of the way now invaded his body, affecting his senses. He felt that he was no longer in the spring but was now in a frozen world. His perception of the outside world had also slowed. What a powerful technique! It affects the perception of the others and leads one into a space of illusion, Yi Futian secretly remarked. At their level of cultivation, everyone's strength was unfathomably strong. Any kind of carelessness was a matter of life and death. Once the sense of perception was limited, the result would be devastating. On the outside, Lu Qingyao looked coldly ahead, and her eyes seemed to turn white, like snow. Her long skirt fluttered as she moved forward. The world was filled with flying frost. The vast and endless space turned a snowy white, and everything was becoming slower. It was the same with Yi Futian's body. Gradually, the hoarfrost would cover everything, and its will of the way would continue to invade Yi Futian's body until he lost all consciousness. But at this moment, she seemed to feel something suddenly. Her brows were knitted together slightly. She looked up at the void as if she felt an invisible will of the way flowing between heaven and earth, traversing that violent, icy will of the way. Boom! With a loud bang, the world of ice seemed to collapse and shatter. Countless sword will suddenly exploded, tearing the nothingness apart. The look on her face changed slightly as if she looked down at Futian. She saw a pair of terrible sword eyes. It was as if many sharp swords had penetrated her eyes, rushing into her sight and passed through the world of hoarfrost, piercing the sword spirit in the depth of the world. In her pupils, Futian's shadow seemed to be getting closer and closer. She saw the other pointing in the air with his finger, and that finger was like a sword. The moment it struck, time seemed to stand still once again. Ahem! A muffled groan was heard. In the world of white snow, blood trailed down Lu Qingyao's mouth, dripping onto her white skirt. An extremely strong life spirit wrapped around her body, repairing her injury with incredible speed. Watching the scene, the Divine Palace's disciples came to Lu Qingyao's side in a flash, but Lu Qingyao was still staring at Futian inside the divine spring. Her eyes were very cold. There is still some water in this divine spring. If the goddess would like to bathe together, you would be welcome to do so, Futian said. His body was still devouring the life water in the divine spring as if he really wanted to move the spring of life that had nurtured this divine tree for many years into his own body. Who are you? Lu Qingyao stared at Futian. A nobody. I am Shenjing, Futian replied. Shenjing. Lu Qingyao indeed had never heard of the name, but now she would remember it. The divine spring was drying up at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. She didn't bother to go down anymore, but stood there, watching the whole thing from there. She did not believe Shenjing was a nobody. Would a nobody be able to break her technique, as she was a direct disciple of the Divine Palace? And the several people behind him all had extraordinary temperament. In addition, the sword technique that he used before was very likely from Taishan Mountain. It didn't take long for the spring of life to dry up completely. It was absorbed by Futian. At this time, Futian was wrapped within a very abundant breath of life. That will of the way was like a cocoon that made Futian feel that the energy of life was incredibly vibrant. It was as if waves of a river were rushing through his body. Futian closed his eyes and felt that this spring of life's will of the way was sufficient to support his cultivation to the realm of Renhuang. Of course, the premise was that he could break through other areas. Now, if he could refine these powers some more, when the moment the deed of thorough comprehension erupted, this vibrant will of the way surging inside his body would not beneath the nirvana plane. By the way, do any of you have some fruit of the way? I have a friend who also cultivates in the will of life and would like to borrow a couple of fruits of the way. Futian saw that Lu Qingyao and the others from the Divine Palace had not left. After sensing the majestic will of the way inside his body, he thought of Xie Qingyuan. If he didn't save anything for Xie Qingyuan, it would seem unreasonable. Wan Shuyi and Luo Yu stared at Futian, stunned. This guy had devoured an entire spring of life. Now, he wanted to continue robbing the disciples of the Divine Palace. And that Lu Qingyao had extraordinary strength. They had felt her prowess when she released the will of the way. Judging from her status, she was very likely a direct disciple of the Divine Palace. After Futian swallowed the spring of life, he wanted to rob the fruit of the way for his friends. This it was simply too imposing. Even Luo Yu found it slightly unbearable. Did he really have no manners around the ladies? If she only knew that Futian was going to rob the beauty of the Divine Palace in front of her for another woman, what would she think? Lu Qingyao's face turned white and then green. The coldness on her body swept around the world. The frost above the sky roared and roiled. As the direct disciple of the Divine Palace, although her beauty could not be said to be unparalleled in this world, it was still remarkable. She had always been a proud daughter of heaven. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Feeling the chill, Futian whispered under his breath, "If we fight for real, I'm afraid the goddess will not be an adequate opponent. I really don't want to hurt you." Shameless. Each of the regular disciples from the Divine Palace, who were next to Lu Qingyao, had a sour look on their faces. They had never seen such a brazen, shameless person. Futian didn't care how the others regarded him. A chance like this was not easy to fall upon. He would, of course, try to procure more fruits of the way. This was the fruit that could bring those at the peak of Saint Plane closer to Nirvana Plane, so the more, the better. On this trip, all he saw was everyone competing with one another, plundering goods at every chance. He was no exception. With a chill wrapped around him, Yi Futian saw Lu Qingyao and the others looking at him coldly. His eyes shot out a terrible aura of the sword, and he stepped forward. The invisible sword will flowed between heaven and earth, ready to annihilate, which made the surging will of the way from his body even more majestic. As the disciples of the divine palace felt the sword will that flowed between heaven and earth, their expressions became even more awkward. They realized that Yi Futian would deal with them unkindly. But if they were to hand over the fruits of the way to Yi Futian just like that, where would their dignity be as the disciples of the divine palace? Move, a low voice said, and the tyrannical will of the way erupted again. It seemed that they still wanted to give it another shot. Buzz. At the moment they started, Yi Futian's body turned into a residual shadow, fast to the limit. Before someone could even finish their thought, he had appeared in front of them and unleashed an attack with a single finger. That disciple of the divine palace tried to counterattack, but she was in no shape to bear Yi Futian's sword attack. A bloody trail bloomed in the air as her pupils contracted, but she found that there was only a residual image in front of her, and Yi Futian was no longer there. One after another, the shadows sailed across the void. Soon, Yi Futian returned to where he was before. When his figure finally solidified, that sword will suddenly erupted as all the forces from the attack were destroyed. What was more terrifying was that a terrible storm of sword chi had started inside the space, slashed through by countless sword lights. Poof! One after another, muffled groans were heard. Under his sword, everyone was resisting his sword will. Lu Qingyao stood among the crowd, staring at Yi Futian. She clearly felt that someone was being injured. None of the disciples of the divine palace could bear one of his sword attacks. If the goddess would like to continue, the next strike will be stronger, Yi Futian said. Lu Qingyao's face was gloomy. She stretched out her white palm, and on it, there was a fruit of the way, rich with life. Just one. Yi Futian looked at Lu Qingyao and asked. This divine tree gave birth to a divine spring, there should have been more than just one fruit. Lu Qingyao's face was somber as Yi Futian smiled and said, if I were to search you, it wouldn't be good for you. As she waved her palm, 2 more fruits of the way appeared in her hand. She tossed them toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian caught them without much formality and put all 3 fruits of the way of life away. Those were for Xia Qingyuan. After Lu Qingyao passed him the fruits, she ignored Yi Futian and turned around to walk away. One could imagine her feelings at that moment. Everyone else glanced at Yi Futian coldly and then left with Lu Qingyao. Yi Futian didn't pursue them again. 3 fruits of the way was about the right amount, it was quite the harvest. Wan Shuyi and Luo Yu seemed a bit numb. Was this the same humble and low-profiled Shenjing they knew at Taishan Mountain? This was too much of a difference. It was as if they were 2 different people. Yi Futian, who stepped into this land of trial, had completely transformed into a predator. Little Phoenix approached at Yi Futian and looked at him with pleading eyes. What are you looking at? Yi Futian said, looking at her. Everyone needs the will of the way of life, Little Phoenix said feebly. He had taken 3 fruits, and he had no plan to give one to the cute little Phoenix. Yi Futian ignored her and turned to walk forward. He replied in a low voice, there's not enough. The friend that you are going to give them to, is it a man or a woman? Little Phoenix asked, running after him. A woman, Yi Futian replied. I knew it. Little Phoenix looked at Yi Futian and whispered, I am also your friend. How come you are not giving me some? Was she not pretty enough? Or not cute enough? Yi Futian glanced back and saw that Little Phoenix gave him a gentle smile, and there was even some charm to it. She blushed a little bit. Yi Futian looked rather baffled and said, sorry, we are not friends like that. He turned around, moving forward in great strides. You jerk, Little Phoenix cursed loudly. She could forget about getting that precious fruit of the way. He was so heartless, denying her even one fruit. They continued forward and plundered more along the way. On their way to that immortal Fey palace, They had stolen even more fruits of the way, and Yi Futian had reaped a lot and had eaten even more fruits of the way. He was feeling a little bit too full from every other direction. The direction of other cultivators was consistent with his. They were all going toward that immortal Fey palace. Moreover, as he approached, more and more cultivators were also coming. Many of them were geniuses of the top forces, and some were disciples of the divine palace. As Yi Futian and his group walked all the way up the mountain, the divine Fey palace became even clearer. The sky above them and the ancient mountain were filled with the holy power of the divine might of the great path, and it was getting stronger. From all directions of the mountain, people were walking up one after another, and they could all feel a sacred breath. It seemed that there was something holy residing above them. What is that? When Yi Futian saw that in front of the immortal Fey palace at the top, there seemed to be an immense divine tree planted there. What was even more amazing was that this tree had infinite colors, and the color of each giant tree branch was different. They stretched out in different directions and were extremely beautiful. This tree is so huge, little Phoenix looked up and murmured. It has all kinds of fruits of the way, all kinds, Wn Shuyi whispered. There were different fruits on the radiant branches of the divine tree. It was as if this tree alone produced many different fruits with different wills of the way. The whole tree was dazzling and contained boundless and powerful will of the way. Next to the ancient tree, many were standing there. In front of each fruit, there seemed to be at least one or many cultivators guarding it. It was as if they had already laid claim to those fruits of the way. The products have the essence of the sun, the moon, and the sky. Yi Futian looked up. Many had already arrived here, and there seemed to be a dividing line there. Above the mountain, it was forbidden. Someone tried to ascend by force, but a divine golden light on the mountain was descending from the sky. It was a long spear of gold that directly pierced the void and nailed the cultivators who tried to trespass. Gari Shasha. Yi Futian looked at that figure and saw that he was clad in a golden robe, stately and imposing, guarding a golden fruit that was bigger than any of the ones Yi Futian had seen before. It was releasing a golden glow that covered Gari Shasha. Gari Shasha seemed to be comprehending something in tranquility. He was not eating the fruit but was comprehending in front of it. It was not just him, but also other prominent characters were present as well. I never expected the divine tree of comprehension in the legend would actually be true. Wan Shuyi was startled. One could comprehend before the divine tree. It was rumored that in the sea of the path to prove the truth, enlightenment could be obtained before the divine tree, and one could become a Renhuang. Moreover, it was said that the fruits produced from the divine tree of comprehension each contained enough will of the way for someone at the peak of the nirvana plane to cast a divine wheel of the great path. Its will of the way was immeasurable. In another direction, a group came forth. It turned out to be Jun Mu and the others. Apparently, they had also seen Yi Futian and Wan Shuyi. Jun Mu's eyes revealed some disbelief. They had also arrived. But going further up was perhaps an impossibility. The people above would not allow anyone to snatch away their opportunity of the great path. Those were the most prominent figures on this trip, including many who were the direct disciples of the divine palace. Wan Shuyi, Luo Yu, how has your trip with him been? Jun Mu asked Yi Futian and his party. On this trip, they had profited some along the way. Luo Yu looked at Yi Futian and said nothing. If only Jun Mu knew that Yi Futian was the swordsman who made that strike on Taishan Mountain, she wondered how he would feel. If you want, we still have a chance to join hands to try it together, Jun Mu continued. Even he was not certain that he could force his way to the top and see the divine tree of comprehension for himself. Naturally, he, too, wanted to sit under the divine tree and meditate. But those under the tree would not allow anyone to disturb their own meditation, nor compete with them. Therefore, anyone who crossed the boundary would endure their attacks. Infighting already, a cold voice asked. It was from a group of cultivators walking up the mountain. They were from the divine capital of Shilling. With the clashes that were taking place now, all who were victorious would start moving toward this place. Those who came for the trial would eventually appear here. After all, as soon as they arrived, they could see the palace resting at the peak. Yi Futian cast a glance at Luo Yuming. The prince of the divine capital of Shilling seemed to have remembered them. However, although death and injury were inevitable in this place of trial, it was still a troublesome thing to kill a prince of the divine capital of Shilling in front of everyone. There were so many people here that it would be impossible to do such a thing without having outsiders find out. To attract the attention of a peak character such as old demon Luo was definitely not ideal. Luo Yuming seemed to perceive something, and his eyes moved toward Yi Futian. He saw that this musician of Taishan Mountain regarded him with an incredibly indifference and contempt. It was as if, in his eyes, Luo Yuming was someone not worth noting. His attitude was condescending. A chilling intention of murder flashed across his eyes, extremely frigid. All the descendants of old demon Luo had inherited old demon Luo's temper. However, although many had come one after another from below, everyone in front of the divine tree of comprehension was still calmly meditating and cultivating as if immersed in their own perception of the great path. But everyone knew that as soon as someone crossed the boundary, that person would feel the force of attack from above. A while ago, there were already a few cultivators who had perished under these kinds of attacks. "Let's go up," a voice commanded. Not far from Yi Futian and his group, Jun Mu took few people with him, preparing to rush through. Li Jian and Chen Yu of Guqin Valley followed him, after all, ready to join forces. There was also Ma Yi with a few others. If they joined hands together with Jun Mu, naturally, their chance of success would be greater. Of course, Yi Futian and Wn Shuyi had already demonstrated much greater strength than Jun Mu. However, since Yi Futian had already made it clear that he would not necessarily give them the fruit, that only left Jun Mu as a partner. When Luo Yuming and the other cultivators of the divine capital of Shilling saw that Jun Mu and his group were about to move upwards, they also immediately stepped up and said, "Luo Yuming of the divine capital of Shilling wants a space." Anyone who occupied a space above was not an ordinary, simple person. He introduced himself by name because, with his status and strength, there had to be a space for him. There were also several others who took the initiative to step up and were prepared to take advantage of this opportunity to rush through together so that there was a greater chance of succeeding. Instantly, an extremely arrogant might of the way erupted, and everyone stepped up, walking on the mountain path on their way to the divine tree of comprehension. Above them, everyone watched. Everyone who was there was an extraordinary character. Among them were Gari Shi of the Golden Divine Nation, Li Zun of the Divine Sword Li family, Chang Feng Lai of the Changfeng family, and Qin Zong of the Sky-Burying God clan. There were also several direct disciples from the Divine Palace, each of whom was an extraordinary figure with an exemplary breath. Those who were able to stand there had already experienced a great battle, so if anyone else wished to go up, then they must be even more outstanding than the people who were already there. Otherwise, there would be no place yielded for them there. In front of the divine tree of comprehension, many eyes were now on the place below. All the figures were indistinct as divine will shrouded the void, and the will of the way flowed between heaven and earth. Yi Futian could clearly feel a domineering might brewing and could explode at any time. These people seemed to have reached a certain tacit agreement. Yi Futian marveled secretly. As his voice fell, he saw several people moved at the same time. In the sky above Li Zun, countless swords manifested, and a sword river appeared directly between heaven and earth, slaughtering toward the sky below. In an instant, everyone was attacked by the sword river. Bang! Luo Yuming was extremely forceful. He lifted the great demonic palm print and blasted toward the sky above, smashed the swords directly, and continued upward. Other cultivators all launched counterattacks to shatter the power of swordsmanship that came for them. However, this only seemed to be the beginning. After Li Zun's sword, Qin Zong of the Sky-Burying God clan turned radiant all over, the starry lights flowing. He took a single step, and ranges of mountains descended from the sky, bombarding the crowds below. For a time, destructive turbulence of methods raged wildly. But this did not stop. Afterward, Chang Feng Lai attacked, and Gari Shi pointed downward to unleash the golden spear from the sky. The sound of violent collisions was heard, and under the continuous attacks of several top characters, many were unable to bear the attacks and retreated from the shock. "There is no place for you here," a forceful and overbearing voice said, and another figure in front of the divine tree of comprehension made a move. That person emanated a terrible breath. There seemed to be a ghostly figure behind him. This apparition merged into the great path of heaven and earth when the other person's palms made a squeezing motion in the air. Suddenly, everyone who was battling below felt that their spirit was being held captive. An extremely strong sense of crisis was born, and their countenance changed. What was this ability that could directly ignore external defenses and attack the spirits instead? The apparition squeezed in the air again. Puh. Some people vomited blood, their faces pale as sand, and fell to the ground. Others spat out blood, their faces pale, and felt their circulations impeded. That's his disciple. Many people instantly remembered a great man in the divine palace, who did not have many disciples. His ability in cultivation was very rare and required a very special talent. The person who attacked looked very young. They were fair-skinned like a woman. His demeanor was very delicate, and he had a head of dark hair freely hanging. But his dark eyes added a sense of gentleness. It was a direct disciple of the divine palace, by Xiao. He was also brilliant among the direct disciples of the divine palace, but in the battles within the divine palace, he lost to another more powerful person, so he did not get a place and needed to come here to fight for it. But his strength was definitely horrific, especially his cultivation ability. It is the direct disciple of Lord Underworld. Lord Underworld is an expert in methods that directly attack the spirit. It was very fearsome and could kill invisibly. Judging from this person's appearance, it should be Bai Xiu, the youngest of all Lord Underworld's disciples. Although he did not get a placement this time, in time, he will be even more terrible. This trip will strengthen his realm, Luo Yu explained. Her father, the city lord of Taishan City, was a disciple under Lord Taishan. He was a prominent figure in his own right, so Luo Yu knew quite a lot about the outside world. Yi Futian nodded. There was a strange ability floating in the void, like an apparition that had integrated into the great path of heaven and earth. This may be the life spirit ability, a special talent. He also cultivated a similar ability, celestial soul attraction, which was a mystical way inherited from the celestial gate of vast heaven, but even celestial soul attraction was slightly different from this. As the top principality of the higher heavens realm, the divine palace taught throughout the world, and it was completely expected that there would be all kinds of abilities within the divine palace. After a series of continuous attacks, all the cultivators were now suppressed, and the majority of them were injured. Even Luo Yuming and other cultivators from the divine capital of Shilling were the same, just like Junmu and his party. Several of them had been hit hard, and their faces were pale. For example, Li Jian and Chen Yu, who were experts at melody, suffered a great injury to their spiritual powers under Bai Xiu's attack, which directly aimed at the spirit. Along with all the other attacks launched at the same time, they were instantly crippled. Junmu also suffered a slight injury. He was knocked down by the attack. His expression was unpleasant. Were these people preventing the others from going up? It seems that the benefits have been distributed, and those who arrive later will have a hard time partaking any further, Wen Shui said as he watched the scene play out before him. The meaning of their alliance was easy to understand. The previous battle had determined the power structure up there. Next, they wanted to stabilize the configuration without allowing more players to participate. Even if they were better than the people who were already in it, it was difficult to get up there. It was not as simple as they had thought. At this time, a group of people traveled upward in a flash. The person in the lead was extremely beautiful. It was Lu Qingyao, who had been robbed by Yi Futian not long ago. She looked up and said, "Brothers, may I have a place?" "Doesn't junior sister Lu just comprehend in the fountain of life?" a young man asked. He was also a disciple of the divine palace. Lu Qingyao's face changed slightly. She turned her head, looked in a certain direction, which was just where Yi Futian was. "It was taken away by someone," Lu Qingyao replied. The people above were silent and looked in one of the directions, and from what seemed to be the top of the divine tree of comprehension, someone glanced at Lu Qingyao and said, "Sister Qingyao, come up." "Thank you, senior brother." Lu Qingyao nodded and moved upward. Gari Shi and the others revealed surprise in their eyes. They glanced at the person who spoke. But, in the end, they didn't say anything. Their silence wasn't entirely out of fear, but the speaker was definitely one of the most excellent people here. If there were a conflict with him, the consequences would be unpredictable. After all, there were still some spaces left in front of the divine tree of comprehension. That fruit of the way, then, is yours. The speaker pointed to a fruit of life. Lu Qingyao responded by nodding. Thank you. The looks on the face of the people below were not so good. Such a precious fruit was now distributed to someone just like that. The direct disciples of the divine palace were such good sports. What should we do? Little Phoenix whispered to Yi Futian. I'm waiting for someone. Yi Futian said, and he looked to the side. After a while, there was a figure traveling with a sword, coming toward this way. Upon seeing that figure, Yi Futian smiled. Yaya had arrived. After Yaya arrived, she saw Yi Futian and came to his side in a flash. You are here. Yi Futian smiled. He took out 2 fruits. One was filled with powerful sword will, and the other contained a strong breath of life. He said, eat them first. Yaya looked at Yi Futian. This guy, really, she thought. But she nodded gently anyway, took them, and ate them both. Yi Futian had given them for her to eat, so there was no need to be coy. All around, whoever perceived the breath of these fruits, all looked in Yi Futian's direction. They couldn't help but show a strange look. How dare they devour the fruits of the way in front of them like this? Junmu also looked bewildered. Besides the sword-shaped fruit that he had captured from the hands of the divine sword Li family, did he also take the fruit of life? Little Phoenix looked at Yi Futian, unhappy, and gritted her teeth. This be asterisk starred. Before, he was reluctant to give her even 1 fruit when she asked him, but now, he had given 2 fruits to the woman who just came. This was ridiculous. And this woman was not even that beautiful. Wn Shuyi and Luo Yu were speculating about the relationship between the two. Shunjing called her his sister, but she didn't seem like his sister in any way. Path companion? Not really. So, what was their relationship? Others also stared at Yi Futian. He tossed out the 2 fruits just like that. Did he have any more on him? That gesture was generous enough. Yaya sat cross-legged, digesting the power of the fruits of the way. Within her body, a powerful sword will and life will flowed back and forth until the sword will become more magnanimous. The infinite sword will wrapped around her. It seemed to engrave the true will of swordsmanship into the meridians and skeletons of her body and transform them. Yi Futian looked down at Yaya. Once upon a time at the Battle of the Demon Realm, Yaya guarded him at all costs and suffered grave injury, but she also gained a lot. After returning to the Nirvana realm, it had deepened another layer of comprehension in her cultivation. Her swordsmanship had become more mature and powerful than before, and she had a greater comprehension of swordsmanship. This allowed her to perfect her own attack techniques, such as the sword matrix of the void, making it even more excellent. Now that she had just eaten 2 fruits of the way, it would allow her to advance to the next level in the Nirvana plane. How many fruits do you have? Yaya was still cultivating when a voice was heard. The person who spoke was Luo Yuming of the divine capital of Shilling. Obviously, he had some thoughts about Yi Futian. They had not bothered with Yi Futian and the others from Taishan Mountain before, because they were busy seizing this time to raid all the fruits of the way here. But now, almost all the fruit was gone, and all sorts of opportunities had been taken away. Perhaps only here at the divine tree of comprehension could there be a possibility to meditate the great path. But the people above had already made their arrangements, and they were unable to force their way in. Since this was the case, they had no choice but to settle for the second option. Yi Futian looked up at Luo Yuming. There was a bit of coldness in his eyes. He didn't want to haggle with the other, but it seemed that Luo Yuming had plans for the fruits of the way that were in his possession. Quite a lot. Yi Futian smiled at Luo Yuming and said. Yi Futian's answer stunned not only Luo Yuming but the people all around them. A lot. And, he admitted it so blatantly. Was he looking for trouble? Wn Shuyi and Luo Yu also expressed a look of surprise. This was a totally different person from the Shunjing on Taishan Mountain. The others were also somewhat moved as they turned their attention to Yi Futian. Is that so? Luo Yuming took a step forward, and the demonic will on his body was tossing and rolling. He smiled cruelly at Yi Futian. After these people from Taishan Mountain had fought each other, they were still so arrogant, unaware of their impending death. If so, why not give them to me? Luo Yuming stepped forward and spat with a creepy and eerie tone. Sure, come and get it, Yi Futian replied. When Luo Yuming saw that Yi Futian was so confident, in turn, he was a little doubtful. At this level of cultivation, his intelligence should be higher, not lower, right? Then, where did Yi Futian's boldness come from? This stopped Luo Yuming in his tracks, and he seemed to be second-guessing his own judgment. Unless he was emboldened because of Wen Shuyi and the others? He looked at Wen Shuyi and the others and saw that Wen Shuyi was standing right behind Yi Futian at the moment, which made him even more suspicious. Aren't you going to come and get it? Yi Futian looked at him and continued. Previously, Luo Yuming was not too concerned with Yi Futian, but now that he was being so bold, he was suspicious and dared not act lightly. Of course, Luo Yuming said, and with the will of the Wei roaring, the cultivators of the divine capital of Shilling around him also released great and strong will. A sense of death rushed directly toward Yi Futian and the others. Even Luo Yuming's eyes released a terrible will of death that rushed directly into Yi Futian's eyes. However, where the dead air entered, it was drowned out by the majestic will of life and had no effect on him at all. In the old days, when the divine capital of Shilling entered Taishan Mountain, you wanted to experience the cultivation of the disciples of Taishan Mountain. At the time, I had just arrived at Taishan Mountain as a musician. Now that I have learned a few things from Taishan Mountain, I will enlighten you today. The moment he finished, a tremendous sense of will erupted fiercely from him. In an instant, the sky above him shrieked, the sword chi wailed, and countless divine swords were beginning to form. Not only that, but streams of sword will went toward the void, flowing between heaven and earth. Looking up, the currents of sword will were visible to the naked eye, flowed through every space, as if omnipresent. Many looked at the battle here and felt the magnificent will erupt from Yi Futian. Many showed a peculiar look. Was this might that was released by someone of the unblemished realm? Even someone of the Nirvana plane would not be able to surpass this by much. Furthermore, Yi Futian's vitality was booming. His entire body was shining brightly, dazzling with divine light. At this moment, he was like a divine sword that had been unsheathed. This strong. Jun Mu and the others were confounded. What was going on? Didn't Yi Futian cultivate in music at the String Pavilion and then went to Sword Abyss to watch the swordplay by the swordsman? Why was his swordsmanship this strong? In front of Yi Futian, the endless flowing sword will now condensed into a real, sharp sword. At this moment, Yi Futian closed his eyes as if he no longer needed to see with his eyes. He no longer needed to use movements to control the sword. Pest! A sharp shrieking sound was heard. It was extremely harsh and made many feel very uncomfortable. The currents of sword will flowing between heaven and earth formed a terrible sword river of true will, roaring and howling toward the cultivators of the divine capital of Shilling. In this instant, all the cultivators of Shilling felt an unparalleled power of slaughter. It was as if everyone was inside this sword river and could not escape. People all around felt the strength of this sword will, and many evaded and gave way to the battlefield to avoid being affected. Yi Futian's body gradually levitated in the air. He sat there in midair with a sword in front of him. As his mind moved, the sword struck. Between heaven and earth, a real sword river appeared, sweeping through the void. The infinite sword will was unleashed at the same moment, cutting through the void. Those Saint Plain cultivators from the divine capital of Shilling were all of a powerful existence, which is why they were given a space to come here. But at this time, under this strike, they all felt inconsequential. The violent demonic might exploded, and darkness shrouded the world. But wherever the sword chi passed, everything turned into nothingness, and all was wiped out. The murderous sword river traversed this space, and sounds of muffled groans could be heard. Many of the cultivators of the divine capital of Shilling stiffened and stood in place, blood trailing down the corner of their mouths, and their faces were pale as sand. And that brilliant sword strike took direct aim at Luo Yuming across the space. Luo Yuming's face changed because he could already sense how strong this strike was going to be. A terrifying demonic might erupted, and behind him, a body akin to a death demon appeared, and with it, numerous death spears were launched. However, under that sword will, there was no way for the spears to gain an upper hand, as they were immediately shattered and pulverized. In this instant, he seemed to have returned to the same scenario that day on Taishan Mountain. Boom! A great palm print of the demon god smashed out, and Luo Yuming rapidly retreated to leverage its momentum. But Yi Futian was still sitting upon the void with his eyes closed, and as the sword chimed, he was clearly controlling the sword remotely. The dazzling divine sword was going forward without resistance, headed directly for Luo Yuming. Boom, boom, boom. The sword penetrated everything, and no matter where Luo Luoming retreated, the sword was still right there. Even the currents of the sword will between the heaven and the earth drowned his body, bisecting the void as if to bury him within the sword. Luo Yoming's face paled. Suddenly a terrifying might of pressure exploded from his body, and an implement now appeared in his hand, emitting the intention of a demonic emperor. Is he looking for death? When people saw this, they exclaimed secretly in their hearts. Sure enough, a destructive divine light of the great path suddenly spilled down from the sky above. It smashed down on that Renhuang implement. The same destructive divine light of the great path also attacked Luo Yuming at the same time, and he was hit instantly. His body fell weakly downward as he kept vomiting massive amounts of blood. The divine palace gave an allotted quota to the top principalities of the higher heavens realm so that their disciples could come to prove themselves and compete for the opportunity of the great path. It was not an occasion for them to show off with divine implements. Anyone who dared to resort to a Renhuang-level implement would be immediately detected and dealt with, hence the scene that had just played out. It was a wretched affair. Luo Yoming's body fell heavily to the ground. The sword will was chilling, and Yi Futian's sword pointed to his forehead. It was as if with a turn of Yi Futian's mind, hundreds and thousands of swords would descend. It's you. Luo Yuming stared at the sword pointing at him. This was déjà vu, similar to what happened on Taishan Mountain before. This was the same sword as on Taishan Mountain. Actually, it was a more mature sword, except the sword on Taishan Mountain had taken the advantage of the character of the way. The sword was still pointing at him, and Yi Futian didn't respond. Junmu's face instantly became extremely disturbed, but he was not alone. It was the same for several other disciples of Taishan Mountain who followed him. It was the same sword. That extremely radiant sword on Taishan Mountain, at this time, was blooming here. How could it be him? Many people felt a little surreal. Li Jian, Chen Yu, and Ma Yi had seen Yi Futian first come to Taishan Mountain. They had watched Yi Futian practice music in Guqin Valley. However, how could he be capable of such a radiant strike by the sword? It was the second level of the fleeting divine sword, the cleave of all things. The allotment of space. When their thoughts turned to this, they realized that Lord Taishan had known all along, and that was why he had sent Yi Futian to accompany them. How many positions do you think this sword deserves? Yi Futian's eyes opened. He didn't bother with Luo Yuming, but instead, he looked up at the divine tree of comprehension. For the divine tree of comprehension, his goal was not simply one space. In the sky above, in front of the divine tree of comprehension, all eyes were gazing down at Yi Futian. This sword strike, indeed, qualified him to meditate before the divine tree and obtain the fruit of the way. However, Yi Futian had come late. Lu Qingyao's eyes were indifferent. A ray of cold air drifted out from her, and a young man not far from her looked at her and asked, "Is this the person who robbed junior sister Spring of Life?" Lu Qingyao nodded, and swiftly, several disciples of the divine palace stared at that figure. This time, a number of outstanding figures had converged from each of the top principalities. Gari Shi of the Golden Divine Nation was extraordinary in strength and was extremely arrogant. He was unwilling to enter the divine palace to cultivate, But his combat power was not any less than its direct disciples. Of all the direct disciples here, none had the confidence that they would overcome Gari Sheshe. Qin Zong was of the sky-burying god clan. His attack power was equally as powerful, and he was unmatched. And now, this swordsman, who came from Taishan Mountain, seemed to be very strong. Moreover, he claimed to be a musician of Taishan Mountain. Yet, his one-sword strike was able to thrash all the cultivators of the divine capital of Shilling, including the son of old demon Luo Yuming. And what was really wild was this man dared to raid the disciple of the divine palace and filch the fountain of life and the fruits of the way on their home territory. It was truly unimaginable. Gari Sheshe and his cohort also looked at Yi Futian. On the day of the Battle of Taishan Mountain, Gari Sheshe had been present and witnessed the sword that defeated the disciples of the divine capital of Shilling, which caused great embarrassment to the cultivators of divine capital of Shilling. At the time, many thought that there had been a Ren Huang secretly aiding, but now it appeared that it was the young man before them, that inconspicuous musician Shen Jing. Furthermore, his sword method of the fleeting divine sword had far exceeded that of Wn Shuyi. Therefore, was it possible that he was the disciple hidden by Lord Taishan? Lord Taishan claimed that he would not accept any more direct disciples. He had been unwilling to accept Gari Sheshe as a disciple, but now it seemed to all be an excuse. It was likely that Lord Taishan had already had a disciple but had not publicized it. So, was this the reason why Lord Taishan was unwilling to accept him? If it was a competition of swords, then Shen Jing, indeed, was more suitable than him. But the truth was that Gari Sheshe was overthinking the matter. While it seemed to be logical, but, in fact, except for the grand event on Taishan Mountain that day, Yi Futian had never seen Lord Taishan. So, how could he be his disciple? Lord Taishan left a space for him merely because he knew that the sword back then was from him. However, this man's swordsmanship was superb. He had incredible strength. Although he was only in the unblemished plane, his whole body was radiant, and the will of the way in him was glorious. It was as if he had ingested several fruits of the way, which boosted the body's vitality and essence. The will that was flowing out of him was no less than that of the nirvana plane. But even so, it was still difficult to force his way through by force. There is no place for you here, in front of the divine tree, the young man next to Lu Qingyao said quietly. Suddenly several disciples of the divine palace expressed a look of sympathy. Even though he had demonstrated tyrannical prowess, there was still no place for Yi Futian. If he said no, then, naturally, there would be none. Yi Futian looked up at the sky and the divine tree of comprehension. There was no place for him. He stepped into the void and said with a smile, "What if I insist?" "Then try, and you will know," the young man from the divine palace continued, his tone indifferent but firm as if there was no room for doubts. Insist. Perhaps, if he had reached Nirvana plane, he would have a chance at a fight, but for now, as someone of the unblemished plane, he was not qualified to ask this question. Yi Futian glanced at the sky above, then walked toward Luo Yuming. He looked at the cultivators of the divine capital of Shilling. He said, "Hand over the fruits of the way that you have." Luo Yuming regarded him with an extremely somber countenance. A sword was circling Yi Futian. The sound of the sword chiming hurt their ears as the sword moved forward. It was now circling Luo Yuming, who was heavily injured. "If I had to do it myself, it would cost you much more than just some fruits of the way," Yi Futian said again. If they wanted his fruits, then they would have to pay the price. It would not be so cheap. Luo Yuming was not weak, and with the cultivators of the divine capital of Shilling, they should have robbed him of the fruits right away. Furthermore, as the son of old demon Luo, no one dared to fight Luo Yuming for it, and only he should be the one controlling the fruits. "You sure you want them?" Luo Yuming stared at Yi Futian. There were hints of demonic will in his pupils. Pest! The sword came down, and a terrible storm of sword qi went directly toward Luo Yuming. His face was extremely gloomy as he stretched out his palm, and 3 fruit of the way appeared suddenly. He tossed them toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian caught them and put them away. He smiled and looked at Luo Yuming, saying, "Judging from your strength, there ought to be more than 3. The divine capital of Shilling had 10 spaces, and with an average of 1 fruit of the way per person, they would need to raid no less than 10 fruits of the way to share them evenly. Even if not everyone received a fruit, 3 fruits of the way was simply too few. Based on Luo Yoming's character, he would definitely kill and plunder. From their entry into Taishan Mountain, intending to forcibly interrupt Lord Taishuan's breakthrough, their overbearing stance was more than obvious. Therefore, they could not possibly have so few fruits in their possession. It seems that I have to check myself. Yi Futian walked forward. Luo Yoming's face was gloomy. He said, "Shenjing, I will remember your name." As he finished speaking, he waved his palm. One after the other, fruits of the way flew toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian stretched his hand and took them with a flick of his sleeve. He was able to take them in one swooping motion. There were 5 of them in total. As he expected, Luo Yuming had taken 8 fruits. He first handed over 3, wanting to hide the other 5. Then, "You better remember it well." Yi Futian turned around with a smile, without pursuing the matter further. With 8, he was already somewhat satisfied. In addition to the other fruits he had plundered before and the divine tree of comprehension above, the harvest this time was bountiful. He means business. The people all around couldn't help but twitch a bit. In this land of trial, many didn't even get so much as 1 fruit, and others had been robbed of theirs. Yi Futian took care of the divine capital of Shilling and took 8 fruits of the way. Coupled with what he already had, it was no wonder that he could afford to be so generous. He had given 2 fruits of the way to the woman in front of him. Junmu's face was becoming even more disturbed. The more outstanding Yi Futian was, the more it accentuated his pettiness from before. He could see that the eyes of the people around him had changed already. They were thinking that Shenjing had gotten so many fruits that perhaps even Wen Shuyi and Lu Yu would all be able to partake. And they had, up until now, only procured 2 fruits by Jumu, which was simply not enough for everyone. These 2 fruits of the way probably wouldn't even be enough for Junmu himself. It was likely that he would never hand them over but had saved them for himself. After he finished this, Yi Futian looked up and stepped forward, facing Wen Shuyi. He said, "If I gift you a song, would you dare fight me?" Wan Shuyi was stupefied. Was Yi Futian asking him to fight? Glancing at the figures above, there was Li Zun of the Divine Sword Li family, who had defeated him before, as well as Qin Zong of the Sky-Burying God clan. There was also Gari Shi of the Golden Divine Kingdom and several direct disciples of the Divine Palace. Every one of them was of a genius-level existence, and they was not people he could contend with by himself. He knew this very well. But Yi Futian wanted him to fight. Clearly, Yi Futian wanted to enhance his swordsmanship with his music. Seeing Yi Futian's eyes, Wen Shuyi's enthusiasm was piqued once again, as it had been when he first entered the Sea of the Path. He replied, "What is there to be afraid of?" He stretched out his hand. The sword will moved about on his body, and the spirit of the sword appeared instantly. The palm of his hand went over the spirit of the sword, and drops of blood dripped down. A breath of terror flowed over the spirit of the sword, and the breath upon his body was madly rushing toward the spirit of the sword. Above the firmament, the sword will rolled in waves, and there seemed to be infinite sword chi being born. "Sword, come!" Wen Sho shouted, and in an instant, infinite sword will poured into his body. It poured into the spirit of the sword, forged a dazzling divine sword. His body was bright all over, sharper than ever. The man and sword were now one. Behind Wen Shuyi, Yi Futian sat cross-legged, playing the guqin with both hands. When the music sounded, many felt their hair stand on end. Their bodies tensed up, and their hearts beat faster. Above the sky, wind and clouds were moving. Infinite melody integrated into Wen Shuyi's mind, and the music and the sword became one. At this moment, Wen Shuyi had a feeling that though he knew that he would lose, he was unafraid. Though the great path was imperfect, he would still break the shackles and compete with heaven and earth. At this moment, he wanted to howl into the sky. The sound of guqin complemented his mood at the moment perfectly, and it also completed the sword. "Thanks." Wen Shuyi raised his head to look into the void and took a step forward. This expression of gratitude was naturally for Yi Futian. No matter victory or defeat, it was enough that he had this song to enhance this sword. This is impossible. Junmu couldn't help but make a sound. His face changed rapidly, and he even appeared a little pale. His eyes fixed on Yi Futian. This was absolutely impossible. The hearts of Li Jian and Chen Yu were also beating violently. They felt a little unreal when they regarded Yi Futian. They had cultivated in Taishan Mountain for many years and spent many years in String Valley, but they had never seen anyone from Taishan Mountain perform this song, never, and Yi Futian, how could he possibly know it? This song actually matched the music played by Lord Taishan that day. Although it was far from the artistic conception conveyed by Lord Taishan, it possessed quite some sophistication. This was the lost sound of the Great Path, the song of the lost divine. Was Shun Jing a direct disciple of Lord Taishan? Li Jian couldn't help but ask herself if this was also the reason for Junmu's unrequited love affair. Yi Futian's knowledge of the song of the lost divine could only have one explanation. On Taishan Mountain, only the String Emperor had cultivated the song of the lost divine and would not easily pass it on to ordinary disciples. Unless but Lord Taishan made it clear that he would not accept disciples anymore. Once upon a time, her master, the Taishan Hierophant, had wanted to send her to Lord Taishan as an apprentice, but this had ultimately been refused by Lord Taishan. Not only the disciples of Taishan Mountain were full of suspicion, but everyone else thought so, too, such as Gari Sheshe. Today, at this place of trial, someone actually performed the lost sound of the Great Path. A song of swordsmanship. Wan Shuyi's sword broke through the air. At this time, he had completely entered a state of ecstasy and total selflessness. When the way had been revealed, death was no longer fearsome. At this moment, he had the illusion that the way was upon him. Li Zun of the divine sword Li family emitted a dazzling sword light from his pupils. He took a step out, and countless divine swords fell down, slamming at Wan Shuyi. Wan Shuyi waved his sword, and the sword countered the Great Path. Li Zun's swords were torn and smashed instantly. A glimmer of the sky opened up, straight through the firmament. Li Zun's expression changed rapidly, the spirit of the sword condensed and manifested, and infinite sword will descended from the sky. The divine sword of Doomsday was born and fell straight down. Open! Li Zun shouted, and with it, the sword descended. At the same time, Wan Shuyi's sword approached, and the two swords collided. In an instant, a violent storm of swordsmanship raged and swept wildly in all directions. Li Zun's sword was the sword of Doomsday, meant to destroy all existence. Wan Shuyi's sword was the sword of reversal. The song of the lost sound of the Great Path signified the imperfection of the Great Path, and the only remedy was the sword. The sound of Guqin could still be heard in the void, as countless notes merged into the sword, forming a reverse current of swordsmanship, which caused the sword river to reverse its course and flood toward Li Zun. Buzz! Everyone saw Li Zun's sword retreating, knocked back into the void while Wan Shuyi was surrounded by infinite sword will. He took a step and reached for the sword and pointed it toward the sky. Instantly, a devastating storm of sword chi circled upward, intending to shatter the sky. Li Zun's expression was terrible. He had been defeated once before already. Yi Futian and Wan Shuyi teamed up and defeated him. Now, this piece of music was even more powerful than the one performed previously, and Wan Shuyi's sword was, likewise, stronger. But at this moment, someone else made a move. Qin Zong's palm pressed downward, and a force that could suppress the heavens came down. With it, stone tablets appeared between heaven and earth, and each tablet contained inscriptions composed of signs and symbols, camouflaging the will of the Great Path. Qin Zong squeezed his palm, and suddenly, the many stone tablets revolved around Wan Shuyi's body. At the same time, the infinite will of the Great Path that was hidden within the inscription of the tablets shot toward Wan Shuyi, like golden flashes of lightning. Boom, boom. Under the endless will of the inscriptions, Wan Shuyi seemed to be trapped in it. Many stone tablets loomed over him, seemed to try to bury him. The sky-burying god clan claimed to be able to bury the Great Path of all heavens, arrogant beyond compare. Qin Zong, as the genius existence of the sky-burying god clan, was super powerful. He was nearly at the peak, not far from Ren Huang. One could only imagine his prowess. The great path was buried in it. Countless golden lightning shot toward Wen Shuyi, wrapping around his sword and destroying his will. But the melody of the music was still the same, as the music became more and more urgent. Wen Shuyi swiped his palm across the sword in front of him, and there was blood on the sword, releasing a brilliant bloody light. At this moment, Wen Shuyi closed his eyes. He wanted to forget about his sword, and immersed himself in the swordsmanship within the music, for that was the true great path. A momentous force came slaughtering toward him. Wen Shuyi unleashed the sword strike, and the sword opened up the sky. In an instant, the sword light diffused, and silence filled the surrounding space. Everything seemed to be standing still. In the next moment, the crowd saw the stone tablets shattering bit by bit, disintegrating, and turning into dust in the void. Senior brother Wan. Below, Luo Yu was shocked to witness this scene. Her heart beat wildly, and her eyes were fixed on the sword above the sky, what seemed to be a strike that was quite unremarkable. Fleeting. Luo Yu murmured under her breath. This was the fleeting divine sword. As time passed, all things withered away. Even if it was just a hint of fleeting, it was still so mighty, so powerful that it simply smashed Qin Zong's overbearing attack, leaving no room for doubt. However, senior brother Wen hadn't even truly mastered the second level of the divine sword, cleave of all things, so how could he have released fleeting? Was it because of the music? The lost sound of the great path, the song of the lost divine. The song had allowed Wen Shuyi to experience the way. It was a true experience at that. Since he had already experienced the feel of it, then he would most certainly get to that place someday in the future. Could the song of the lost divine really be this magical? She had heard her father saying that Lord Taishen had comprehended the way from music, and realized many abilities, including the ultimate swordsmanship, the fleeting divine sword, and many other methods. All were from his own cultivation and integrated with his comprehension of the lost sound of the great path, which finally formed his own method. The stone tablets were shattered, and Wen Shuyi continued upward. Another sword strike was unleashed, and even that divine tree of comprehension let out some noises. The other cultivators changed their expressions when they saw what he was doing. More golden divine lightning came down from above. It was absolutely domineering. A figure seemed to directly stop the great path of insight. Instead, he stepped out and came to the sky above Wen Shuyi. It was Gari Shi of the divine golden nation. One after another, golden spears penetrated the void, moving toward Wen Shuyi. The heaven and earth cried out as if on the verge of destruction. The endless golden spears came down murderously, but under the fleeting divine sword, everything was annihilated into nothingness. But there was an even more disturbing scene above the dome. An ancient golden god stood in the sky and merges one with Gari Shi, so that he seemed to have been transformed into an ancient god. He was even more dominating and incomparable. The ancient god held out his hand, and the countless golden spears above the sky gathered into one. They transformed into a substantial golden divine spear and aimed straight down below. There seemed to be endless golden lightning around the golden spear, and this blow seemed capable of destroying and shattering the world. Wen Shuyi still didn't retreat. The sword went straight for the golden spear. The fleeting divine sword collided with the long spear of celestial divinity. Countless golden lightning drowned and pulverized it, but the sword also retreated. How strong! The crowd looked at the golden spear of Gari Shi, whose attack was extremely overbearing. It caused the formation of a destructive vortex of a storm in the space where they were. Wake up! In the void, the disciple of Divine Palace, Bai Xiu, squeezed his palm in midair. Instantly, Wen Shuyi felt very uncomfortable. It was as if all his senses were isolated. However, Wen Shuyi still did not retreat. He dragged his sword toward the void, his eyes still closed, moving toward the sky above step by step. The sound of Guqin was so pure in his ears that, at this moment, no matter the outcome, whether it was winning or losing, he would able to accept either. Boom! Gari Shersha moved again. The golden divine spear passed through heaven and earth as other cultivators also attacked in unison. But Wn Shuyi still moved forward and unleashed the last strike. The crowd saw a sword light, brilliant like fireworks. The glory of that instant was so dazzling that it moved and shocked everyone who beheld it. The moment the sword light fell, everything withered, and many methods of attack around him were pulverized into dust. Even that golden spear was breaking inch by inch. It shattered until it became nothing. One sword breaks all methods. Anyone who stared at this scene was trembling and speechless. Wn Shuyi was actually able to unleash such a sword strike. Ahem. A light cough was heard, and there was blood trailing down from the corner of Wn Shuyi's mouth. His breath was weakening rapidly. He was clearly unable to fight any longer. In fact, in his previous battle with Li Zun, he had served the sword spirit with blood, and even more so in this battle. He had exhausted the strength of his body to the extreme, thus making that final instant of glory possible. Although he could fight no longer, Wn Shuyi's eyes revealed a smile. This was swordsmanship. He finally understood. "I've been enlightened," Wn Shuyi said to those in the void, then turned to leave and did not continue to fight. The others also did not pursue the fighter and did not take advantage of him. They were all top figures from all places. Though they were not friendly toward Wn Shuyi, they would not make their move at a time like this to do something beneath their honor. Wn Shuyi ought to be proud of this battle, even though he had the accompaniment of the music. Wn Shuyi returned to Yi Futian's side, bowed, and smiled. "Much thanks to you. Brother Wan has advised me many times before. I'm only doing what I should," Yi Futian said. He took out a fruit of the way and handed it to Wn Shuyi. "Eat. Fruit of life." Wn Shuyi looked up at Yi Futian. "You really need it now," Yi Futian said. As for what Xia Qingyuan needed, he would have to get it from above. Smiling, Wn Shuyi didn't refuse, but took the fruit directly and swallowed it. The feeling of his weakened breath rapidly recovering was indescribably buoyant. Little Phoenix was a little jealous seeing all this. What about her? She couldn't compete with the women, but not even men. This guy must be jealous of her beauty and talent, afraid that she would kick him aside if she had taken the fruit of the way. Jun Mu and the others lamented when they saw Wn Shuyi taking the fruit, and several others around him felt regretful. Yi Futian did not promise them anything and even made it clear that he would not share his fruits with them. But at this time, he gifted a song of swordsmanship to Wn Shuyi and gave him the fruit to eat, all of which was to aid Wn Shuyi in his transformation. After this trip, Wn Shuyi's strength would reach to a whole new level. "When did you learn to?" Luo Yu looked at Yi Futian, halting in her question. She wanted to know about the Song of the Lost Divine. "Didn't Lord Taishen played it once?" Yi Futian said with a smile. "That day on Taishen Mountain? But it was just the one time," Luo Yu said. "Because I was good at other well-known songs, I connected with the song that Lord Taishen performed. I had some foundation that I could leverage. In reality, it was far from being the lost sound of the Great Path," Yi Futian said. "If it were the complete lost sound of the Great Path, with his assistance, Wn Shuyi's sword would have had no problem dealing with those people above." Luo Yu was a little speechless upon hearing Yi Futian's response. Could it be that she was wrong? Yi Futian was not a disciple who was secretly accepted by Lord Taishen, but talent such as this was, frankly, a little too frightening. Yi Futian glanced at Luo Yu, then stepped forward. Inside his body, the ancient tree of the world was swaying. Many wills of the way had now turned to swordsmanship. In one turn of the mind, great changes had taken place within the Great Path, and only the sword remained eternal. He walked under the divine tree of comprehension, looked up at the sky, and said, "Since none of you will relinquish your space, I guess I have to take it myself." As his words fell, he walked forward toward the mountain. Delusional. The look of the cultivators from Divine Palace was one of great indifference. This man was extremely proud, even the disciples of the Divine Palace were never being taken seriously by him. He had even robbed Lu Qingyao, a direct disciple. The speaker was Bai Xiu. As he looked down at Yi Futian, His eyes seemed to be apparitional, like an invisible wall flowing between the sky and the earth. When those eyes gazed upon him, Futian felt his life spirit seemed to have been locked onto. Bai Xiu, a disciple of the Divine Palace, was an expert of the attack on spiritual soul, and his master was Lord Underworld. Likewise, Futian also glanced at the void. His pupils became extremely terrifying, even emitting a demonic breath. Those pupils seemed to penetrate all the nothingness. They directly penetrated into Bai Xiu's eyes, causing the slight change in Bai Xiu's expression. "Whoever makes a move, that's the position I want," Futian said, continuing upward, toward no one in particular, but everyone above. Each major cultivator had already occupied a position in front of the divine tree of comprehension and had no intention to make room for anyone else. Whoever attempted to go up would be crushed by all the cultivators there. Everyone also saw what happened just now and that everyone above had attacked together. Now, Futian claimed that whoever made a move, that would be the space he wanted. This was no longer aimed at any one of them, but to anyone who dared to make a move. That could be everyone who was currently up there. What a pompous attitude. In front of the divine tree, everyone looked indifferent as their eyes pierced Futian. Whether it was the top characters or disciples of the Divine Palace, they had never seen anyone so arrogant. Even in the Divine Palace, there was no disciple who dared act so presumptuously. But Futian stepped up and was indeed by himself, walking toward the top. The wind howled desolately, and the will of the way flowed, all blowing on him, causing his white robe to flutter rapidly. Watching his back as he walked away from the crowd, everyone could feel a sense of haughty loneliness. One man alone, walking toward the divine tree. Bai Xiu's eyes were terrifying. A mysterious airflow was surging, enveloping the world. At this moment, even the people watching the battle from below felt the pressure of the spiritual soul. In the sky above, a ghostly face appeared faintly until it blended in with the sky and became one. A pair of terrifying eyes looked down, and many people felt that their spiritual souls were trembling. Lord Underworld did not have many direct disciples, but every one of them was very dangerous in their own right. This kind of attack on the spiritual soul was extremely perilous, as it could directly target the spiritual power of cultivators. It was truly threatening. Clearly, Bai Xiu also felt that Futian was an expert of spiritual power because his countenance was particularly grave. Those ghostly eyes locked onto the other's spiritual soul, rushing into Futian's eyes. But it was ultimately useless. Futian's eyes were equally terrible, and the sword will everywhere on his body could directly destroy the power he released. Stretching out his palm and swiping downward, suddenly, a great handprint appeared in the void. It was directly aimed at Futian's spiritual soul. Hand of the Underworld. Many ordinary disciples from the Divine Palace trembled as they saw this scene in front of them. Bai Xiu's strength was so great that even some whose cultivation was stronger than his lost because they could not resist the power of attack on their spiritual souls. It was still unknown if Futian could contend with Lord Underworld's disciple, Bai Xiu. The others made no move and were just watching Bai Xiu. They wanted to see just how far this arrogant swordsman from Taishan Mountain, who wanted to fight everyone, could go. Futian's perception was so powerful that he naturally perceived an immense great hand of the underworld grabbing toward him silently. It was not directed at the flesh but at the spiritual soul. This attack was similar to celestial soul attraction. But after Futian had cultivated the celestial soul attraction, he further combined the celestial soul attraction with his method. He was confident that it would be way stronger than the other's power from the underworld. Bang! Futian continued to march upward, and the momentous power from his body rolled out. The veins inside his body seemed to be transformed into veins of swords. In the world of the spiritual soul, the ancient tree of life took on the shape of sword. Sword spirit chimed in his life palace, clamoring to rush out. Above Futian's body, there were countless currents of swordsmanship flowing, following his footsteps. They went up against the trend. The whistling sword gave a sense of suffocation between heaven and earth. A pressure of might descended invisibly. The great hand of the underworld slammed down, but it was penetrated by the countless airflow of swordsmanship. In an instant, the great hand of the underworld continued to collapse and shatter, turning into nothingness under the sword will. Buzz. Yi Futian took a step. His pupil was as sharp as a sword. It aimed at Bai Xiu's eyes. He said, "Since you made a move, give up your position." As his voice fell, he pointed his finger up. A sword opened a glimmer of the sky, penetrating the void. It moved toward Bai Xiu, full of murderous intent. This sword could extinguish the soul. Bai Xiu's expression changed. He was extremely good at the spiritual soul attack, so he was slightly lacking in other areas. However, the spiritual soul attack did not seem to be able to suppress Yi Futian, and the opponent's counterattack power, like him, contained the spirit attack power. Poof! The sword penetrated the void, and Bai Xiu's body seemed to have been pierced through, but there was no blood. The figure gradually disappeared into a shadow. Bai Xiu appeared next to it. Both seemed a bit surreal. The eye of the underworld. Bai Xiu's eyes suddenly turned a dark blood red, and in a flash, the sky changed color. It was as if a god of the underworld appeared. Yi Futian seemed to have fallen into it completely and had entered another space. All he could see was a pair of bloody eyes, the eyes of the underworld. Refine. Bai Xiu's eyes ignited a fire of the underworld, and in a moment, the fire of the way was burning. The space Yi Futian was in was wrapped up in the fire of the underworld. It was an attempt to melt his spiritual soul. The heart of the people below trembled, for Yi Futian was in trouble. Although Bai Xiu was young in age, no one expected that he had already cultivated his master's art to such a fearsome state. The eye of underworld and the fire of the underworld. Being shrouded by this force, Yi Futian felt greatly uncomfortable. His eyes were cold and indifferent, his hands outstretched. Suddenly, an infinite number of swords appeared around him. His eyes closed, and the sword will grew stronger. The roaring storm of sword chi flooded the space instantly. Finally, he opened his eyes to look up at the sky. It was a pair of sword eyes, directly piercing the void. His palm pointing to the void, and hundreds of thousands of swords unleashed at the same time. The great path reversed course, the constellation of stars changed position, and in a flash, the swordsmanship broke through the shrouding of the eyes of the underworld and rolled toward the sky. Furthermore, the sword in the sky above resonated with the great path, shattering everything into nothingness, and aiming toward Bai Xiu in the sky above. Fleeing divine sword. Seeing this scene, Wen Shuyi and Luo Yu were both shocked to their cause. Yi Futian had already mastered the essence of the third level of the fleeting divine sword, Fleeting Years. The song he played just now not only enlightened him but also allowed Yi Futian himself to comprehend the fleeting divine sword. This attack had already encompassed the heart of the Fleeting Years. Although it had not created the divine wheel of the great path and was thus unable to release the true might of Fleeting Years, even so, the destructive scene of the storm of swordsmanship annihilating the void was still awesome to behold. Many were worried about Bai Xiu. When the sword slammed toward him, Bai Xiu was wrapped inside the sword storm, and a brilliant divine light was shining and blooming there. With a wet sound, Bai Xiu groaned, and his face had gone pale. He spat up blood. His body was also knocked back, struck far away from the sky above the divine tree of comprehension. His breath was greatly weakened, and even rays of dark currents now appeared on his face. Only Bai Xiu himself could know just how powerful this sword strike was. It was not simply the fleeting divine sword, but it also contained within its sword will that was meant to destroy the spiritual soul. All the direct disciples were defeated. Everyone below who had seen the two of them dueling in the air was greatly shaken in their hearts. Shenjing was truly powerful. He was the strongest person from Taishan Mountain. It seemed that this time, Taishan Mountain was also about to produce a top, prominent figure. Lu Qingyao was not surprised to see this. She had suffered badly at Yi Futian's hands, so Bai Xiu's defeat did not surprise her. However, Yi Futian's spiritual power was so impressive that the fruit of life had probably added even more to enhance his spiritual soul. His position is mine, Yi Futian said while he continued moving upward, full of pride and confidence, showing that he was unafraid of confrontation. Allow me to experience your sword, Li Zun said. Twice, he was defeated by Wan Shuyi. Even though it was the power of the music that helped to augment its power, he had already felt frustrated and questioned his own swordsmanship, so he wanted to try again. The divine sword of Doomsday was born, and Li Zun took a step forward. He moved out of his position and unleashed an amazing sword strike from the firmament. He destroyed everything in its path. "I oblige you." Yi Futian stepped up and unleashed a strike of his own. The two swords collided, and countless currents of swordsmanship rolled in the direction of the other, immense and endless. The space, likewise, made an incredibly sharp and harsh sound, which made everyone's scalps crawl. Many who were below felt suffocated. If they were between the two swords, they probably would be torn to pieces. The sword qi inside Yi Futian's body was majestic, flowing ceaselessly. Though the two appeared to be in a stalemate, Yi Fu's momentum was gaining, and Li Zun was getting weaker. As a muffled sound came out, the sword was clearly broken. Li Zun's body seemed to be penetrated by the sword will and flew backward. "Two positions," Yi Futian said, continuing to move forward. He was not moving fast and even looked a little slow as he moved toward the sky above. That lonely but proud figure seemed to dare to make enemies with the geniuses of the upper heavens realm. "How powerful," the people underneath exclaimed secretly. Previously, all the cultivators wanted to force their way but couldn't, and they were all kicked off. Now, only Yi Futian was walking alone up there. Junmu watched him with some jealousy. What other cultivators on Taishan Mountain would know the name of Ju Mu any longer? This Shenjing seemed to have become the symbol of Taishan Mountain. And even if there was no Shenjing, there was still Wan Shuyi. What would become of Ju Mu? Moreover, whatever occurred before had only tainted his name. Other cultivators from Taishan Mountain also felt a little dreamy. The disciples of Taishan Mountain were powerless, and now a musician was going up there alone, contemptuous of the disciples of the Divine Palace, who were also the top geniuses of the upper heavens realm. No matter who made the move, they would now need to make way. Perhaps this could be considered as peerless. Lord Taishuan's breakthrough was known throughout the upper heavens. Only such a magnetic personality could match the reputation of Taishan Mountain today, Wan Shuyi said under his breath. The fight on that day on Taishan Mountain and the flight today both provoked many thoughts in him. The disciples of Taishan Mountain were all too weak and were unable to do justice to the name of Lord Taishan. Only a few direct disciples of the Hierophant himself could match their reputation. As for the third generation, there was literally no one who could be a proper representative. Upon the mountain of the way, before the divine tree of comprehension, all eyes were fastened on Yi Futian. After the successive defeats of Bai Xiu and Li Zun, if they allowed this man to force his way onto the mountain of the way in such a fashion, then none of them on the mountain right now would ever be able to lift their heads after this day. When Yi Futian uttered those pompous words, he was destined not to have the opportunity to go near the divine tree of comprehension. Watching that figure move up step by step, an invisible storm of the great path rose between heaven and earth, and several different breaths came descending down, oppressing Yi Futian's body. It seemed that if he continued to force his way up the mountain, then those above would all join hands to stop him. A terrible hurricane gathered around Changfeng Lai of the Changfeng family, while there was a starry river coursing over Qinzong of the sky-burying god clan. As to the absolute genius of the golden divine nation, Gari Shi, his entire body radiated golden divine light as he looked down at Futian. Whoever tried to stop him, whoever would need to vacate their position? A cultivator of unblemished realm, even if he had really inherited it from Lord Taishan, what of it? It was true that the Song of the Lost Divine and Fleeting Divine Sword were both great treasures of Taishan Mountain, but they, too, were in control of the powerful methods of their own influential families. Gari Shi, who was known as the future leader of the Golden Divine Nation, as well as the most genius existence of his generation of talents, was standing here, so how could he allow Yi Futian to make these wild claims and make his way up this mountain? At this time, Gari Shi had no other doubts and firmly believed that Yi Futian was a secret disciple of Lord Taishan, that this was the first time he tried to prove himself to the outside world. Even before he came along, Lord Taishan had already made a choice. Moreover, the person chosen by Lord Taishan did not disappoint. This Shenjing was indeed extraordinary, whether it was his talent in swordsmanship or music. Furthermore, Shenjing was incredibly patient in keeping all this to himself. Everyone on Taishan Mountain thought that was just a mere musician, not even the disciples knew. Judging from that, he was quite a frightening character. It was just that now, as things stood where they were, there was no choice but to continue one way or the other. Boom! The glory of stars shone brightly, and the stone tablets of the great pathstones condensed and manifested, appearing all around Yi Futian. The bright divine light that was released from those tablets shrouded Yi Futian. An audible rustling sharp sound started, and Yi Futian continued upward, ignoring the oppressive force of the great path. But that the stone tablet of the great path circulated around Yi Futian's body. As the other closed his palm, in an instant, an infinite number of stone tablets enveloped Yi Futian's body and sealed off heaven and earth. Dark clouds shrouded the sky and became invisible to the eyes. First a sharp sound was heard as Yi Futian raised his finger, pointing to the sky. Immediately a devastating storm was raised, annihilating those bombarding stone tablets of the great path. Qin Zong's 2 hands were forming the seal, and violent booming sounds came out loudly. Stone tablets that were even greater than before now descended, coming from all directions. In an instant, this space turned into a starry world. It was as if they had been transported to another element. What was even more terrifying was that every stone tablet contained the will of the way, and the will in these stone tablets bloomed and radiated toward Yi Futian at the same time. Yi Futian seemed to be in an absolute starry world. He felt like he was being imprisoned inside. Boom. Each stone table was releasing a superbly powerful light of destruction that wanted to obliterate all existence in its path. Countless lights of destruction were simultaneously falling down, with him as the center. It was as if he was in the very center of the storm. There was nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. At this time, looking from the outside and below, everyone could see that the storm of the great path surrounding Yi Futian had vaguely turned into one giant ancient character, Berry. In this whole destructive space of the great path, it was just like that giant word Berry indicated everything in that space was to be destroyed and buried. As one of the top forces in the upper heavens realm, the prowess of the sky-burying god clan was terrifying. The will from the stone tablets was constantly smashing down on him. Yi Futian's body seemed to have turned golden, radiant and dazzling without compare. But when that will of the great path rushed inside his body, Yi Futian clearly felt that the power inside his body seemed to be buried and imprisoned. There was a power of the way that could block all other will. This was the power that sealed the great path. Yi Futian's looked internally, and he seemed to see that there was a character that had been engraved upon his body. It was the spell of entombment. From inside to outside, this character was everywhere, wrapping him up in it, layer by layer. It was completely buried and destroyed. The will of the great path is the same. Whoever can suppress the other depends on who's stronger, everyone said in their hearts. An extreme divine light of the great path erupted from Yi Futian's body as if urging all his power forth. His body screamed, the blood in his veins roiling. The force of the fruit of the way that he swallowed before now burst out violently and with great force, turning into the same power of the great path, the path of destruction. This power of the great path roared madly within the body, destroying the shackles inside. At the same time, Yi Futian's sword spirit shone through. He held the sword in his right hand, pointing to the sky. He unleashed the fleeting divine sword. All things passed away like time. All that was around now dissipated and perished at a rapid rate. Boom, boom, boom. The stone tablets were smashed and exploded directly as the people below looked at Yi Futian. Although there was only one sword, this sword seemed like thousands of swords striking all at once. Still can't be taken, many people secretly said as they watched Yi Futian continue walking up the mountain of the way. Even Qin Zong of the sky-burying god clan was useless and could not crush Yi Futian. But at this time, there was a stunning golden divine light shining and blooming above the sky. Many were watching the battlefield of the two previously, ignoring what was above. In another direction, a golden ancient god appeared. This golden ancient god was radiant all over, like a golden statue, or a golden god of war. Divine light of the great path between heaven and earth all gathered towards his body, endless and infinite, creating an incomparable body of the golden ancient god. The golden ancient god clan. Everyone recalled the myth of the golden divine nation. It was rumored that the royal family of the golden divine nation claimed to be the descendants of the ancient god clan. They were born differently from all the others and were of the most supreme bloodline of the human race. Golden divine blood flowed in their bodies, so they were born with unparalleled power. In this era, it was said that a cultivator from the golden divine nation was the divine general of Don Juan the Great. How glorious at this time, infinite golden divine light created a golden divine spear. This divine spear was cast by gold. Just one look, and one could feel the domineering power. Gari Shir stood above the void, looking down at Yi Futian, who was below. Before, many people believed that Gari Shir was probably the strongest among all who were present. Although those direct disciples of the Divine Palace were also extremely outstanding, ultimately, they were not the most outstanding from the Divine Palace. Those who were of the most genius existence were qualified to obtain the fruits of the way, thus receiving better treatment. But Gari Shir was truly the unparalleled character of this generation of golden divine nation. By comparison, Luo Yuming, the son of old demon Luo of the divine capital of Shilling, could hardly be compared with him. Many people agreed that Gari Shir was one of the strongest people on this trip, and perhaps may even be the strongest of them all. Now, even he would have to fight Yi Futian. They heard that Gari Shir went to Taishan Mountain and had intended to be a disciple of Lord Taishan but was refused. And Yi Futian, very possibly, could be a secret heir of Lord Taishan. When Yi Futian broke Qin Zong's attack, that was when Gari Shir made his move. That peerless divine general took the golden divine spear and lanced to the space below. In an instant, countless golden spears fell down simultaneously, tearing up the void. Everything was about to be smashed away. The golden divine spear aimed straight toward Yi Futian without any frills. Golden divine light appeared between heaven and earth. At this time, Yi Futian felt an extremely powerful oppressive force, watching the golden divine spear coming toward him, unstoppable. The attack was boundlessly domineering, and the technique of the attack was befitting of its name. Above Yi Futian's body, an incomparably strong breath erupted, the will of the way rumbled and roiled, all gathering within the sword. The sword unleashed and went for the golden spear. Boom! There was a loud boom, and there seemed to be countless golden lightning directly rushing into Yi Futian's body. The golden divine light raged within his body, wreaking havoc. Yi Futian's body was knocked back by the force, and for the first time, he could not continue to move forward but stumbled backward instead. He looked up at the indomitable figure in the void, while also feeling its power inside his body. Entirely too strong. Is this Gari Shir? Everyone looked at the invincible figure in the void, as he was blocking the top along with Qin Zong. It seemed that Shen Jing would not have a chance to break through this heavy defense. Who else do you want to try and vacate? Gari Shir looked down at Yi Futian below and asked. As the golden god of war, who could block him and ask him to give up his position? He wanted to see just how Yi Futian would try and achieve that. Yi Futian looked up at the sky above. Gari Shir's reputation was well deserved. This man's attack power was very strong, but it was better this way. Just unblemished, after all. Gari Shir looked down at Yi Futian below, the divine light blooming. The sky turned to gold. Qin Zong continued to attack as countless stone tablets surrounded Yi Futian's body, pressuring downward. The will of the way exploded and locked onto Yi Futian's body. At the same time, Gari Shir's golden divine spear once again smashed down with unstoppable force. The two top characters in the upper heavens realm moved in unison. Was this an attempt to kill Yi Futian? But it seemed that they would need to at least consider the reaction of Taishan Mountain. Yi Futian's body went up against the resistance. He deliberately did not avoid it, but directly moved to confront and destroy the will within the stone tablets. His sword went straight for the divine spear. Bang! The power of the golden divine spear directly penetrated through the body. Turbulence raged inside Yi Futian, and a golden divine light flowed through the veins in his body, tearing and smashing. At the same time, there was an incredibly abundant breath of life that was repairing the power inside of him. Yi Futian seemed to have completely ignored his injuries as he moved again toward Gari Shi. Yaya saw Yi Futian's movements, and a disturbed look flashed in her eyes. What was he going to do? Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of a certain possibility as her face suddenly turned pale. She looked at Yi Futian coldly. This B** was too crazy. Both of their attacks collided again. Yi Futian's sword had the advantage, but Gari Shi's golden divine spear had no frills, it was purely dominant. The divine spear contained not only a mighty power but also the might of the space. The descendants of the ancient gods possessed golden divine blood, which was used to form the divine spear. His attack power was known as the divine god spear. The violent storm of sword chi continued to burst and shatter, destroying all things with the divine god spear. The great path was about to be penetrated as Yi Futian's body seemed to be tumbling and screaming inside. It was like all his nerves and veins were bursting and crushing. There was a loud bang, and his body was knocked back again. His body whirled and shuttled through the void, but he was still moving forward. "You'll die," Lu Qingyao chided coldly as an ultimate chill descended over everything. Everything was frozen shut. With Yi Futian's body as the center, all flows in this world seemed to have slowed down as a terrible ice cold might now try to invade Yi Futian. Previously, Yi Futian had injured her and robbed her of her fruit of the way. Clearly, she had forgiven nor forgotten either. Frost covering his body, Yi Futian's speed seemed to slow down. Qin Zong glanced at him and made a grabbing motion in the air. Many stone tablets projected the divine radiance of the great path, shrouding Yi Futian within it. The word berry once again appeared as the tablets moving forward, locking Futian in that will of the way and burying him. The people below felt shocked when they saw what was happening before them. Though Shenjing's talent and strength were incredibly strong, he still seemed to have underestimated these top and excellent opponents. Gari Shi and Qin Zong both were absolutely capable of becoming direct disciples. It was said that Gari Shi was just unwilling to cultivate at the Divine Palace, which Qin Zong might very well join later. Not to mention, there were also Chang Fenglai, Lu Qingyao, and the others. He ignored all these top characters and tried to force his way to the front of the divine tree of comprehension. It never would have been an easy thing. As tough as he was, he still couldn't get up there. At this time, endless golden divine light raged upon the sky and fell on the divine spear. The figure that was transformed into the golden ancient god took the divine spear in his hand and pointed to the sky below. When he saw Yi Futian's sword had broken Qin Zong's destructive method, the golden light from his eyes was extremely cold. It didn't matter that Lord Taixian refused him as a disciple. He didn't need anyone's help in cultivation, but he would never admit that he was any less than anyone in the upper heavens realm. Shenjing is in danger. When many people saw this, they exclaimed in their hearts. Gari Shi had gathered the momentum of the great path, its might dominated the world. When this divine spear smashed down, it would be a disaster for Yi Futian. Luoyue's expression also changed. Wan Shuyi's body now permeated with sword will. He stepped into the void, intending to join the battle. "Don't interfere." Next to him, Yaya glanced at Wan Shuyi and said. Looking into Yaya's eyes, Wan Shuyi was stunned momentarily. "Don't interfere. This is the divine god spear. Its attack power is superior. There are not many other methods that could match the divine god spear," Wan Shuyi said. And Gari Shi himself was a descendant of the ancient gods. Golden blood flowed in his body, and he had cultivated with the divine god spear for many years, so the two were moving in great harmony. If the divine god spear and the fleeing divine sword were of a certain level, Gari Shi's mastery of the divine god spear was definitely not any lesser than Yi Futian's comprehension of the fleeting divine sword. He had been immersed in it since a young age, and it perfectly complemented his method. With his natural suitability for its cultivation and his current realm of nirvana, it was not hard to imagine the extent of its prowess. Now, Yi Futian had been repeatedly hindered, with several powerful cultivators teamed up against him. Obviously, Garishasha's counterattack would be merciless and deadly. If no one were to lend him a helping hand, Yi Futian would most certainly be in danger. Trust him. Yaya's tone was still very cold, but there was absolute confidence in this cold indifference. Looking at those eyes, Wn Shuyi started to think that perhaps she knew that Shenjing possessed more strength. Yaya was different from Wan Shuyi. Wan Shou had only seen one side of Yi Futian, but Yaya had been with Yi Futian for many years. She knew Yi Futian too well and had already guessed what Yi Futian was about to do. Despite what might appear to be crazy antics, if he made that choice, it must be that he was sure of his judgment. In that case, she would choose to trust him, so she didn't get involved. Wn Shuyi retracted his sword will and did not proceed to make a move, his eyes focused on the sky above. On this trip, Yi Futian had been kind to him, so if Yi Futian were really in a jam, he would pledge his sword no matter the cost. Pest! Sharp and shrilling sounds came out from the void, but in the next moment, there seemed to be immense pressure from the sky. A god was descending, divine spear in hand, cleaving open heaven and earth, and the divine spear made of gold directly moved toward Yi Futian. Countless golden divine lights flooded this void, piercing Yi Futian's eyes and body. His sword swung out, and the endless sword will was about to bloom but was destroyed immediately. A dull groan was heard as countless golden divine lights rushed into Yi Futian's body, seemingly penetrating his body. He looked up at the figure that was trying to slaughter him. Gari Shur of the Gold Divine Nation had incarnated into the battle form of Divine God with an immense and domineering spirit. His eyes radiated of golden glory that others dared not look directly at. The light pierced his dark eyes, sharp beyond compare. This spear was meant to destroy. Endless power of destruction rushed into Yi Futian's body. At this time, Yi Futian's insides were turning into a roaring sea of the way. The great path roared and raged. Veins and nerves were broken, the blood inside his body was roiling, and even all of his internal organs were tumbling and on the verge of destruction. His breath seemed to be weakening rapidly. He seemed about to be wiped out under such a violent blow. Yi Futian's eyes revealed nothing but endless tranquility. The space below was infinitely silent. Everyone was looking at the scene in the void. Would Yi Futian be incapacitated? A coldness flashed through Junmu's eyes. Even though he had been dazzling for a moment, he was too conceited, after all. If he could have kept a low profile and been patient like he was at Taishan Mountain, he might have had the chance to grow. But unfortunately, in a place of trial like this at the Divine Palace, with all those domineering characters, no mercy would be shown him in such direct confrontations. This blow was enough to destroy Yi Futian's talent. Although the place where the two collided was still ravaged by endless will of the way, the two figures seemed to have stopped, their bodies motionless. Cracks now appeared in their swords as if they might break at any time. Yi Futian's body was still rumbled, but a vigorous will of life now wrapped around his body, and Yi Futian's eyes actually showed a smile. Seeing this smile, Gari Shusha frowned. How could he smile? However, the next moment, he seemed to detect something and vaguely felt that something was wrong. Yi Futian's weakened breath was actually increasing against the odds, and there was a violent will of the great path in his body that roared. The blood in his veins tossed and turned, and a divine will now swept out as his breath rapidly climbed, becoming stronger and stronger. He soon had returned to the peak and was still increasing in strength. The people below also felt it, and countless eyes fastened on Yi Futian. How could this be possible, and was he leveraging the situation for a breakthrough? In the realm of Saint Plain, the level of unblemished was already an indicator of perfection without fault, hence unblemished, so why was there still a nirvana above it? Nirvana was actually a transitional state. From saint to Renhuang, to enter Renhuang, one must first achieve nirvana. Therefore, this realm was extremely difficult to achieve. This was a threshold that had blocked countless other cultivators. Nirvana was but a heart that was not bound. The great path formed naturally, and everything inside the body was rebuilt. The mind was, at this point, transformed, and the divine wheel of the great path had been made to make way for the Renhuang realm. This realm was the transformation of the Saint Plane, It was the preparation before stepping into Renhuang realm. Yi Futian had devoured several fruits of the way successively. He had cultivated for several years, and his will of the way was strong enough to reach this level. His state of mind had been stable. Now he was dedicated to seek the great path, and nothing could stop him from entering the way. All he needed was an opportunity. This trip was such an opportunity, and this battle was his opportunity, so he wanted to use the power of these people to forcibly reshape himself. This was actually somewhat risky, but he had swallowed the life spring water and taken the fruit of life. Even if he failed, he could bear the consequences, therefore, he was unafraid. At this moment, he was rebuilding the meridians of the great path. The reshaped meridians in his body seemed to leave engraved marks, and the same was on his bones. The vitality of all his internal organs was even more robust and vigorous as the breath inside his body continued to become stronger, reaching for higher limits. In the Life Palace, the ancient tree of the world was swaying. It was as if the world of the Life Palace had become broader, and the will of way stronger. The sword howled in the sky. Above the firmament, infinite sword will flowed around Yi Futian, entering his body, invading his sword spirit. The cracks on the sword were repaired, becoming straight as a terrifying storm of sword chi surged upwards. It wrapped around the sky and took aim at the body of the divine god. Millions of sword will penetrated the godlike body, trying to tear it apart. Gari Shersha slammed into the void. The golden divine spear vibrated, and the two bodies separated. Gari Shersha reappeared above the sky, looking down at Yi Futian below. By his power, Yi Futian had broken into nirvana. He actually became the instrument that made Yi Futian. 10,000 swords now returned, and the sword will seemed to flow within the vast expanse. Yi Futian looked at the few people in the void, including Gari Shersha, and smiled. Many thanks to you. At this time, the breath from his body had already crossed unblemished and entered nirvana. He was one step closer to Renhuang. You did it. Yaya looked at Yi Futian, a rare smile revealed in her eyes. Yi Futian had also stepped into nirvana. That young man, who once wanted her to call him brother at the Tombkeeper village, grew one step at a time and was now in the same realm as her. He would chase that legendary realm with her. He broke through the barrier of the realm in this manner. Wen Shuyi looked on speechlessly at the scene in the void. How magnificent this was, and was this still that humble musician he knew? If he had failed, what kind of painful ending would it be? At least, he would not dare, and not many others would not take such risks. It was really insane. He forcibly entered the mountain of the way while in unblemished plain, and now has passed the trial and achieved nirvana. To him, this mountain is probably not high enough, Luo Yu murmured next to him. Wen Shuyi also looked at that mountain, and said with a smile, indeed, this mountain is not high enough for him. Those on the mountain of the way, who else could stop him? His mountain should be higher. Yi Futian looked down below. He was extremely calm. He glanced at the divine tree of comprehension and said, it seems that all the positions are mine. Nirvana. Gari Shersha murmured. But even so, what of it? In his eyes, the golden divine light was still there, breathtaking. He had a brilliant talent that was ranked first in this generation of the Golden Divine Nation. No one could overtake him. The Golden Divine Nation had great hopes for him to surpass Renhuang and achieve even a higher and more supreme realm. Many people believed that in the future, Gari Shersha would inherit the Golden Divine Nation and became its master. Of course, he would not dwell on these matters. Power, to him, was as fleeting as the clouds. What he wanted was the ultimate strength, so that, at a certain level, everything would come easily. To enter nirvana. Can you withstand the spear of the gods? Gari Shersha surveyed the space below. At this moment, the figure akin to the divine god stepped out. He held a golden divine spear in his palm, radiating endless divine light. Feeling the war intent upon Gari Shersha, the other strong cultivators were also equally aggressive. Although their hearts were not quite at peace, they were not too concerned. Even if Yi Futian broke through the realm, he would be at the same level as them, so there was nothing to fear. Boom! A dull bang sounded between heaven and earth as the golden divine light pierced the sky. The divine god's spear jabbed down again straight at Yi Futian. Those who had attacked before now released the might of the Wei at the same time, intending to take down Yi Futian directly and end the fight. Although they were still unafraid, Yi Futian was already extremely tyrannical while in the realm of unblemished. Now that he had proved himself worthy of nirvana, he would only be getting stronger. There might be a chance to be chased out in front of the divine tree. Yi Futian glanced up at the sky above, and all swords became one. They turned into one sword and drove toward the golden divine spear that fell from the void. The two collided and made a dull sound. Countless air currents of swordsmanship flowed from that sword and rolled upward, destroying all might of the Wei. Around Yi Futian's body, there was a storm of swordsmanship, as if using the sword method of the fleeting divine sword in defense rather than attack. For a time, the stars around his body were in the turbulence of the swordsmanship, and all the invading methods were broken, unable to approach him by even half a step. Junior sister Luo Yu, watch closely. Wen Shuyi released his divine will as he stared at the sky above, wanting to perceive Yi Futian's sword clearly. The fleeting years in the divine will from Lord Taishan was too strong and distant from them. Its realm was too high. Hence, it was difficult to understand. It required the ability to comprehend to capture its essence. However, Yi Futian was in the same realm as them, but his comprehension of swordsmanship was far superior. Now that he was releasing the sword method in front of them, naturally, they were giving it their full attention. Yi Futian's swordsmanship could teach them a lot, and they should take this opportunity to learn. Luo Yue's expression was grave and nodded seriously, staring at the void above like Wen Shuyi. Even back when they were in the realm of ruin at Taishan City, Yi Futian had left a deep impression on her. Today, it was even more so. The divine sword in the air collided with the golden divine spear. The sword will of the great path flowed, and his body was wrapped up by the sword screen. Yi Futian looked up at the mountain of the Wei and said, "If you guys don't want to come down, I have to invite you down here." As his voice fell, around his body, there was a sword breaking through the air. It escaped into the space of the void in an instant. Then, there was the second sword, the third, and many, many more. Countless divine swords shuttled through in the void, and everyone looked up. It was filled with the shadows of swords. Did he want to bury the sky with swords? What a strong divine will. Yaya also looked up at the scene in the void, and her heart was greatly shaken. Of course, she did not doubt Yi Futian's strength. He had been improving ever since those years at the Holy Ji Palace, constantly surpassing people who were stronger than him. Knives sharpened knives. Along with his opponents, his world became broader, stronger. He would never fall behind. The realm of nirvana was the focal point of the divine path, but it was also the foundation on which the divine wheel of the great path was based. Yi Futian broke through to the realm of nirvana, which meant that his heart and his mind could both accommodate a wider world, such as his controlling countless divine swords in space, where each sword had its own trajectory of the great path and brood swordsmanship within. Even for her, with her foundation firmly rooted in nirvana realm, it was still difficult to achieve. The sword of Taishan Mountain, the fleeting divine sword, pleased to meet you. As Yi Futian's voice fell, countless divine swords descended. In this instant, everyone who was on the divine tree at the top of the mountain saw the currents of swordsmanship coming toward them, closing in for the kill. They looked up and watched the coming swords with incredibly unpleasant countenances. He was controlling the swords through the air and releasing the fleeing divine sword. The temperature around Lu Qingyao's body dropped again, and frost covered the world. It intended to stop all the forces in the surrounding space, but when the sword passed, it left a sword mark, and this was only the first sword mark. A squealing noise came out, and sword marks crisscrossed, appearing around her body. The swordsmanship penetrated her methods, and more sword marks came through the void, cutting through all methods. This was the cleave of all things. However, this sword had not stopped its attack. Gradually, the entire space was about to be annihilated and smashed, burying everything. Wherever the sword passed, everything turned to dust. Lu Qingyao's face was pale. She was furiously resisting this force, but proud as she might be, She felt a sense of powerlessness as the destructive sword qi left a bloodstain on her, turning her white robe red. Not only was Lu Qingyao being attacked by the fleeting divine sword, but Changfeng Lai of the Changfeng family, Qin Zong of the sky-burying god clan, and the disciples of the divine palace were all attacked mercilessly by the swordsmanship. Before, he was forcing his way onto the mountain. This time, Yi Futian was putting everyone under his sword at the same time. At this moment, all the strong cultivators were experiencing the swordsmanship of Taishan Mountain at the same time. The fleeting divine sword. Fleeting years. Wan Shuyi stared into the void. This sword had already surpassed the limit of cleave of all things and entered the level of fleeting years. As the sword was unleashed, none of the cultivators had time to care for the others, they were busy defending against his sword. Pest, Lu Qingyao was the weakest of them all. Before, in the battle fighting for the life spring, she was already defeated. Now, how could she be Yi Futian's opponent when he had stepped into the Nirvana realm? Under the fleeting divine sword, she couldn't bear such an attack. As blood stained her white clothing, this direct disciple of the divine palace, like a withered flower, shook in the rain and wind under his swordsmanship. Finally, with a soft groan, she was unable to fight any longer. As swords descended and landed around her body, each and every one of these swords had the chance to kill her. How awful. Many were sympathetic in their hearts. Yi Futian was seriously ruthless. He showed no mercy at all. This sword strike was brutal. Lu Qingyao was a direct disciple. Such a devastating loss under the divine sword was truly embarrassing for her. Of course, it was not just her. Even Changfeng Lai and Qin Zong also felt great pressure. Though Yi Futian was controlling the sword remotely, it seemed that the attack each person suffered was released directly by him. In front of Qin Zong, countless stone tablets appeared, and the will of the way inside the tablets suppressed the heavens. Still, there were infinite divine swords flowing between heaven and earth, continuously pulverizing the stone tablets around him until he was completely vanquished. It's already done. When the people below saw this, they could feel that Yi Futian's fleeting divine sword was now perfected. While he was still fighting with Gari Shushu in person, his sword everywhere launching attacks on everyone, challenging all the cultivators with his raw strength alone. He had just entered Nirvana realm. Could he already be invincible in Nirvana? These were people who had already stood at the top level of Nirvana. Li Zun and Bai Xiu both withdrew early, unable to fight anymore. Under the long river of his swordsmanship, it was hard for the others to continue. There were golden divine lights all around Gari Shushu's body, and that godlike figure regarded Yi Futian below. While fighting with him, he didn't concentrate on the fight at hand but was also attacking all the other cultivators. It was incredibly arrogant and fully demonstrated his conceit. However, the strength of this swordsmanship. Even he had to recognize and acknowledge this prowess. This musician from Taishan Mountain seemed to have received the true arts of Lord Taishan, and his swordsmanship was the first among this generation on Taishan Mountain. He was far ahead of all the others. Bang! The golden spear in his hand burst and shattered inch by inch, and the golden divine light shot through the void. Gari Shushu's expression was still extremely dominant. Seeing the sword will roll towards him, the golden divine blood inside him roiled and howled, and the divine god's body that was formed from gold was releasing a dazzling divine light, which was able to counter the sword will. Gari Shushu was forming the seal with both of his hands, and a curious sound seemed to be heard from above the sky, and there seemed to be the sound of the great path that chimed non-stop in the sky. Above the sky, indomitable ancient gods appeared with mighty power. They descended at the same time, appearing around Gari Shushu. Suddenly, in the sky above Yi Futian, a divine mansion seemed to hover there. Summon the ancient golden god. Everyone looked up in the sky, their hearts trembling violently. How strong! Gari Shushu was truly deserving of his reputation. This superb genius from the Golden Divine Nation showed unparalleled combat power, which had not been fully unleashed before. Until this moment, Yi Futian finally forced out his full strength. Yi Futian's sword had already defeated several people. The other genius talents in the void were unable to contend with Yi Futian's sword, but Gari Shersha now wanted to launch a counterattack to suppress Yi Futian. In comparison, their levels were revealed instantly. The ancient golden god descended from heaven. It is the sigh of the divine god. Wan Shuyi focused on the void. His expression changed slightly. This method was the supreme way of the golden divine nation and was the highest form of magic. It was rumored to be an inheritance left over from the times of the ancient gods. Under the sigh of the gods, even the gods would perish, and it was extremely difficult to cultivate. Had Gari Shersha completed the cultivation of the sigh of the divine god? Unexpectedly, Gari Shersha is already at such a powerful level, others also exclaimed. Today, they were actually witnessing a showdown here. Even among future direct disciples of the divine palace, these two were the stuff of legends. Yi Futian also felt the mighty power of the will of the way that came from the void at this time. The god of the great path appeared, and the pressure of might descended to suppress all. The breath that erupted out from Gari Shersha, at this moment, was many times greater than before and seemed to be another transformation. Gari Shersha's strength has already set him apart from all the other direct disciples, and they are no longer on the same level, Yi Futian remarked to himself as he felt this power. Ultimately Gari Shersha should be at the same level as those who automatically received the quota for the fruits of the way, like the crown prince Yi Tianyu of the heavenly mandate dynasty. Yi Tianyu was certainly not stronger than Gari Shersha. The momentum inside Yi Futian's body was getting more magnificent, and above his body, a stronger sword will swept out and flowed to the sword of heaven and earth. Bang! There was a violent noise that came from the void. Chang Fenglia's body was penetrated by the sword. He was bloody all over, his breath was weak, and Qin Zong, likewise, was also injured gravely by the sword. In front of the divine tree of comprehension, all the genius talents fell one after another under Yi Futian's sword. At that moment, the most powerful direct disciple in front of the divine tree of comprehension was the one who had previously let Lu Qingyao go up. His power was extraordinary. He had resisted the fleeting divine sword for the longest time, but in the end, he had been similarly unable to block the killing sword. Yi Futian was still down below. His sword will filled the sky as it flowed all through the vast area. Everyone except for Gari Shersha of the Golden Divine Nation had already fallen, and they had no more power to fight. Some of them had directly tried to seize the fruit of the way, but they had been pierced by Yi Futian's sword, leaving shocking sword slashes on their bodies. They had been wounded internally, but they would recover in a short time. The sword will completely covered the divine tree of comprehension, leaving the people below him as shocked as could be. He was trying to take the whole tree for himself, and not let anyone else take from it. Even the top figures were not allowed to, not even the personal disciples of the divine palace. He is so arrogant, they all said to themselves. But Yi Futian had the right to be. The power he had displayed had been simply frightening, and now, there was only one person still capable of fighting. If Gari Shersha could not beat him, then no one could. Figures of imposing deities appeared up in the sky. It was as if the gods were truly coming down from the heavens and crushing everything below them. A burst of pressure from the great path covered Yi Futian. The gods seemed to be singing, making it seem like this area of the sky would be crushed by golden power. Gari Shersha's aura surged. At that moment, there were few at the nirvana level who could match him. His law body was so powerful that even a forged Renhuang body would probably not be as good. The sword will was suppressed. Gari Shersha held a golden divine spear. And it was not just him, but all of the figures of gods gripped divine spears as well. They chanted, and destruction followed. It seemed that there was no one in the world who could stop Gari Shersha. Even Yi Futian, with his incomparable talent, would have to bow before the chanting of these gods. The golden light seemed to form a celestial curtain. It covered Yi Futian when it fell, making it so that he could not escape. The endless golden light seemed to be formed of golden spears that spanned the sky. At the same time, Gari Shersha finally moved. The gods thrust their spears downwards. Their chanting rang out. Everything was destroyed wherever the sound went, and nothing was left. His will is so strong, Even a Nirvana-level cultivator would not be able to withstand a single attack. Although the people watching the battle from below were outside the range of the attack, they could still feel the killing power and shocking will within it. It was far beyond the limits of what they could withstand. There were even Nirvana-level cultivators within them, but they thought that even they would be killed by that attack. They would die from a single strike. That swordsman from Taishan Mountain had Lord Taishuan's fleeting divine sword. Could he the chanting of the gods and the attack from their spears? Yi Futian stood in the air, his body resonating with the great path. His world tree swayed, and the will that he had previously absorbed burst forth violently, integrating itself into his sword. A huge divine furnace seemed to appear within him, refining all the will of the great path. But those watching could not see it very clearly, due to the golden light enveloping him. Gari Shi was no weaker than Yin Tianyu, the prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty. At that moment, Yi Futian was feeling the pressure of the twin attacks of the gods chanting and their spears. The gods chanting was particularly difficult to bear as it increased the power of Gari Shi's aura and the heavenly great path by several orders of magnitude. He had to take this seriously. He reached out, seeming to hold up the very sky with his hands. Suddenly, brilliant, flashing divine swords appeared in his hand. Each one contained sky-breaking sword will. When he saw the spears coming towards him, he formed a sword seal. His divine spiritual sorcery flowed, and his swords slashed out. The sword's shrieks pierced everyone's ears and then became softer until there was no sound at all. It seemed as if they had gone beyond the limits of sound. The spears collided with the fleeting divine swords, but all the people watching from below could see was a flash of destructive light. Everything was shattered into dust, and the great path flowed backward. They saw the divine spears that had been formed of golden radiance, and the swords that had been formed out of spiritual sorcery shatter into nothingness and disappeared. Was their power evenly matched? Time seemed to stop as everyone's eyes were on the battlefield. Something was wrong. The battle had not stopped yet. Everyone's hearts were pounding as they gazed fixedly into the sky. Although the swords had been destroyed, the burst of sword will was still there. The great path was flowing in reverse, and the river of stars was rotating. Everything had been turned to dust under the destructive power of the river of the great path. But the dust was moving towards Gari Shi and trying to swallow him up. Gari Shi was a proud man. When he saw that his attack had been destroyed and the energy from his opponent's attack was still sweeping towards him, his face turned dark. Brilliant golden light flashed from him as the power spread towards him. A shrill sound rang out as it swept over Gari Shi's body and then disappeared into nothingness. The fighting will that Gari Shi had used as armor had already been destroyed, and now blood was flowing from his golden body. But the blood was glowing with golden light as if it was the ichor of a god. Golden blood. Everyone's hearts trembled fiercely. It seemed that the legends were true. The people of the Golden Divine Nation were descendants of the old gods, and golden blood flowed through the old gods' veins. And now, they were seeing that golden blood with their own eyes. What was frightening was that Gari Shi had already started to forge his body of the great path. His bones, veins, and organs were all transforming. But even so, he had still been wounded in this battle. The two figures were standing in the air. One of them had an arrogant expression on his face, his white robes flapping in the wind. He looked up into the sky. The mountain was covered with people that he had wounded in this battle. None of them could withstand his swords. The other person's golden robes were stained with blood. Golden light still shone from his eyes, but it was not as brilliant and imposing as before. He had the bold manner of someone who was unparalleled in heaven and earth, but at this moment, he seemed a little dazed. Gari Shi had not thought that he would ever be defeated before he entered the Divine Palace. He had thought that his opponent would be one of the people from the Divine Palace. Previously, he had not given a second thought to Yi Futian. Even if his opponent had reached the Nirvana level, he still would have been confident in his victory. He had the blood of the golden old gods and the chanting of the gods. How could he lose? But his spears were not as sharp as his opponent's swords. The one whom Lord Taishan had chosen had beaten him. Yi Futian swept his gaze over Gari Shashe and then stepped forward, shooting towards the mountain like a beam of sword light. He paid no more mind to Gari Shashe. Everyone was speechless as they saw Yi Futian head towards the mountain. This man had crushed the proud son of heaven of the higher heavens realm and then had ascended to the peak of the mountain of the way. Who would have thought that a musician from Taishan Mountain would be the one to defeat all opponents? Even the proud cultivators from all over the higher heavens realm could not compete with him, not even the disciples of the divine palace. Perhaps only those few personal disciples of the divine palace who had not come were qualified to fight him. But based on his battle with Gari Shashe, there would probably even be very few of them who could withstand the fleeting divine sword. There were probably incredibly few people who were powerful enough to fight him. Wait for me to finish my cultivation, then you can fight again. Yi Futian swept his gaze over all the people he had defeated. They were all speechless. They were all losers. What could they say? This tree can accommodate many cultivators. You can't take up all those places by yourself, even if you take all the fruit of the way. The wounded Lu Qingyao had used her life will to heal her injuries. She looked at Yi Futian as she spoke. She wanted to stay here in order to understand more. Previously, none of you were willing to save a place for me, answered Yi Futian. He looked down at Yaya and Wn Shuyi and said, come on up. Yaya nodded and flashed up into the air. Wn Shuyi, Luo Yu, and the others came up as well, heading towards the divine tree of comprehension. Seeing that Wn Shuyi and Luo Yu were getting a chance to cultivate at the divine tree of comprehension, Junmu and the others felt conflicted. Li Jin felt a little bit regretful. Who would have thought that the musician from Taishan Mountain, Shenjing, would have the strength to crush all the proud sons of heaven from the higher heavens realm? You are cultivators of Taishan Mountain, so you may come up as well, said Yi Futian to Li Jin and Chen Yu. The two of them were stunned. They looked up at Yi Futian in the air. When they saw his eyes, they felt a little bit ashamed. Yi Futian nodded at Ma Yi. Brother Ma Yi, he said. Ma Yi suddenly lowered his head, feeling ashamed as well. They flashed over to the divine tree of comprehension. Li Jin looked at Yi Futian and said, why are you doing this? The little bit of friction between us is no need for enmity. We all came here from Taishan Mountain. There are plenty of places for all of us, so this is no great matter, answered Yi Futian. The great path itself flowed through saints, making them one with heaven and earth. These little misunderstandings were not worth remembering. When one set their heart on the heavenly great path, none of the pettiness of the mortal world should remain. We were too narrow-minded, said Li Jin with a bow towards Yi Futian. She felt that ever since Yi Futian had come to Taishan Mountain, she had always been skeptical of his being able to get into String Palace. These narrow-minded thoughts had indeed affected their cultivation. This was probably why her Guqin and the people from Sword Abyss's swords were not as good as Yi Futian's. If you could disregard our previous transgressions, we would blush from shame, said Junmu as he took a step forward. He wanted to come up as well. Whoosh! A burst of sword will descended suddenly, stopping Junmu in his tracks. He looked up into the air. I'm sorry, there is no place for you here, said Yi Futian coldly. Cultivators had big hearts, but there were some things that they could not forgive. Junmu's face darkened. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he cast a cold glance at Yi Futian and then turned and left. Junmu will hate you for that, Wn Shuyi transmitted to Yi Futian. But Yi Futian did not care. What could a Nirvana-level cultivator do to him? Let us cultivate. Yi Futian looked at the giant tree before him. He walked forward towards the center of the tree, making Wn Shuyi look surprised. There were many pieces of fruit on the tree, and all were full of the essence of heaven and earth. They could produce will in people that would resonate with the great path. That was why, in the past, so many people had plucked this fruit in order to aid their comprehension. So why was Yi Futian walking towards the center of the tree? Yi Futian walked up to the towering tree and looked up at it. He could feel many different types of will in this place. The tree made him think of the world tree within him, his life spirit, that could also hold all kinds of will of the great path. Could there be some kind of connection between them? It was probably just a coincidence. The world tree was his life spirit, and this tree was a divine thing in the middle of the sea of the path. It bore fruit of the way that could be used to comprehend the great path. He swept his gaze over the trunk of the mighty tree. As his eyes traveled downward, he saw that it seemed to be rooted in the mountain of the way. Its countless roots stretched out in all directions. This is the divine tree of comprehension. We can use it to comprehend the will of the great path much more efficiently, Futian said to himself. He sat down cross-legged beneath the tree and did not bother to form a resonance with any of the pieces of fruit on it. He closed his eyes and cast away all distracting thoughts. He did not think about anything in the outside world, but sank deep within himself, immersing himself in a mystical plane. He seemed to forget himself. Although his eyes were shut tightly, he could see more clearly than if his eyes had been open. His divine spirit covered a boundless area, and there was nowhere where he was not present. He could sense everything. A crisp wind blew by, seeming to contain the way within it. He sensed a fiery piece of fruit of the way. His divine spirit entered into it, and in a flash, he could feel blazing flames burning in the sky. It seemed that these flames reached up to the heavens, and they burned his divine spirit. He also felt a piece of lightning fruit. He suddenly felt like he was in a world of lightning, and he was bathed in the great path of thunder. He felt many other kinds of will. Every piece of fruit on the tree contained a frightening amount of the will of the great path. The people from Taishan Mountain were all there as well. They could sense the will contained within the fruit of the way. They sat there, sensing the world around them quietly. Will flowed over all of their bodies, except for Futian's. Below them, everyone was looking up into the air. Many of them had their eyes closed and were using their other senses. Although Futian had expelled the people who had been here previously, he had not forced them to leave. They could still sense the will of the tree from below the mountain, and thus it was still beneficial to their cultivation. Futian sat there quietly as if he could sense the world more clearly now. As time passed, Futian sank deeper into himself, until he felt like he had turned into a tree himself. The tree had worked its way into his very veins. The world tree was spreading through him, and different kinds of will flowed on every one of its trunks. The will of the great path was very potent there, and it burned like the sun in the sky. Brilliant light gradually began to shine from him, and a powerful force began to spread out from his body. The will resonated with the divine tree of comprehension, and suddenly lines of will were flowing from the tree towards him. They penetrated him. With a thought, Futian formed sword will within himself. All of the will of the divine tree of comprehension within him turned into sword will that flowed to every part of his body. To become a renhuang, one had to forge a renhuang body, comprehend a renhuang soul, and form a wheel of the great path. As Futian thought of this, endless sword will flowed through his veins, and even into his bones and organs. Outside, sword will was also flowing down from the divine tree of comprehension and over Futian's body. His entire body was soon covered in sword will. Below, some people looked up at him. There was so much sword will. Was Futian trying to forge a body of swordsmanship? Futian was bathed in sword will. The current of sword will was growing stronger and stronger as it went into him until it formed a closed loop. It would not flow out of him. It seemed like all of this powerful sword will was locked up within him. When one formed a law body and a law soul, one was on the inside, and the other was on the outside. The law body was internal, and the law soul was external. Once the two had been forged, they would resonate, and only then could one form forge the wheel of the great path, know everything under heaven, shine with the sun and the moon, and have one's every movement be in accordance with the way. This was a place to prove one's worthiness. It gave people a much better chance to become a renhuang. Everything that Futian did here was something that many people would fight to have a chance to do. Wen Shuyi and Luo Yu seemed to feel something. They opened their eyes and saw that endless sword will was falling from the divine tree of comprehension and entering Futian's body. This distressed them greatly. This genius was truly unpredictable. Futian's need for will was terrifying, but the will contained within the divine tree of comprehension seemed to be endless. As time passed, Yi Futian's body seemed to be translating into a body of swordsmanship. Everything about him seemed to be made of sword will, both inside and out. Can he really comprehend this much, even without using any of the fruit of the way? Everyone asked themselves. This Yi Futian was frighteningly talented. After a while, Yi Futian had completely transformed into a sword that was sitting there with his eyes closed. Shun Jing seems to be forming a law body, said the people who were watching him from below. This is a rare opportunity, so naturally, he must seize it. Let us also continue to comprehend the way, said someone, and he closed his eyes. After a few days, Yi Futian's body was like the blazing sun. The air around him seemed to be burning. He shone in all directions, making a look of surprise come over everyone's faces. But most of them were immersed in their own cultivation, and so they did not pay him too much heed. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, Yi Futian and all the others had been cultivating at the Mountain of the Way for more than 2 months. During this whole time, Yi Futian had not risen once. He was completely immersed in a state of self-forgetfulness. He could sense that there was far more to this tree than even he could see. At this moment, he was in a mystical state, and he could sense that the tree connected the whole mountain together. Its roots reached to every corner of the mountain. And it was not just the Mountain of the Way. They reached to the entire mountain range. This tree's roots connected the entire area. The tree was truly massive. All of the trees in the area were really one. At that moment, a brilliant light shone from the palace at the peak of the mountain. Everyone looked up at it. Some of them did not understand, but the disciples of the divine palace knew that the time had come. The dawn light of the great path spread out, covering the entire area and enveloping the Mountain of the Way within it. Yi Futian ceased his cultivation and opened his eyes. He looked towards the palace and saw that it was as mystical as an illusion. It gave off a sense of unreality. He guessed that it was probably an image of the divine palace. A burst of marvelous energy descended. A voice rang through the air. Time is up. Prepare to leave, came the faint voice from the palace. Yi Futian stood up immediately. With a single thought, all of his swords shot through the air, cutting down all the giant pieces of fruit on the tree, then bringing them to him. When they saw this, the people of Taishan Mountain stopped cultivating and looked at Yi Futian. They were already perfectly satisfied with the amount of will they had been able to comprehend, and it was all thanks to the fact that Yi Futian had not blamed them for their transgressions against him. They may have had vain hopes to get more of the fruit, but now, Yi Futian had taken them all. They felt a bit disappointed by this, but it was only right and proper. The fruit on this tree was incredibly valuable. It was said that a single piece of fruit was enough to support a cultivator in forging a law body and forming a wheel of the great path. If you used one when you were at the peak of the Nirvana plane, it could help you break through to the next level. He could not lightly give up any of this fruit, even for the sake of his friendship with Taishan Mountain. Little Phoenix looked piteously at Yi Futian. Was he really so heartless? We have been here cultivating for so long that I will give you 2 more pieces of fruit to help you reach Nirvana. Yi Futian waved his hand, and 2 pieces of fruit flew over to Little Phoenix, a flame fruit and a life fruit. Both were ones she had gotten before and had not come from the divine tree of comprehension. So petty, whispered Little Phoenix as she took them. If you don't want them, give them back. Yi Futian stared at her. Feng Yang put the fruit in her mouth as quickly as possible. Give them back. How could she do that? Everyone watching envied Little Phoenix a little bit. Yi Futian had not even thought of them. He had already done everything he needed to do. If they were not happy with him, was there anything they could really say? The light that covered the area grew brighter and brighter. There was a roar in the sky as another powerful beam of light shot out from the palace, swallowing up all the cultivators. In the next instant, everyone could feel the stars revolving as the scene before their eyes changed completely. Yi Futian was stunned. He looked around him and saw the endless sea of the path. Everyone was there. The mountain, the tree, and the whole land had disappeared abruptly. It was like it had all been a dream that had never happened. There was a crashing sound in front of them, and a huge demonic beast broke through the waves, then floated on the surface of the water. It was the black turtle that had brought them here before. He looked at everyone and said, "Come with me." On saying this, he turned and continued on through the sea. Everyone formed boats and followed him. Along the way, Futian could feel many eyes on him. Men of talent always aroused the envy of others. Moreover, he now had all the fruit of the divine tree. It was obvious that he would attract a lot of attention. If they were not in the Sea of the Way, but rather at the divine palace, he would probably have a fight on his hands right about now. Once they had left, there were no more rules to entangle them. People could even use renhuang implements. And everyone there was extraordinarily powerful and had some impressive ritual implements. "Are we going to the divine palace?" Futian asked Wan Shuyi. Wan Shuyi nodded, "Yes. Don't you want to go and see such a legendary place?" Futian looked off into the distance. Far away, he could faintly see a celestial palace. It was just like before, it seemed both like a reflection in the water and real at the same time. "We will be there soon." Ahead of them, the black turtle sped up, flying over the waves. He was heading towards the place that Futian was looking at. Everyone else saw it as well. Other than the disciples of the divine palace, everyone else was curious. They all had their own expectations about it. "Of course I do," answered Futian with a smile at Wan Shuyi. He wanted to take a trip to the divine palace. As they got closer, they could already see a mystical island rising out of the Sea of the Way. This was the place where the premier holy land for cultivating in the higher heavens realm, the Shangxiao divine palace, was. As everyone got closer, they realized that the mystical island that rose up out of the Sea of the Way was quite vast. Everyone was looking forward with solemn expressions on their faces as the boats flew across the water. "We are here," they all thought to themselves. The black turtle slowly sank back down to the depths of the sea. Everyone's figures flashed as they shot through the air and landed on the island. Futian and the others landed on the island as well. The air around them was thick with the aura of the Great Path, and the vast island was covered with will. There were several figures waiting on the shore. They were a few messengers who had come to welcome them. When they saw the cultivators coming, one of them said, "Those of you who passed the Sea of the Way entrance examination should familiarize yourselves with the divine palace. A bell will ring tomorrow, and when it does, you should all join together. Someone will be there to lead you in your cultivation. Those others among you who are part of the quota may stay in the divine palace to cultivate if you wish. If you do not wish to do this, you may leave whenever you want." Previously, many people had fought for the right to be part of the quota to go to the land of proving the way and thus had undergone a test at the divine palace. Those who were successful were already considered disciples of the divine palace. As for the people from the other top forces and the geniuses from throughout the higher heavens realm, if they wished to stay and become an ordinary disciple of the divine palace, it would naturally be quite easy. As for whether or not they could become a personal disciple, that would depend on their performance at the palace. "For the time being, you all may do as you please," continued the messenger, and upon saying so, they all turned and left, surprising all of those who had just arrived. Was the divine palace really so casual? "Does this mean that they don't care about us?" someone whispered. "The divine palace truly did things in a unique way. Aren't they worried that we will cause a disturbance?" someone asked. "Once you enter the divine palace, you are not forbidden from going anywhere, but that is because you are expected to take responsibility for whatever happens wherever you go. The divine palace is not responsible for whether you live or die," transmitted one of the personal disciples of the divine palace coldly. This was the divine palace, and there were not too many rules. As long as the place you wanted to go was somewhere that you were able to get to, you were allowed to go there. If something happened to you, the divine palace would not care. "This sounds like the divine palace, all right." "They are very willful," whispered Luo Yu. "Do you think that our actions here can escape the notice of the people of the divine palace?" said Futian with a smile. Luo Yu nodded and said, "You are right. There were many people of high levels in the divine palace. Their thoughts covered the entire place. No matter what they did, There was no way they could hide it from these high-level figures. The messengers who had come to greet them had left, and the disciples of the divine palace flashed away one by one as well, each returning to their places of cultivation. "Let's go," said Yi Futian. They stepped forward into the divine palace. There were many mountains of the way all over the island, and there were celestial figures flying towards the mountains. All of them were of the saint level or higher. As they went inward, they saw that there were places for cultivation in between the rolling mountains. There were palaces on the tops of mountains and in the valleys. As for cavern residences and blessed places, they seemed endless. The air was thick with will. These places were all places where the people of the divine palace could cultivate. Those temples and palaces were naturally places where the great figures of the palace could teach the way, and the cavern residences and blessed places were places where the disciples could train. Yi Futian discovered that many people were following him. In addition to the disciples of Taishan Mountain, many of the other people were staring at him. At that moment, he had many of the incredible, precious pieces of fruit of the way. He was an easy target for people's greed. It was absolutely impossible that none of these powerful saints wanted to rob him of them. Moreover, it seemed that the divine palace would place no restraints on them doing so. "They seem to be following you," Wn Shuyi transmitted to Yi Futian. "Let them," replied Yi Futian. He naturally knew what they were thinking. If they tried to steal his fruit of the way, he would not be polite at all. He stopped and said to everyone, "We are in the divine palace now. Everyone should go and see if you can find a chance to reach the great path. I will wander around here as well. There is no need for us to go together, so we should split up." The previous events had made the others from Taishan Mountain look at him as their leader. They were all following him, which made him a bit uncomfortable. Moreover, if a huge battle broke out, the disciples of Taishan Mountain were all of a lower level, and it would be hard for them to defend themselves, so it was better not to let them get involved. But Li Jian looked all around them. She could naturally see all the people staring at Yi Futian. "I will be fine. I was able to take care of myself at the Mountain of the Way. There is no one here at the divine palace who can touch me," said Yi Futian confidently. Li Jian was used to Yi Futian by now. Given the power that he had displayed, it was indeed true that few people could threaten him. "Fine, then we will split up," said Li Jian with a nod. They all went in different directions. "You should go too," said Yi Futian to Wn Shuyi and Luo Yu. He had helped them as much as he could on this journey. He had used his song to empower Wn Shuyi's sword. The next time he fought, he would have to rely on himself. "Very well," said Wn Shuyi with a nod of his head, and he left as well. Yaya turned and prepared to leave, which shocked Yi Futian. "You are leaving as well?" Yaya nodded. "Yes. I am going to spend some time here, cultivating." "All right." Yi Futian knew why Yaya was doing this. Although she had not attracted much attention in the past, it was not certain that no one had been watching her. There was nothing out of the ordinary about her and Shenjing knowing each other. After all, it was unlikely that she would not know anyone in the higher heavens realm. But if she were always spending her time with Yi Futian, it would be impossible to avoid drawing attention. "And what about you? What are you going to do here?" Yi Futian asked Little Phoenix. "I am going to do my own thing. What does that have to do with you?" pouted Little Phoenix. She would not admit that she had been following Yi Futian. "I'll travel with you once I get back. Until then, go off and play," said Yi Futian with a smile. Little Phoenix stared at him. Did this guy take her for a child? "If you're going to go, then go." Little Phoenix spread her wings and flashed away, leaving Yi Futian alone. If someone really attacked him, then having Feng Yang by his side would be a burden. Now that he was left alone, he could relax a little. He could do whatever he wanted. He continued forward. He sensed an aura off in the distance and said, "If you want to steal these from me, then just try it. Why hide? You don't want to shame old demon Luo." When he said this, a burst of mighty demonic energy filled the air. A group of figures appeared in the sky above him. It was indeed Luo Yuming and the others from the divine capital of Shilling. He had been wounded by Yi Futian at the Mountain of the Way, and he had spent all this time healing. It was obvious how much bitterness he felt towards Yi Futian. The trip to the land of proving the way was over, and Yi Futian was the only one who had many pieces of fruit of the way. And his fruit was the most precious. How could Luo Yuming not be greedy? The will that burst forth from Luo Yuming was terrible. Endless death will swept out, covering the space below him where Yi Futian was. The other cultivators from the divine capital of Shilling beside him prepared to attack as well. They blocked off all the different directions in the air above Yi Futian. You made everyone else leave. You're not scared that I would attack the people from Taishan Mountain, are you? Luo Yoming's eyes were cold, and his voice was full of killing intent. If you can take the fruit from my hands through trickery or artifice, do you think that you and the divine capital of Shilling will be able to withstand Lord Taishuan's wrath? Said Yi Futian coldly. Right now, Lord Taishan dominated the higher heavens realm. The old demon of Shilling had been defeated by him. If he wanted to attack the divine capital of Shilling, who could stop him? The strength of the elders was the greatest protection for the younger generations. Right now, the disciples of Taishan Mountain were a little bit weak, but no one would dare to harm them. A strand of sovereign power appeared upon Luo Yuming. He obviously knew that he was no match for Yi Futian in terms of combat ability. If he wanted to seize the fruit, he would have to use the power of his ritual instrument. Boom! Someone suddenly launched an attack. Death spears pierced through the air, rushing towards Yi Futian. You must have a death wish. Yi Futian swept his gaze through the air, and suddenly, sword will filled the sky. The death spears were immediately destroyed, and the sword will continued onward, leaving sword slashes in the air. Poof! Sword light pieced through the air, and slash marks appeared on the demonic cultivator. Blood spurted from his head as he stared at Yi Futian below them. Then, he gradually slackened and fell to the ground below. He had been killed by a single sword stroke. He's gotten stronger. When Luo Yuming felt the power of that sword, his heart trembled. Obviously, cultivating for 2 months, had Yi Futian even stronger than when they had fought. His sword had pierced through the air. A common Nirvana-level cultivator was no match for him at all. Moreover, Yi Futian had used a killing move right away. This made Luo Yuming and the other cultivators from the divine capital of Shilling look at him coldly. They could not forget this easily. I know that you have a Renhuang implement, but how do you know that I don't? I don't want to cause any trouble, and I don't like it when other people cause me trouble. If anyone else attacks me, they will die, said Yi Futian coldly. He was not only speaking to Luo Yuming. He was reminding everyone who was watching him in secret. It was not good that these people were always thinking about him, so he had executed one as a warning to the rest. Moreover, the man from the divine capital of Shilling had attacked him first, and he had just counterattacked. Although he was only a musician from Taishan Mountain, Lord Taishan had personally mentioned him by name. If an elder came after him due to this matter, he would have to think about how Taishan Mountain would respond. When he heard Yi Futian's unmistakable threat, Luo Yoming's face became livid. Imperial power was still blooming from him, but it was just like Yi Futian had said. He had a Renhuang-level ritual implement, but how did he know that Yi Futian did not have one as well? If it really came down to a fight, his opponent would probably not hesitate to kill them. If things were like they had been before, they would not be up to the task. All the rest of you, stop following me. Otherwise, my sword will be merciless, said Yi Futian. Everyone watched as he flew through the air, going faster and faster. The sword light cut a swathe through the air as he went off into the distance. A group of figures walked out and watched the retreating figure with cold expressions. But in the end, none of them followed him. Gari Shersha walked out as well, golden divine light flashing on him. This man had offended many of the cultivators of the divine palace. It would be impossible for him to enter the palace without causing a disturbance. Within the divine palace, all the disciples returned to their places of cultivation. At that moment, there were several figures standing around and chatting on a cultivation platform within one of the halls. One of them was outstandingly good-looking and had a celestial aura about her. It was Lu Qingyao. He seized both the water of the stream of life and the fruit of the way, asked a youth, standing up and bowing to Lu Qingyao. Lu Qingyao nodded. Millimeter. My cultivation has been too shallow. I must spend some time locked away cultivating. This man is nearly a demon. He defeated all the other cultivators by himself and took over the divine tree of comprehension. This has nothing to do with the level of your cultivation, Sister Lu, said a woman standing down below. At that moment, another figure entered, looked at them, and asked, someone took over the divine tree of comprehension by himself? Yes, it was the swordsman from Taishan Mountain, Shenjing. He fought everyone by himself and defeated all comers. No one was a match for them. Gari Shi of the Golden Divine Nation, Li Zun of the Divine Sword Li family, and Qin Zong of the Sky-Burying God clan were all defeated in that battle. None of them could stand before him. Can this be true? The person who had entered gazed at Lu Qingyao in shock. Lu Qingyao nodded slightly and said, I had originally thought that besides those personal disciples from within the palace, I could be ranked among the strongest of those who had been chosen to go, even if I was not the strongest. But I would never have thought that the gap between us would be so great. Maybe Shenjing was incredibly strong, but it is still my fault that I lost. Shenjing did not even become a Nirvana-level cultivator until the battle. So you are saying that he took so much of the fruit by himself, yet he did not prove himself worthy of becoming a Renhuang, but instead only managed to reach Nirvana? A surprised look came over the young woman's face. She had heard that when people went to the land of proving the way, they would often use it as an opportunity to reach the Renhuang plane. But this time, one person had taken most of the fruit. Millimeter. Lu Qingyao nodded again. After taking over the divine tree of comprehension, he spent more than 2 months cultivating there. Will was flowing over him constantly the whole time. It is possible that he was able to use this to forge a law body. It is highly likely that he became stronger. When added to the amount of fruit of the way that he got, it would be enough to lessen the time he would need to cultivate by several years, stabilize his attainment of the Nirvana plane, and even start to forge a body of the Great Path. In that case, it seems that a genius has come to our divine palace. There was a bit of excitement in her eyes. This was not the only place that people were talking about this. The news was spreading all throughout the divine palace. For example, Li Zun was in Sword Palace, telling someone about all of these events. There were many swordsmen behind the man he was talking to, sword wool wrapping around them. But no matter how powerful they were all standing behind the youth in the black robes. He was the strongest member of the Divine Sword Li family of that generation, Li Daozi. Now, he was the strongest person in the Sword Palace below the Renhuang level. His swordsmanship was nearly perfect. Many people said that he could kill anyone below the Renhuang level with his sword. Of course, there were several people within the Divine Palace who were not inferior to him in terms of swordsmanship. I had originally planned that after you entered the Divine Palace, I would shut myself away in cultivation and not come out until I had reached the Renhuang level. Now it seems like there may be someone whom I can test my swordsmanship on before I break through to the next level, said Li Daozi softly. He was at the peak of the Nirvana level and had forged a law body. He would soon break through to the next level. And now, another powerful swordsman had entered the Divine Palace. Li Daozi stepped away. Where are you going? Asked Li Zun. Was Li Daozi going directly to seek out Yi Futian? I am going to Sword Comprehension Mountain, answered Li Daozi without turning his head. I will wait for him there. Yi Futian was a swordsman of Taishan Mountain, and his swordsmanship was outstanding. Now that he had entered the Divine Palace, there was one place that he had to go. That was Sword Comprehension Mountain. Thus, Li Daozi was preparing to go there to wait for him. Shenjing's name had circulated throughout the Divine Palace in a very short time. The disciples of the palace all knew his name and knew that he had defeated the proud cultivators of the higher heavens realm all by himself and had taken over the divine tree of comprehension. Many of the personal disciples of the Divine Palace who had not gone to the land of proving the way wanted to go and see him. At the same time as this, the news that Li Daozi had gone to Sword Comprehension Mountain to wait for Shenjing made its way through the palace as well, which excited many people. It was said that this swordsman from Taishan Mountain had easily defeated Li Zun. So, how would he compare to Li Daozi, the foremost swordsman under the Renhuang level at the Divine Palace? It was said that Li Daozi would soon reach the next level, and would soon become a sword emperor. He was the best swordsman in the Divine Palace under the Renhuang level. It would be difficult to find any swordsman in the higher heavens realm who could match him. Yi Futian did not know that Li Daozi had gone to Sword Comprehension Mountain. He did not even know that there was a Sword Comprehension Mountain in the Divine Palace, or what it was. After he asked the others to leave, he strolled through the palace alone, going where he pleased. He was very relaxed. Since the Divine Palace was so casual, there was no need to stand on ceremony. The celestial will of the island was extremely thick in the air. There must be many places here that were good for cultivation. He wondered if he would find a place that would help him break through to the next level. The will is so strong. At that moment, Yi Futian sensed something. He flashed over to a place in the distance and soon came to a place between several high mountains. The ancient mountains surrounded this place, and incredibly thick will was spreading out from it. Yi Futian flashed around the area around the mountains. Suddenly, he could sense an incredible amount of pressure in the area. It seemed to be powerful enough to crush the very sky. He felt his body tighten as the incredible pressure fell upon him. A figure was sitting on a huge rock in front of him, with his back to him. He had short hair, and he looked neat and clean. His robe was incredibly broad. He was sitting there motionless, just like a statue. "I am Shun Jing from Taishan Mountain. I apologize for disturbing your cultivation," said Yi Futian to the man with a slight bow. This figure was also at the Nirvana level, but his aura was thick with power. His heavy breathing was powerful as well. His every breath seemed to be filled with the will of the Great Path. A swordsman of Taishan Mountain. The man still had his back to Yi Futian. "Have you come to prove yourself worthy of following the Great Path?" "Yes, after going to the land of proving the way, I have come to the Divine Palace," answered Yi Futian. "Since you are a swordsman, you should go to Sword Comprehension Mountain." "This is not a place for you," said the man indifferently. A look of surprise came over Yi Futian's face. "Sword Comprehension Mountain?" "Yes, that is the place for cultivating swordsmanship," the man continued. He had been cultivating here all along, and thus had not heard the news that had come from the outside world. Yi Futian looked around at the mountains and asked, "Sword Comprehension Mountain is the place to go for cultivating swordsmanship. So what is this place? I thought that this would also be a good place for me to cultivate." The man was not the least bit surprised by Yi Futian's words. After a moment, he rose slowly as Yi Futian watched, then turned and looked at him. Yi Futian looked up at the figure and suddenly felt a burst of incomparably majestic pressure of the Great Path descend. The figure seemed incredibly tall, and he stood there like a god. The pressure fell upon Yi Futian, and, at that moment, Yi Futian felt that he should surrender. As Yi Futian looked at the mountains, he seemed to be able to see them moving. Divine power of the Great Path burst forth from them. The figure who was standing there became one with the mountains, or perhaps it was just his will integrating into them. His eyes seemed to be beholding infinite power. "See for yourself." The figure stood there calmly with his hands clasped behind his back. The power coming out of those mountains pressed down upon Yi Futian. They seemed to come to life, and each one contained the power of the Great Path. Crack! The stones beneath his feet shattered and were ground into dust. "I see." Yi Futian could feel the mountains pressing down on him. At that moment, he seemed to see many figures. The mountains seemed to contain the will of the Great Path. Their power was truly frightening. Every mountain seemed like it was a statue. Yi Futian floated up into the air. The man glanced at him, then stepped forward, causing a huge roar to ring out between heaven and earth. But Yi Futian stepped forward as well. Boom! Two forces collided in a violent explosion in the air, making all of the mountains shake. The man looked at Yi Futian in surprise, then looked at the mountains around them. "You moved the mountains with a single thought." He stared at Yi Futian. "You are a swordsman?" "I am Shun Jing, the swordsman of Taishan Mountain," said Yi Futian. In fact, He was surprised. This man had put a lot of pressure on him. In his previous battle, he had defeated all his opponents, and he had thought that no one within the Divine Palace would be a match for him. But he had run into an incredibly strong opponent just while walking around the palace. "I am the personal disciple of Divine Palace Zhuanghong," answered the man. He looked at Yi Futian. "I heard that Lord Taishen has not personally taken a disciple in a long time. Are you his youngest disciple?" Yi Futian shook his head. Lord Taishen said that he would never take a disciple again. "I have not even been cultivating at Taishen Mountain for a year. How could I be Lord Taishuan's disciple?" "You are so talented, and yet Lord Taishen has ignored you," asked Zhuanghong with a smile. "Have you come to the Divine Palace to try and become a personal disciple, or have you just come to cultivate for a short while?" "I've just come to cultivate," said Yi Futian. "Well, the Divine Palace is the best place in the higher heavens realm to do so. Just this place where we are now is good enough to cultivate in for several years." "What about Sword Comprehension Mountain, which you mentioned before?" asked Yi Futian. "That is a holy land for cultivating swordsmanship. It is surrounded by 81 sword mountains. If you can completely comprehend the way of swordsmanship on Sword Comprehension Mountain, you will certainly be able to forge a wheel of the great path out of swords and become a sword emperor," said Zhuanghong. Sword Comprehension Mountain was the place where the swordsmen of the Divine Palace went to cultivate. Many of the elders of previous generations had broken through to the next level there. "In that case, I would like to go there," said Yi Futian quietly. "Of course you do," came a voice. Yi Futian looked up and saw a figure standing on the peak of one of the mountains. He clasped his hands together and bowed to Zhuanghong, saying, "Brother Zhuang." Zhuanghong nodded slightly and said, "What did you mean by that?" "Li Daozi of the Divine Sword Li family has already climbed Sword Comprehension Mountain and is waiting for him there," said the man with a smile. He obviously already knew who Yi Futian was. "Li Daozi," muttered Yi Futian. This was not the first time he had heard that name. He is the foremost swordsman of the Divine Palace below the Renhuang level, and he only has the final 3 sword strikes left to comprehend. Zhuanghong looked at Yi Futian. Li Daozi was actually waiting for him. Zhuanghong looked at Yi Futian curiously and asked, "What did you do?" He knew a little bit about Li Daozi. He was proud and aloof by nature, but his swordsmanship was unparalleled. There were few people in the Divine Palace whom he considered worth his time, and it was said that he was rushing towards the Renhuang level. There were only 3 swords left for him to comprehend on Sword Comprehension Mountain, and once he did so, he could forge a sword wheel of the Great Path and reach the Renhuang Plain. If he was waiting for Yi Futian on Sword Comprehension Mountain, then this man before his eyes must have done some incredible things at the Land of Proving the Way. "Nothing. This is probably because I defeated his little brother," said Yi Futian. No, given Li Daozi's personality, if it had just been the fact that his little brother was defeated at your hands in the Land of Proving the Way, he would not go through the trouble of waiting for you on Sword Comprehension Mountain. He wants to test himself by fighting you. "Thus, you must be an uncommonly skilled swordsman yourself," said Zhuanghong with a smile. Yi Futian had called himself the swordsman of Taishen Mountain. Shun Jing defeated all the proud sons of heaven by himself at the Land of Proving the Way, including by Xiu, a personal disciple from our own palace, said the man who had come with a slight smile. Zhuanghong looked at Yi Futian. So that's how it was. In that case, there was nothing strange at all about Li Daozi waiting for him on Sword Comprehension Mountain. "Are you going now?" he asked with a smile. A man who could move mountains with a thought was naturally no ordinary man. "What is this place?" asked Yi Futian. These mountains were all mountains of the way and were holy lands for cultivation. Since he had come here, he naturally wanted to spend some time cultivating. "These are the celestial worthy mountains," answered Zhuanghong. A celestial worthy from the Divine Palace once used this place to comprehend the way, and his will still exists in all of these mountains. It is very well suited to one of the techniques of the Divine Palace. Here you can sense the way of pressure and power. "You so must have cultivated this technique, Brother Zhuang," said Yi Futian. Zhuanghong nodded. "In that case, I am going to spend some time here cultivating, Yi Futian continued. What about Sword Cultivation Mountain? Asked Zhuang Hong. He is the one who is waiting for me. I don't want to go to him, said Yi Futian with a smile and a shrug. Zhuang Hong was stunned, but what he said made sense. Then go ahead and cultivate, he said with a smile. Yi Futian nodded and sat cross-legged on the ground. Then he brought out a piece of fruit of the way and popped it into his mouth, biting into it right as he sat there. Zhuang Hong looked at Yi Futian in shock. He was so shameless. Yi Futian looked at Zhuang Hong's darkening expression and blinked. He took another bite. This piece of fruit of the way is very large, he said while he was chewing. It is truly worthy of being from the divine tree of comprehension. Upon saying this, he continued chewing with relish. He quickly finished eating the fruit as Zhuang Hong watched him wide-eyed and slack-jawed. I am going to cultivate now, Brother Zhuang, said Yi Futian when he had finished eating. He closed his eyes, and suddenly, the sound the roaring great path rang out from within him, filling the air in a flash. It resonated with the mountains. In that instant, Zhuang Hong felt a terrible pressure. He looked up at the mountains around them and saw that they seemed to come to life. Faces appeared upon all of them. Amazing, said Zhuang Hong approvingly. Shun Jing's feeling for and comprehension of the great path was simply astounding. No wonder he had been able to move the mountains with a single thought. As he thought of this, he returned to the stone that he had originally been sitting on and shut his eyes in cultivation. For a time, the two of them had terrible power of the great path bursting forth from them, putting pressure on everything in the vast area. Yi Futian kept cultivating there quietly. Although he was traveling around under the identity of the swordsman Shun Jing, he could not really only cultivate swordsmanship. In order to reach the Renhuang level, he had to forge a wheel of the great path, and he naturally did not want to forge just one kind. His world tree life spirit gave him a great advantage in terms of cultivation that he would be able to continue to use when he reached the Renhuang plain, so how could he waste it? So, he ate another piece of fruit. At this moment, he needed the fruit of the way far more than anyone else. A day passed. Sword Comprehension Mountain had many ancient peaks, and each one was its own sword mountain that contained mighty sword will. Many people had gathered there. Some had come to cultivate, and some had come to join in the fun. The news that Li Daozi had come to Sword Comprehension Mountain to wait for Shun Jing had spread, and many people wanted to watch. Li Daozi was the foremost member of the younger generation of the Sword Palace. Who would be stronger? Him or the swordsman from Taishan Mountain? At that moment, many people were standing before one of the sword mountains. Someone asked, has Shun Jing still not come? Someone said that Shun Jing is cultivating at the Celestial Worthy Mountains. Someone beside him answered. The Celestial Worthy Mountains are not a place for swordsmanship. What is he doing there? Who knows? Many people were discussing this. Wn Shuyi and Yaya were there as well. They had not come because of the news, but because they wanted to comprehend the way of swordsmanship. Dong. At that moment, the sound of a bell ringing filled the air. Everyone looked off in the distance. It seemed that a wave of divine power was spreading throughout the heavens and the earth. The bell rang again, and suddenly a group of figures soared through the sky in the directions that the divine power was coming from. The divine palace had summoned its new disciples. Of course, many of them did not go but stayed there cultivating. Soon, many people were gathered together in a public square in the divine palace. Many of the disciples of the divine palace had come to join in the fun as well. Up on a stairway, there were several elders of the divine palace as well as some of their personal disciples. They were looking down at the new arrivals, and one of them said, "Here we go again. I wonder how the new disciples will be this time. Given their trip to the land of proving the way, there should be many powerful figures among them. There are also many people from top forces who were on the quota here. They are prepared to enter the divine palace." Li Daozi's brother, Li Zun, is here as well. Someone pointed to where Li Zun was. He was going to enter the divine palace to cultivate. Someone looked off in a certain direction and smiled. "How is it that you had time to come here today, Brother Yi?" At that moment, A figure with an imposing presence appeared. He had a powerful aura that seemed to be innate. It was the prince of the heavenly mandate realm, Yi Tianyu. "The master must have asked you to come here and choose disciples," said one of the young men with a smile. "These new disciples are certainly lucky that you came out here to greet them personally," said someone else beside him. Yi Tianyu smiled slightly and nodded. He walked to the edge of the stairs and looked down at everyone. There was another outstanding-looking person beside him. The two of them were so imposing that few people dared look directly at them. But everyone's attention was on them. One glance at the two of them was enough to tell that they were extraordinary, even within the divine palace. "I heard that a genius appeared during this trip to the land of proving the way," whispered Yi Tianyu. "You're interested in that matter, too?" asked the woman beside him with a smile. "Li Daozi went to Sword Comprehension Mountain because of him. He must be outstanding in some way, so I want to meet him. I wonder if he came here because he wants to join the Divine Palace," said Yi Tianyu. There were few people in the Divine Palace who could compare to him, but Li Daozi of Sword Palace was one of those few. "He probably won't come," said the woman. "I heard that he is cultivating at the Celestial Worthy Mountains. Zhuang Hong is there as well." "Zhuang Hong. He must be close to the Renhuang level by now," Yi Tianyu said quietly. The woman nodded. "However, you must be even closer than Li Daozi and Zhuang Hong, right?" Yi Tianyu looked off into the distance. "What does it matter how close I am? I still have a long way to go. And even once I do take that step, I will still have a long road ahead of me." The Renhuang level was not his destination, it would only be the start of his cultivation journey. At that moment, he involuntarily thought of two people, Jiyu Dongliu of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and Yi Futian. Where had they gone after the dissolution of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven? How far had they gone in their cultivation? Whenever he thought of this, Yi Tianyu was reminded that he could never let himself relax. He needed to advance faster than the two of them. They would fight again in the future, continuing the battles that they had fought before. At that moment, the elders of the Divine Palace walked out and began selecting disciples. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Yi Futian. He had been cultivating at the Celestial Worthy Mountains all along. He could not miss the chance to cultivate in such perfect surroundings. He was prepared to spend some time here at the Divine Palace, which must have many incredible places like this. Nearly a month passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Futian spent the whole time cultivating at the Celestial Worthy Mountains. Li Daozi spent the whole time at Sword Comprehension Mountain. One day, brilliant sword light shone from the highest 3 peaks of Sword Comprehension Mountain. Sword will rushed into the sky, and everyone all throughout the Divine Palace looked up and saw a dazzling sword. Li Daozi had comprehended yet another sword. He only has 2 more to go, everyone thought. In less than a year, the Divine Palace would have a sword emperor. "That swordsman from Taishan Mountain hasn't gone there yet?" someone asked. "He has been cultivating at the Celestial Worthy Mountains all along. Is he trying to avoid Li Daozi?" According to what the people who went to the land of proving the way said, this Shenjing is extremely proud. He defeated all kinds of heroes all by himself. He is not afraid of fighting. He must truly just be cultivating there. Moreover, someone went there and felt all the will there. He is certainly resonating with the Celestial Worthy Mountains. He is not only cultivating in swordsmanship. At that moment, a divine power covered the Celestial Worthy Mountains, as if something was coming to an end. In a flash, infinite will of the Great Path entered Yi Futian's body, making him become incredibly tall and mighty. He opened his eyes and slowly rose. In front of him, Zhuang Hong opened his eyes as well and said, "Have you finished cultivating?" Yi Futian nodded. "Yes." "Where are you going next?" asked Zhuang Hong. "To Sword Comprehension Mountain," replied Yi Futian. Zhuang Hong smiled. "I will go with you." On saying this, the two of them began walking together. Some people saw Yi Futian and Zhuang Hong leaving. A look of surprise came over their faces. Had he finally finished his cultivation? The two of them shot through the air off into the distance in a certain direction. "They are going towards Sword Comprehension Mountain," someone said. Soon, the news was all over the divine palace. Yi Futian had left the celestial worthy mountains and was heading for Sword Comprehension Mountain. When they received the news, many people left what they were doing and began traveling. Even those powerful personal disciples would be there at Sword Comprehension Mountain. Many cultivators had gathered together at Sword Comprehension Mountain. Some swordsmen had been cultivating here all along, and others had come because they had heard about Shenjing and had specifically come to see him. He was the genius who had defeated all the other geniuses of the higher heavens realm. Although he was already so famous throughout the divine palace, the more he refused to show his hand, the more the people of the palace wanted to know how strong he was. Especially since a swordsman as powerful as Li Daozi was waiting here at Sword Comprehension Mountain for him. At that moment, two figures were streaking through the sky towards the mountain. Everyone stared at them as soon as they appeared. He had finally come. They had all been waiting for a long time. Brother Zhuanghong, whispered everyone when they saw the figure beside Yi Futian. Zhuanghong was another extremely prestigious figure within the divine palace. Apparently, Shenjing had been spending his time at Celestial Worthy Mountain, cultivating with Zhuanghong. Brother Zhuang, people said as the two of them arrived, and many of them bowed. This made a look of surprise come over Yi Futian's face. He looked strangely at the man beside him. It seemed like he had an incredibly high position within the divine palace. No wonder he had put so much pressure upon him when they had first met. However, they had not fought, otherwise, he would truly know Zhuanghong's power. Yi Futian saw some familiar faces. Fighting will appeared in many of their eyes when they looked at him. It seemed like they wanted to see just how strong this man who was so highly regarded was. Moreover, there was someone else there who surprised Yi Futian. Yi Tianyu was there as well. However, Yi Futian's gaze did not linger on Yi Tianyu. He just looked at him for a moment and then looked elsewhere. Zhuanghong, said Yi Tianyu. Zhuanghong turned his gaze upon him, then at the woman beside him. Are you two together? Previously, although there had been developments in the relationship between the two of them, they had not reached the step of actually being together. But now, they were standing shoulder to shoulder. Could it be that he had been completely focusing on cultivating up to the Renhuang level and thus had overlooked things going on the divine palace? Yi Tianyu smiled thinly but did not answer. His gaze fell upon Yi Futian, and he said, I am Yi Tianyu, a disciple of the divine palace. I am Yi Man, a disciple of the divine palace, the woman beside him said to Yi Futian. Although she was smiling at him, Yi Futian could faintly feel her powerful arrogance. She had a sense of nobility about her that seemed inborn. She seemed to be a good match for Yi Tianyu. Moreover, her surname was Yi, just like his. These two are not from the higher heavens realm, they come from other realms within the 9 supreme regions. However, they are both members of top forces. It is said that one of them is the prince of a divine dynasty, and the other is a princess of an ancient nation, so they both are of incredibly high status. They are both very talented and are very well suited to each other, Zhuanghong transmitted to Yi Futian, giving him a simple introduction to these two. Yi Futian knew of Yi Tianyu but had never realized that Yi Man was also not from the higher heavens realm. Was it because they were both far from home that they developed feelings for each other? I am Shenjing of Taishan Mountain. Yi Futian nodded to each of them in turn. I have heard of the peerless swordsman of Taishan Mountain, Shenjing. Now all the disciples of the divine palace want to see you, and this has now become my wish as well, said Yi Tianyu with a smile, seeming very polite. At that moment, Yi Tianyu was acting completely different than when he had seen him in the heavenly mandate realm. Of course, this could be because he was in a different mood. No need to be so polite, said Yi Futian with a slight smile. Yi Tianyu said no more. He had come today only because he was curious. Li Daozi was, after all, someone who was at the same level of fame as him. Thus, the battle between him and the swordsman from Taishan Mountain was worth paying attention to. At that moment, an incredibly cold will descended upon Yi Futian. He frowned and turned his gaze. He saw a group of figures appear. These people were surrounded by an incredibly cold aura that felt as cold as ice that would never melt in 1,000 years. There seemed to be wind and snow in their eyes, and everyone they looked at seemed extremely cold. There was someone in the group that Futian recognized, one whom he had left a deep impression on. After all, he had seized the stream of life from her and then taken her fruit of the way. How could he have not left a deep impression? The woman was Lu Qingyao, and there was a young man in a white robe with her. His hair was as white as snow, and his facial features were exquisite, but his aura was cold. He was the one who had the strongest aura among them. He looked back at Futian when he felt his eyes on her. At that moment, Futian felt he had entered another world, a world of endless snow and ice. His thoughts seemed to freeze as if he was in a field of snow. His blood seemed to have been infected by ice as well. With just a glance, Futian seemed to have been covered in a layer of ice, and it seemed like he had turned into an ice sculpture. Heh! A look of surprise came over Futian's face. Li Daozi had not done anything yet, and someone else wanted to fight Futian first. Moreover, this was a personal disciple of 2 of the palaces within the Divine Palace. That was how talented he was. 2 of the top figures of the age were teaching him. Lu Qingyao was his sworn sister, and Bai Xiu, the personal disciple of Lord Underworld, who had been wounded by Futian, was his sworn brother. This man was also a personal disciple of Lord Underworld. This was Jiang Ce, one of the top figures within the Divine Palace. Futian's blood rushed faster when he felt the cold will enter him. Terrible yet majestic sword will swept out from within him, driving away the cold will. His eyes flashed like swords as he looked back at his opponent. In a flash, the space around the 2 of them was subject to an immense amount of pressure. Falling snow seemed to fill the sky, and there was incredibly sharp sword will among the flying snowflakes. Neither of them moved, but they seemed to have entered another world. It was a world of endless snow and sword will. Futian stood facing his opponent. This Jiang Ce had already formed a soul of the way, and his divine spirit was incredibly frightening. Jiang Ce was trying to freeze his spiritual soul. What are they doing? A look of surprise came over the faces of the people on Sword Comprehension Mountain. The temperature around them was falling continuously, and sword will had already spread off into the distance. But the 2 of them still had not moved. It seemed that they were both in a meditative state. Their spiritual souls are fighting, someone said. Whoosh! A wild ice storm blew all around them, swallowing up Futian and the others. But the fierce sword will was not diminished. It continued to flow around them endlessly. A destructive sound rang out as the great path roared within Futian, destroying everything. There was a clear, crisp sound as if something had snapped. Suddenly, the ice storm began to weaken, and the sword will dissipated as well. The ice on Futian melted, and Jiang Ce's eyes became normal once again. He looked long and hard at Futian, then said, "It seems that Sister Lu's defeat was not a fluke." Beside him, Lu Qingyao glanced at him. She was speechless. It seemed like Brother Jiang Ce was also admitting how powerful this man was. "Do you wish to test me any more?" Futian asked Jiang Ce. "Li Daozi has been waiting here for you for a long time. This matter is now between the 2 of you," answered Jiang Ce. The snow and ice disappeared, as he was no longer unleashing his power. Previously, he had just been testing Futian to see how powerful his spiritual soul was. The will within him could not be stopped. He was clearly a powerful being. Futian turned and looked towards Sword Comprehension Mountain with its 81 peaks. Each peak looked like a sword reaching up into the heavens, trying to pierce through the clouds. His eyes seemed to pierce across the distance. Within all of those sword peaks, he saw a figure sitting quietly in front of the second to last mountain. He seemed to not have realized that Futian had arrived, and was not paying attention. Futian started forward. At that moment, someone rose into the air, looked towards where Li Daozi was, and called out, "Brother Li, Shenjing is here." Li Daozi seemed not to hear him. He still sat where he was. But at that moment, sword will burst out from among the sword mountains, and sword light flashed all around. The sword will seemed endless as it flowed around. The one who had called forth all this power seemed to be the man who was sitting there without moving. "You are the one I have been waiting for. Let us comprehend the next sword stroke here and now," came a misty voice that resounded through the air. Everyone could hear the arrogance in that voice. He had been waiting here for Shenjing for a long time. But if Shenjing could not comprehend the next sword stroke then and there, then what right did he have to make him wait? And what right did he have to make him draw his sword? Li Daozi did not only want to fight this battle because Yi Futian had defeated his brother Li Zun. If that had been all, then he would not come here. What he wanted was to find a swordsman who was his equal so that he could prove himself. Everyone's eyes were on Yi Futian. Someone said, "All right, Shenjing. Comprehend the next sword stroke." A look of surprise came over Yi Futian's face when he heard this. He smiled and walked towards the mountains. He could see sword will flowing within the mountains. "I did not come to Sword Comprehension Mountain to challenge anyone, nor to prove anything. If I comprehend the next sword stroke, it won't be for anyone else. It will simply be because I am cultivating the way of swordsmanship." Yi Futian stepped forward as he said this. His thoughts flowed, and in an instant, endless sword will shot up into the clouds, transforming into a sword that stuck up from one of the mountains. Then another one came from a second mountain, then a third. Brilliant sword light shone from the peaks one by one, making everyone stare at the sight. Was he comprehending the sword strokes? How was he doing it so fast? Li Daozi had his pride. If Yi Futian could not comprehend these swords right in front of him, then he would not be qualified to fight him. Yi Futian was the same. He had not come here because Li Daozi was waiting for him, nor because he wanted to challenge Li Daozi. He had only come because this was a good place to cultivate swordsmanship. Everyone watched as Yi Futian walked forward. With every step, more swords shot up from the mountain peaks around him. The sword will of the great path burst forth, flowing towards him and casting brilliant light. Everyone was speechless as they watched this scene. How had he comprehended these swords so fast? Even the personal disciples were staring at Yi Futian, especially the people of the Sword Palace of the Divine Palace. They were looking at him particularly sharply. Sword Comprehension Mountain was the place you had to go if you were a swordsman. But as far as they could remember, no one in their generation had comprehended the swords this fast. Had Li Daozi, the most powerful person below the Renhuang level in the Sword Palace, even been able to do that? That was amazing. Zhuanghong looked at Yi Futian speechlessly. It was enough that he had moved the mountain with a single thought, and now he was able to comprehend swords so effortlessly. Yi Tianyu and Yi Man came up to him, and Yi Tianyu said, he comprehended the swords with a single thought. Is there anyone else in the Sword Palace who can do that? Historically, there probably was someone, said Zhuanghong. But as far as I know, no one in this generation has done so. When Li Daozi first joined the Sword Palace, he was able to comprehend 49 swords in a single day, which shocked everyone in the Divine Palace, and the Lord of the Sword Palace took him as his personal disciple. So, he wants to break Li Daozi's record, said Yi Tianyu softly. You came here with him, so must have been able to sense how extraordinary he is. Have you ever fought him? Zhuanghong shook his head, saying, this man is extremely interesting. Yi Futian had moved the mountains with a single thought when he came to the Celestial Worthy Palace, which had made Zhuanghong very interested in him. Later, he had spent his time cultivating and had eaten a piece of fruit of the way right in front of him. He was truly shameless. Who do you think is a better swordsman, him or Li Daozi? Asked Yi Tianyu. He was also quite interested. We will know when they fight, answered Zhuanghong. Li Daozi had been cultivating in the Divine Palace for many years and had been taught swordsmanship personally by the Lord of the Sword Palace, so his current combat ability was incredible. Even though Yi Futian had made a name for himself during the battle at the Land of Proving the Way, he would not dare say that he would definitely defeat Li Daozi. It was hard to see which one of them would be stronger. Endless sword will flowed between the peaks as Yi Futian strode forward. Sword will flowed out from each peak that he passed. It was as if the swords were resonating with the great path. He shone with celestial brilliance as the sword fill swirled around him. The sword will was even flowing through his veins and engraved and on his bones. His blood surged and seethed. Is he even human? Wn Shuyi had been cultivating swordsmanship on Sword Comprehension Mountain for a while, but his progress had been slow. Now that he saw how well Yi Futian was doing, he was speechless. He was one of the best swordsmen of Taishan Mountain. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen to come here. So why was the distance between him and Yi Futian so great? Look at his eyes, said Luo Yu beside him. She was staring at Yi Futian's eyes, which at that moment were extremely enchanting. They were deep beyond all compare. They were like sword eyes, and also like eyes of the way. They could see through the worldly great path with a single glance. Perhaps he has cultivated some special power that lets him see the sword will within Sword Comprehension Mountain. Wan Shuyi was also fixated on his eyes. In fact, it seemed that he had actually guessed the truth. Yi Futian naturally did not know what they were all thinking. At that moment, he was completely immersed in a state of selflessness. He could not see other people, only swords. Within his divine spirit, those mountains were no longer mountains, they were made of sword will. The sword will that each mountain contained was different. It seemed that the elders of the divine palace had inscribed the sword will on each mountain. In his current mystical state, each of the sword mountains seemed to transform into swords. Unreal figures practiced swordsmanship, engraving it upon his mind, and endless sword will flowed into him, making it feel like he was under incredible pressure. His life will was so magnificent that it pushed his body to its limits. He took out a piece of fruit of the way and put it in his mouth. He's doing it again. Zhuang Hong had the urge to hit Yi Futian. Everyone else watched with mouth and eyes wide open, especially those who had competed with him in the land of proving the way. Those who had been defeated in battle by him were even more speechless as they watched this. This was too much. How many sword mountains is that? Someone whispered. He seemed to be asking himself. The sword will is flowing from 32 sword mountains, and they are all resonating with him, someone answered quietly. They all trembled inwardly. Although Yi Futian was slowing down, he had not stopped yet. It was just that the length of time between each step was growing. He finally stopped walking forward. He returned to his original place and stood there quietly, sensing the world around him. The sound of sword will whistled throughout him. He finally stopped, said many people. However, after only a short time, he moved again. He was submerged in endless sword will as he stepped forward, and powerful sword will flowed out from the mountains behind him once again, shooting towards him. Interesting, many people thought to themselves. Yi Futian had very quickly surpassed everything that Li Daozi had done. Li Daozi and Yi Futian had spoken to each other arrogantly. Now, the swordsman from Taishan Mountain had responded to Li Daozi with his actions. He had come here to comprehend the way of swordsmanship. It had nothing to do with Li Daozi. 48 swords. Many of the people on Sword Comprehension Mountain were very interested in Yi Futian now. It was very common for people to come to Sword Comprehension Mountain to cultivate the way of swordsmanship, and most people would not pay them any attention. But Yi Futian had attracted a lot of attention because of the issue with Li Daozi. Then he had shocked everyone with the number of swords he had comprehended. Now everyone forgot about their cultivation, and they watched him comprehend the way of swordsmanship. As Yi Futian continued forward, the swords of the 49th sword peak whistled as they flowed towards Yi Futian. Within about an hour, he had comprehended 49 swords. This had taken Li Daozi an entire day. At that moment, Li Daozi was still seated in cultivation at the second peak, not caring about anything else. It seemed as if none of this mattered to him. His body shone with brilliant light, and his sword will surge to the heavens. It seemed like he would be able to cut through the very heavens with a single thought. Li Zun appeared not far behind him. He had been watching Yi Futian all along. He sighed inwardly. He would never have thought that such a genius swordsman would come from Taishan Mountain. At that moment, Li Daozi suddenly asked a question with his eyes closed. 49 swords. He seemed to be talking to himself. Yes, 49 swords. Li Zun had a dark look on his face. Li Daozi nodded slightly, then continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. He still lacked 2 swords, but he was not far from the Renhuang level. He had needed a strong swordsman to appear so that he could test himself. It was good that Yi Futian was here. He was not surprised at all that Yi Futian had completely surpassed what he had done before. He was completely calm, and he waited quietly. He had already confirmed that Yi Futian could make it to where he was now. Yi Futian stopped once again after having comprehended 49 swords. He sat back down in his original place. He had finished his fruit, and his whole body was covered in endless sword will, like he was in a cocoon. This time he stopped for a while. It was not that he was unable to understand the next ones, it was just that he had realized the first 49 words were different from the ones that came after. The first 49 swords were of a single style. This meant that no matter how many there were, at their most basic level, they were all the same sword. But after these swords, the rest were different. It seems like he sensed it, thought the people of the Sword Palace as they watched Yi Futian. The first 49 swords were the foundation of Sword Comprehension Mountain. A genius swordsman of the Divine Palace had once put forward the idea that all of the different sword styles in the world could trace their roots to these 49 swords. As long as you had these 49 swords as your base, you could create infinite different sword styles. After the genius swordsman had created these 49 swords, the sword cultivators of the Divine Palace had carved their sword will into the mountain peaks. Afterward, many powerful sword emperors had taken these 49 swords as their foundation and created many different sword styles. These were carved into the later mountains. Thus the current Sword Comprehension Mountain had been created. Yi Futian sat there calmly, without any distractions. It was as if he had entered into a world of pure swordsmanship. The images of 49 swords appeared around him, and each one was different. It felt like these 49 swords were carved into his mind. Even though this was not some incredible sword art or ultimate school of swordsmanship, Yi Futian could still feel the brilliance of those swords. If he could completely comprehend these 49 swords, then he could cultivate any sword art in the future. It would be possible for him to create even greater sword arts with less effort. Time passed, and Yi Futian was still sitting there without even the slightest reaction. It seemed as if he was completely immersed in comprehending the way of swordsmanship. How has he still not moved? A look of surprise came over everyone's face. Half a day had already passed. He had comprehended 49 swords in about an hour, but he had not moved since then. "His waiting," said someone. They waited for more than a day. Yi Futian was still sitting there, not reacting to anything around him. In the past, Li Daozi comprehended 49 swords in a day, but it seemed like he was able to advance quickly from there. Shun Jing comprehended 49 swords in an hour, but he has not moved since then. Could it be that he was resorting to trickery? Maybe he had not truly comprehended them, and is now spending all this time to do so, someone surmised. One day was actually a very short period of time, and it was normal to be comprehending for this long. But Yi Futian had performed so brilliantly before. He had comprehended 49 swords in an hour, which was at odds with what he was doing now. Moreover, Yi Futian had not reacted to anything in all that time. He was just cultivating. Everyone waited like this for 3 days. Everyone thought that it would have been quicker, but Yi Futian sat there the whole time, comprehending the way of swordsmanship. Some people ran out of patience and said, "It looks like we expected too much. Let's go." On saying this, they flashed away. Once they had taken the leave, other people followed, feeling a bit disappointed. They did not know how long they would have to wait. They had their own cultivation to work on and did not want to waste too much time here. However, at that moment, the endless sword will flowed back into Yi Futian's body. He opened his eyes and looked forward. He stood up. He is finished. Everyone was speechless. The time they had waited for had finally come. 3 days. "Perhaps we expected too much," said Yi Man as she saw Yi Futian move. "We've already waited 3 days, might as well watch," whispered Yi Tianyu. Yi Man did not say anything else. Yi Futian walked forward to the 50th peak. 49 swords in 3 days, and from now on, he will be even slower. I don't know if I can wait until he finally fights Li Daozi, someone said. Yi Futian continued forward step by step and walked past the 50th peak. Just as everyone was discussing this, the sword mountain suddenly burst forth with sword light that shone upon Yi Futian's body. He was bathed in brilliant sword light, and he continued walking forward. Then, the 51st mountain lit up. He had comprehended a sword in a single step. Those who had been about to leave suddenly froze, as if they were completely unable to move. They stared at Yi Futian in shock. He had comprehended 49 swords in a single hour, then had sat in contemplation for 3 days. And just when everyone had been sure that he would spend even more time here, he had finally returned to his former state. By the time he had taken a single step, a sword had already been comprehended. But how was that even possible? After the first 49 swords, the rest were no longer representative of a single sword style. How could he have comprehended one of them with a single thought? A group of figures flashed over towards Yi Futian. They stared at the figure that was bathed in the endless, brilliant light of the way. No one in the divine palace could compare with the speed with which he had comprehended the first 49 swords. Was he trying to create some sort of unprecedented historical event here? Could it be that the 3 days he had spent in contemplation had been used to form the basis for today's performance? This guy is putting the disciples of Sword Palace to shame. Zhuang Hong had stayed the whole time. How could the swordsmen of the Sword Palace maintain any of their dignity after watching Yi Futian? Although Li Daozi had comprehended 49 swords in a day, he had needed to spend a little bit of time after each sword, as each one grew more and more difficult. But Yi Futian had gone right to the 51st sword after the 50th, as if there had been no difference between them and the first and second swords. He had comprehended them in a single thought. Yaya was among the crowd as well. She had comprehended many swords in the past few days as well, but at that moment, she was also speechless seeing how easily Yi Futian comprehended these swords. When had the swords of Sword Comprehension Mountain been this easy to comprehend? At that moment, Yi Futian was walking through the mountains. He looked at the 52nd sword peak with eyes still flashing with a brilliant, marvelous light. In a flash, the images of swords were imprinted in his mind. He could tell just by looking at what kind of sword will that was. Great oaks grow from the smallest acorns, and everything rises up from the cornerstone. He had spent 3 days contemplating swordsmanship. He had thoroughly comprehended everything on the basis of those first 49 swords. He had achieved mastery through a comprehensive study of swordsmanship. Now, any sword that was born from those 49 swords would not fail him. Now he was even able to easily comprehend the first few swords just by looking at them. Suddenly, more sword images appeared in Yi Futian's mind. Sword will moved towards him from the peak, and sword light shot up into the sky. He began to walk forward again, as light and easy as a cloud. He had comprehended the 52nd sword. Although Yi Futian was carefree and unrestrained, the cultivators who were watching him were absolutely speechless. Although he had paused for a moment, it had only been for a brief period of time. He had still comprehended the next sword with a single thought. Many people were thinking the same thing as Yaya. Could the swords of Sword Comprehension Mountain really be so easy to comprehend? It seemed to have been absolutely effortless. But if so, why could the disciples of Sword Palace not do it so easily? Could this swordsman from Taishan Mountain really be that talented? None of the disciples of Sword Palace could compare to him. Afterward, he contemplated the 53rd sword, the 54th, the 55th. He began to slow down. He was no longer able to comprehend them in a single moment. But even though he was slowing down, that was only compared to everything that he had done before. As far as those watching were concerned, he was still doing it in the space of a single thought. He looked at each sword mountain for only a moment, then he would comprehend the sword. He was going so fast that within an hour he had comprehended up to the 72nd sword. How many days did it take for Li Daozi to comprehend 72 swords? The disciples of Sword Palace asked each other. They were naturally comparing him and Yi Futian. 7 days, someone answered. The memory was still fresh. After all, when Li Daozi came to the divine palace to seek the way, he had gone to Sword Comprehension Mountain and had caused a stir. Thus, many people still remembered it. The amount of time that he had taken to comprehend all those swords was something that most people could not match. Now he had been surpassed. In fact, the word surpassed was not strong enough to describe what had happened. Li Daozi had taken 7 days to comprehend 72 swords. Yi Futian had done it in an hour. This made everyone feel as if they were in a dream. A single hour. It was almost frightening. It is meaningless to compare him to Li Daozi, said the man who had spoken before with a sight. As far as I know, this is the fastest that anyone in the history of the Divine Palace has comprehended 72 swords. Many people heard him say this, and they blinked in surprise as their hearts trembled once again. A swordsman from Taishan Mountain had come here and broken the record. This at that moment, many elders opened their eyes within various halls and temples in the Divine Palace. Their senses stretched out through space and descended upon Sword Comprehension Mountain. One of the elders in Sword Palace even stopped cultivating. He stepped high up into the air and looked across the distance towards Sword Comprehension Mountain. At that moment, several figures walked to his side and looked off into the distance, whispering, 72 swords. Millimeter, 72 swords, and in only 1 hour, answered the elder softly. He seemed very calm, but he was disturbed on the inside. Otherwise, why would someone who was as high level as him care about some junior? Moreover, why would he go out himself and reveal to the world that he was paying such close attention? Is that a record? Asked the man beside him. Yes, answered the elder with a nod. It was only one word, but everyone there could feel the weight of that word. He had set a record for contemplating the first 72 swords, and now there were only 9 left. But the record for these last 9 swords could probably not be broken. After all, this depended on the cultivator's level, and Yi Futian was not at a high enough level. Comprehending the 81st sword meant that you would forge a sword wheel of the Great Path and become a sword emperor. And the elder had heard that Shenjing had just reached the Nirvana level at the land of proving the way. How could he become a Ren Huang so quickly? But even so, this record for comprehending 72 swords was enough to prove this man's genius talent. Is he a personal disciple of Lord Taishan? Someone asked. Such an outstandingly talented swordsman who had cultivated at Taishan Mountain could not be just an ordinary cultivator. Moreover, he had been part of the quota of people who went to the land of proving the way. This implied that Taishan Mountain had known how outstanding he was. Lord Taishan said that he would never take another disciple. Perhaps they are not master and disciple in name, but are in reality, someone answered. Everyone nodded to themselves. This was probably the case. Such a talented swordsman must have been personally taught by Lord Taishan. If that is the case, then it is truly a pity, sighed the old man. He was a man who appreciated talent, and he wished to take a disciple. But since this man was a disciple of Lord Taishan, he would not be able to steal him. Also, Shenjing had not expressed any interest in entering the Divine Palace. Moreover, there was only one person at the Divine Palace who could compare with Lord Taishan given his current level, so how could he even think of stealing his disciple? Even if the Sword Palace made a move, they would not have the advantage. At that moment, Yi Futian was not thinking about any of this. How could he know that an elder in the Divine Palace had already taken notice of him? After the 72nd sword, Yi Futian's steps slowed, but he continued forward. He looked at the 73rd sword peak. His eyes seemed to be filled with radiant light. He could clearly feel the true will of swordsmanship within that peak. This was the reason that he had been able to comprehend the first 49 peaks so easily. But at that moment, even though he could feel the will within, and he wanted to link up with it, it would not be easy. The image of a sword appeared in his mind, seeming to be extremely profound. This was an ultimate sword art that had been formed from the first 49 sword arts. Even he would have a hard time comprehending this one. Yi Futian stopped for a moment. Finally, the 73rd sword peak shone with brilliant light. It resonated with Yi Futian, and a bridge of sword will seemed to form between them. His still so fast. Everyone was shocked by this. Endless sword will appeared around Futian as well. Sword will flowed through his veins, and he had forged a swordsman's body. He continued forward and began comprehending the 74th sword. This time, he spent half an hour comprehending it. The 75th sword took 2 hours. The 76th sword took 5. The 77th sword took an entire day. Everyone waited 3 whole days before he comprehended the 78th sword. There were only 3 sword peaks left that he had not comprehended. In less than 10 days, he had comprehended 78 swords, and there were only 3 left. Everyone felt numb. They had no words to express the astonishment in their hearts. They had never seen talent like this before. However long it took him to comprehend the final swords, the people here would wait that long. Before Li Daozi had come here this time, he had also only had 3 swords left, and now he only had 2. But how long had it taken until he had reached this point? And how long had it taken Shenjing of Taishan Mountain? Futian's body had transformed into a sword body of the Great Path, and sword will flowed all over him. He looked towards the last 3 sword peaks. Sword will wrapped around the 79th sword peak. From what he could see, this was not just a simple mountain but was instead a sculpture of a sword god. The Great Path filled the mountain. He saw the image of a sword god and then saw many sword shadows appear, each one looking incomparably powerful. You cannot comprehend this sword. Take some time to sit and contemplate it, said Li Daozi as he sat there. Futian looked at him, then smiled and nodded. He did not continue trying to comprehend it. It seemed as if he had taken the other man's words to heart, and so he sat down and began contemplating. This made everyone look surprised. Futian really trusted Li Daozi that much. In fact, Futian had not stopped because of Li Daozi's words. He had done so because, as soon as he had seen that sword art, he had realized that he could not comprehend it. The first 49 swords were one level, and the next ones had been another level. These last 3 were at a level all their own. If he wanted to comprehend them, he needed to thoroughly understand all of the previous sword arts. Thus, when he heard what Li Daozi said, he sat right down and began cultivating. In fact, even if Li Daozi had not said anything, he would have done that. Li Daozi did not look back at him, but when he sensed what Futian was doing, he rejoiced inwardly. He rejoiced that this swordsman from Taishan Mountain was even more talented than he had imagined. He rejoiced that even though they were foes, he was still willing to listen to his advice. This was an opponent who was worthy of respect. He was looking forward to their battle. Futian was cultivating in front of a sword peak, acting like nothing in the outside world mattered to him. At that moment, the only things he was thinking about were swords. The images of countless swords appeared in his mind, but Futian still was not able to comprehend their most important elements. Although he could clearly see what kinds of swords they were, he could not understand their essence. He knew that this sword art was fast, extremely fast. You would become one with your sword. There would be swords everywhere, and you would be everywhere. After comprehending for a while, Futian shifted his gaze from the sword peak and looked to another one to his right. This was the mountain that Li Daozi was at, the second of the sword peaks. Their 2 mountains were not very different, and in fact, it could even be said that they were parallel. At that moment, Li Daozi was immersed in his cultivation. As Futian was looking at the sword peak, sword will flowed across his body, making everyone look surprised. What was Futian trying to do? He had still not comprehended the 3rd mountain. Was he planning on skipping it and going right to the 2nd one? Futian could sense endless sword will gathering at the sword peak. Thousands of swords appeared in his mind, producing a certain resonance with each other and with the Great Path. This formed a particular frequency, and in the end, all the swords merged into one, making the sword will become even more terrible. So sharp. Futian said quietly. Although he was not able to comprehend these 2 swords, he could still sense what the essences of these 2 sword mountains were. In the past, The cultivators of these sword mountains had informed everyone that they could use the 49 sword styles as the basis to create more sword styles. In the end, all the swordsmanship was the same, and each style had the same two essences: speed and sharpness. Incredible speed and incredible sharpness were what every swordsman sought after. The sword was the king of the battlefield, the master of all attacks. It was fast and fierce. If a sword were not fast, then at this level, it would be hard for it to hurt anyone. If it was not sharp, it could not break through anyone's defenses. Swordsmen pursued ultimate speed and ultimate sharpness. They all pursued a superior form of swordsmanship. Futian had not been comprehending for very long. He stared at the sword peak with a profound look in his eyes. His thoughts entered the mountain, but he soon withdrew his divine spirit. He understood now. No wonder Zhuang Hong had said to him that when he comprehended the 81 swords, he would be able to forge a sword wheel of the Great Path. In fact, one could say that sentence in the negative as well. If you could not forge a sword wheel of the Great Path, then you could not comprehend the 81st sword. The two were connected. He was absolutely unable to comprehend this sword right now. He did not know if he had to actually reach the Renhuang Plain before he could comprehend it, but at the very least, it was impossible to do in such a short time. Once he had understood all this, Futian returned to the third mountain. He looked at the endless fast swords and the countless sword shadows. He sat there in contemplation for 7 days. No one left over the course of these 7 days, and even more people came to watch. He only had 3 swords left, and they wanted to see if he could comprehend them all, or at least how many of them he could comprehend. Once he had done so, would Li Daozi fight him? At that moment, Futian was dazzling. He seemed to have formed a true sword body. And it was not just him. The sword peak was shining brightly. Endless sword will flowed over it. A beam of sword light shot up from Futian into the air, cutting through the sky. It moved incredibly quickly, then disappeared in an instant. A sword slash appeared in the air. Whoosh. Then there was a second sword, and then a third. Sword after sword shot into the air, and beams of sword light bloomed. Soon, endless sword marks appeared on Futian's body, and countless sword shadows were flying through the air. It seemed to be responding to Futian. Sword shadows shrieked across the sword peak and then shot up into the clouds. He had comprehended the 71st sword. Shunjing had done the same thing as Li Daozi. Only the last 2 swords were left. Moreover, the time that Shunjing had taken to do so was not at all comparable to the time that Li Daozi had taken. It was a new record for sure. He's going to go all the way, whispered Zhuang Hong. He is going to continue. He is going to comprehend all the swords except for the last one. He is truly a masterfully talented swordsman, Yi Qianyu said. He now wanted to fight Futian more than ever. How would he have felt if he had known Futian's true identity? Would he still want to fight him? The disciples of Sword Palace were speechless. Would Futian be able to comprehend all the swords? He had already comprehended so many in such a short time and had caught up to Li Daozi. At that moment, Li Daozi opened his eyes as he at there cultivating before the 80th sword mountain. He stood up and turned around. His long robe whipped in the wind. Sword will flowed out of his eyes as he looked at Futian. Futian had comprehended 79 swords, just like him. Futian could naturally feel Li Daozi's sword will. He looked back at him. He was the foremost junior member of the Divine Sword Li family, the strongest person below the Renhuang level at Sword Palace, and one of the strongest people in the Divine Palace. He had been waiting for him here. If he had not been able to comprehend this many swords, then he would not have had the right to face him and would have no right to be arrogant. But he had not comprehended all these swords because of Li Daozi. He had done it just for the purpose of comprehending swordsmanship. But at this moment, he and Li Daozi were standing at the same point. They were both right in front of the 80th sword peak. Li Daozi looked at Futian and said, "I am Li Daozi, a member of the Li family and a disciple of Sword Palace." Li Daozi obviously wanted to fight. The fact that he had introduced himself like that showed how much he respected his opponent. The fact that Yi Futian had made it this far showed that he was worthy of respect. He would fight Yi Futian to test his swordsmanship and to seek the path. His swordsmanship was not quite good enough, so he had to seize any opportunity he could get to improve. He was not sure if this talented, brilliant, famous swordsman from Taishan Mountain would be able to give him this opportunity. "I am Shen Jing, a musician and swordsman from Taishan Mountain," said Yi Futian. Previously, he had introduced himself as a musician, but now that he had displayed his talent for swordsmanship, he had begun introducing himself as both a musician and a swordsman. "The two of us have comprehended the same amount of swords. Neither of us will have the advantage in this battle," said Li Daozi. As he said this, he raised his hand. In a flash, endless sharp swords appeared on all the peaks, then floated up into the air. They shone with brilliant light and reflected off of each other. All of the swords pointed at Yi Futian. Previously, Zhuang Hong and Yi Futian had moved mountains at Celestial Worthy Mountain. Now Li Daozi was using mountains as his swords. Everyone looked up at the 79 peaks. Swords floated in the air above them all, and all of them were pointed towards Yi Futian. Terrifying sword will spread out from each one of them, and at the same time, they were trembling and resonating with each other. And not only that, but sword will was flowing around the swords as well, and each thread of sword will seemed like an actual sword. Li Daozi stood on the 80th mountain like a sword master. He was bathed in endless sword light. What powerful sword will! Everyone was looking up into the air at the floating words. This was Li Daozi's power. He was the most powerful person at the Sword Palace below the Renhuang level, and he was not far from reaching the Renhuang plain. Li Daozi waved his hand and then chopped it towards Yi Futian. "Instant sword," he spat. This was the instant sword of the divine sword Li family, but Li Daozi had used the endless sword will from the mountains to form it. At that moment, endless sword light pierced through the air and shot towards Yi Futian in an instant. There were 79 sword mountains and 79 swords. Yi Futian was about to be destroyed by this sword will. It seemed like he would be turned into dust. As Li Daozi attacked, Yi Futian seemed to produce a certain resonance with the sword mountains. As the swords descended from the sky, he pointed upwards. As he pointed, a beam of brilliant sword light erupted above, and a light curtain swept out around him. No one could see Yi Futian being covered by all the swords, it just looked like a chaotic scene. 79 swords descended, surrounded by endless sword will, and they smashed into Yi Futian. But Yi Futian pulled out a single sword, and this sword resonated with the sword mountains. The 79 sword peaks linked up with his sword, forming a celestial sword curtain that protected Yi Futian from above. The disciples of Sword Palace trembled as they beheld this scene. The two of them were displaying dazzling swordsmanship. It was simply terrifying. Both Li Daozi and Shen Jing were geniuses with a sword. When he saw that he had been blocked, Li Daozi still had no expression, and there was not the slightest trace of disturbance in his eyes. He stepped forward, his robe flapping in the wind. Not a single sword above Yi Futian had been destroyed, and they produced a sharp sound. The sword will around them grew stronger and stronger, and more swords flew over from the mountains. Li Daozi stretched out his hand downward. A powerful pressure surged down, and every one of the swords shrieked as they cut through the sword curtain bit by bit as they were forced downward. Yi Futian stretched out both his hands, and the sword will flowing off the sword mountains not only transformed into a sword curtain, many sharp swords formed and appeared around him. "Go," he said. Countless swords spiraled upwards, sweeping out from within his sword curtain and smashing into his opponent's swords and violently destroying them. A powerful storm of sword will whipped up between them. They are well matched, thought everyone. Their swords seemed to be of equal power as they faced each other and were destroyed. At that moment, they were not the only ones who were watching the battle. They could faintly sense that there seemed to be people from the divine palace whose divine spirits were descending upon them. They were observing the fight. Many Renhuang-level figures must have been secretly watching. At that moment, there were several sword emperors within the divine palace standing together and looking off into the distance. Li Daozi has been cultivating at the divine palace for a long time, and his sword arts are quite impressive. Shun Jing is incredibly talented, and he has a powerful ability to comprehend swords. But in terms of comparing their sword will, I am more interested in Li Daozi, said one of them. It is unlikely that he will lose, said someone else. No one else expressed their thoughts. The elder nodded, then continued to watch the battle from a distance. Even he could not see the outcome of this battle. After all, the two of them were displaying incredible power. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.